Hello, welcome everyone to the Farming Simulator League Season 5 World Championship. Kermit Ball alongside Maddie, cast by Copter. He's also known the Pancake Extraordinaire. Copter, Season 5, you and Virtual Farmer have been doing most of the casting. It's been a very interesting season so far. We're here at the Fent Forum now for FarmCon, and we're going to crown a winner, a world champion this weekend. Tomorrow, the semifinals and finals will be broadcast. We got a lot of matches to get through before that, though.
Yeah, that's really excited to be here, of course. And of course, welcome everybody to the broadcast from my behalf as well. So it's definitely my pleasure to be here. And of course, very nice to join forces with Terminator once again. He has been having his own fun in the States. Meanwhile, as we have been rocking the league with Alex, but Alex might be joining. Well, he will be joining definitely for tomorrow. We'll just wait and see when he plane finally gets here, because I heard he might have some trouble. But that's a completely different topic. We are here in Germany at the Fent Forum, which is a lovely venue once again. I mean, all the FarmCon events that I have been at. We had the John Deere a couple of years ago. Then we had the Deutzfahr, last summer as well. All the factories are so nice and everybody's always so welcoming. So these are like fabulous events. So if you're not here, I will definitely recommend you to be here next year as well, because for sure there will be farm content. But okay, back to FSL. So World Championships, we have the final. We have 80,000 euros on the line, or dollars actually. No, euros.
Yes, euros.
Euros. I mean, it's
you
a
forgot
small
where you
difference.
were for a second.
Yeah. So 80,000 euros on the line just for the grand finals. And of course, we do have the World Championship, who's going to be crowned as well, based on the circuit points. So it will be interesting to see how this will play out in the end. But yeah, we have 8 wonderful teams here on the site. And today and then tomorrow, everything's going to be decided.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time. This is going to be a massive event, probably the biggest FarmCon we've ever had. The space is great. The way it's set up is great. We have a lot of matches to get through. We're going to start off with Helm against Just Attracta, I believe, in our first match today. So we're kicking things right off with Helm. Of course, back-to-back champions. We know the story about them. So they are the favorites coming into the weekend again, right? We're going to see the circuit points here in a moment. They're at the top of those again, and they are definitely the favorite for this weekend, right, Maddie?
Yeah, Helm has been, of course, as strong as almost, well, I'm not going to say as strong as ever, because I think they have been struggling from time to time a little bit as well. We have had other winners during this season.
Right.
We're going to be seeing the circuit points in a matter of seconds, and we can actually see what is the score situation. But Helm has been losing some of the matches as well. We had at least three different winners this season, so it's not just Helm dominating and somebody getting some random wins from time to time. And as we can see from the circuit points, so New Holland on the second place, 300 points away, and then Trellborg, Valtra, Lindner, actually all 4 teams inside just 20 points. And this really kind of like this battle from the second place heated up on the previous tournament when we had some upsets there, and in the end New Holland claimed the second place.
Right. Yeah, I think there's been like an increase in the quality across the board of the teams. Like, I think that the rule change coming into this season as well, Maddie, where you can't use the same team perk in back-to-back matches. You have to switch it up. I think that is a pretty interesting change that has kind of leveled the playing field a little bit. But of course, Helm are showing that, you know, all the time that they're the most adaptable one. Okay, so Helm and Just Attracta. I mean, it's the first seed against the 8th seed. It is a double elimination still this weekend, so, you know, a loss here doesn't mean the end of your journey for either of these teams. But what do you expect coming up?
I think that the Just Attracta has been doing a great job. There was a moment, let's say, somewhere on the middle point of the season when I think that they were relatively performing better versus Helm than what they have been during the past couple tournaments.
Right.
But they definitely have had their ups and downs. So I think that all of these teams, they can actually challenge Helm on some level. And Just Attracta, if I don't remember completely wrong, they actually have won Helm once this season as well. But we're going to be seeing a video from Helm first of all. So we're going to watch some new video content.
Helm, the reigning champions of the Farming Simulator League, have carved their legacy since the glorious Season 3. From their very debut, they've wielded the mechanics like seasoned farmers, each move precise, each strategy calculated. When the dust settles, their rivals lie vanquished, outplayed by their sheer brilliance. They march into the season finale as first of the league, and with a clear mission: defend the title and once again call themselves the champions.
Well, that was something for sure.
That's really nice. Our video team, and others have been working on that. That's awesome to see. You know, adding a little bit to the production quality, right? And I think the players seem to have a lot of fun shooting these videos as well. You know, they get to feel like rock stars and be out there doing cool things and being goofy. So we're going to see another one here in a moment. We're going to be doing this throughout the tournament for every team. You'll see the hype video for them. So we're going to see Just Attracta, I believe, up next here in just a few seconds. And let's see what they got up to in their video.
Just Attracta's magical moment at Agritechnica, where they sent Helm into the loser bracket, was a highlight of their mixed 2023 season. Despite not always having that magic during Season 5, they managed to reach the finals at FarmCon, securing an impressive 8th place. Now, the question remains, do they have more tricks up their sleeves?
Love it. There they are now. Both teams are ready to get things underway. And we're going to be kicking off the Season 5 World Championship Tournament from FarmCon live at the Fent Forum in Oktoberdorf here in just about a minute. So, Maddie, the moment has finally come. I mean, this is the biggest prize pool we've ever had for Farming Simulator League. One of these teams this weekend is going to walk away. The winner will get 40,000 euros just for this tournament alone.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And I got to say, these videos, I mean, I would pay from having that voice. I mean, imagine doing the commentary with that voice.
Right.
And here we have the first bale.
Yeah,
but yeah, we're going to be starting the first game in a matter of seconds, as we can see. So Helm versus Just Attracta, and as it was also highlighted in the video, there is a one victory under the belt of Just Attracta. It's the double elimination bracket, 80,000 euros on the prize pool. Winner gets 40,000, so that's a large chunk of money. And during this weekend, we'll be having the champion of the season finally. Today, we'll be seeing actually 11 matches, just to let you know. So we have a long schedule for today, 11 matches in total, and then tomorrow at 16 Central European time, we're going to be finally having the last final matches of this season. So that is the schedule of the week. But now we're going to be heading towards Helm versus Just Attracta, and we're going to be entering to the pick and ban phase.
I can't wait. Here we go. Every time I tell someone about the FSL for the first time, one of the things that they react to, I was just at TwitchCon last weekend and telling a lot of people about it. They lose their mind when they learn, first of all, that there's a pick and ban phase. They're like, what can you ban? What do you ban in Farming Simulator? I was like, isn't it obvious? It's the machines. So the Manitou, one of the telehandlers, is out from Just Attracta, the John Deere 8R410, and the Klaas Lexion 8900 Harvester as well. Interesting picks by Helm. And then I'm guessing, usually if you pick one telehandler, you need to pick the other one. There it is.
Yeah, this will be, I mean, it's all about the telehandlers more or less. Do you want to allow the other team to play with the telehandlers? And this is actually something we saw during the season now that if we go back to the last season, we saw it quite often happen that telehandlers were banned more and more all the time. But this season, they have been a little bit more in the play, especially in the final or the last two tournaments that we have seen. And especially when we have Helm, because we know how strong Team Helm is to play with the telehandlers. So in a way, the other team, the opposing team, usually is banning the telehandlers if they feel that their telehandler play is not on par with Helm. That's how it has gone so far. And now we just have to wait and see how it's going to go here. But we did have the bans and telehandlers are not in the play. And so this is going to be more of a traditional setup, I would say.
All right, yeah, here we go. And it looks pretty similar as far as what the teams have picked too, Maddie. A little bit different. There's an easy stack being picked by Just Attracta. That'll widen the hitbox for the upper part of the barn, so it'll be easier for them to get their bales in. And yeah, the runner perk picked by both teams. Archimedes Plus has been picked by both teams, and JK has gone with Head Start, so he'll be able to drive off immediately in the machines to go a little bit quicker. Here we go. We're kicking off the first match. Remember, these are best of 3 live from the Season 5 World Championships live at FarmCon 24 in Oktoberdorf in Bavaria, Germany. And here we go. We're starting off with not too many contests looking like Maddie early on at the pods, but we're on our way now for the first bale points.
Yeah, I mean, no challenges so far. Everything looks pretty good. And let's see, Helm is going to be getting the setup. Not as close to the barn, but I think it's going to be closer than the Just Attracta side, though. So hopefully on the X-ray we'll see how this is going to form out. But yeah, we don't see any huge changes here yet, of course. Interestingly, they are a little bit farming on the different side of the fields. Quite far away actually from the barn, and now we have from the Helm side we have the first bale that has been done, so we can see that it's going to be the delivery of the bale is going to be starting at the Just Attracta side. I think that they are doing the same as we speak as well. And we can see Helm approaching from one of the bridges. We can see Janka coming. I think he's going to take the safer route maybe even, and then we can see JK approaching from the different side. And usually it's going to be something like a 100 and he's going to be getting stuck actually. JK. So there's nothing, and the bale is going to be going on the other side of the building. And we can see it's going to be 137 actually coming for Just Attracta and Helm. Their first bale is somewhere completely in the wrong sector, as we can see. So they're going to do something about it. Jake is going to be trying to save the situation, but it went so far away. The first bale, I think it was somewhere on the other side of that building, and can he actually even drive there?
I don't know what happened with that bale. It went shooting off when he was stuck, I think. And you're right. Better off in that situation with no front loader, no spikes or anything. Just leave the bale, get back out. Helm have shown that they can bounce back, but a huge mistake early from the defending two-time champions.
Yeah, and we have the first drops as well. Bridges lowered and silo closed. I mean, the silo close has been something which has been used on the even on the first rounds of the drops. But I have this feeling that it's not going to be that influential at the moment. So I think it's not going to be picked or not going to be used that much, especially as Helm doesn't have the first bale at all. So they are still sitting on 0 points, which is a tough challenge. And it's a good question what actually happened with the bale, but some kind of a mistake for JK when he was throwing the first bale. And then, yeah, some kind of interesting trajectory for the first bale going somewhere on the other side of that building. And I know it's maybe not my thing to say, but I will still say it. So JK honestly doesn't have had the greatest first bale track record during the past couple of tournaments. He wasn't playing on the previous one, but then I think he made a lot of mistakes on the one before that as well. And in the end, they didn't try to go for the fast first bales at all, because I think there was a couple of complications.
I was quite surprised because, you know, I've not been casting Season 5 a lot. I think I did one tournament or two with you guys this season. And I was surprised that Martin was the one in the combine and not the one delivering the bale, which is what you've been accustomed to with this team, right? Whether it was their time at Helm or their time sponsored by Trellborg before that. Like, Martin was one of the best in the Farming Simulator League at the first bale. So to see those roles switch was definitely a surprise to me. And then, of course, the mistake happened. So we'll see if they stick with that strategy throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I think Jake has been more or less focusing on the strategy side, more or less. So I think that he has been playing less this season than the previous seasons, and he has been then coaching more or less. And then when he has been playing the role of the guy who's going to be delivering the first bale, for example. But then there has been some mistakes, to be honest. So, and but okay, it happened, and this is the final. And as it was mentioned also on the intro video, which the audience seems to like as well, I can see it from the chat a little bit. People were commentating about it, that they like the intro videos, and of course, great job from the video content team as well. But yeah, as we saw in the video, that Just Attracta, they have once dropped down Helm to the lower bracket, so we'll see how this will play out in the end. But currently, Just Attracta 132 points and a 0 for Helm. So Helm definitely has something to catch up. And we are already reaching the second batch of drops. They're going to be coming in 10 seconds as we speak. The grain situation, of course, we do have Just Attracta playing with the big haul, and Helm is playing with the Unstoppable. So we can see that on the grain side we have 35,000 about for Just Attracta, and Helm has about the same amount of grain. And Crazy Tool and Bale Multiplier are going to be the second drops. Nothing that crazy, but maybe Bale Multiplier can do some tricks if they have the bales pressed.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have, let's see, 5 for Helm, 3 for Just Attracta. Maybe not really worth going for it. We'll see if they choose to, but Just Attracta out to a nice lead, but they need to be careful because, you know, if they start making mistakes, they can easily let Helm back in this one. 5 minutes to go, and with this season, Maddie, where we've changed to the shorter time, the drops are in a little bit of a different spot, of course. Like, it seems like under 5 minutes, that's when like 98% of the points are scored. So we're going to start getting those bales delivered around the 4-minute mark or so, I would imagine. So both teams did pick up bale multipliers, so now they each have about a minute and a half to get some bales in and score them. Helm has a 1.7 multiplier, and I'm guessing because they're far behind, it's been weighted in their favor. It has by 0.2, so here's a chance for them to cut back into that lead.
Yeah, we can see Helm is actually starting to unload the grain at the same time, so they will try to increase the base multiplier, and then JK having 5 bales with him as he is coming to the belt, so they're trying to get the maximum amount of points they can. We can see Just Attracta in the way countering the situation, pouring down some of the grain from the big hole, so putting 1.6 back to Helm's side. And the whole multiplier situation is actually not working that well for Helm as they are hoping for. Janka coming with the big lift, as we can see, so he's gonna put
Nice.
something there from JCP. The belt is, as we can see, super slow for the Just Attracta side. That's gonna take a I don't know,
barely
minute
looks
or
like it's
something to
moving.
actually get it all the way up there. But a nice reach with it, and Marty will be bringing some more bales as well. We have some points scored by Helm now, so they are reaching up to 86, and now they're actually taking the lead. So this is something, and they are using the momentum properly, as we haven't seen any scores to be any bales to be scored from the Just Attracta side.
That's one way to do
He's
it.
going to be trying to reach out. He's going to try to push that one bale as well, and he can try. Oh, the doors are also making something, but he's going to be getting something out of it, and that's going to make them to go 200 points. So nice reach from Janka, and even though the belt is slow, you can still find your ways all the way on the second floor.
One of them fell off. I'm not sure, like, it's interesting because Janka has the easy stack, but the door closed on him. It must like deactivate if you're like too far up the conveyor belt or something. Interesting, but yeah, the Unstoppable is really helping Helm get back into this. Meanwhile, Lord Baylor picked up by Just Attracta. That's put them back into the lead. So back and forth we go under 3 minutes. And shout out to everyone in chat. I see you. Thanks for joining us today. Hello, Felden. Hello, Rob, and everyone else joining us on all the channels where we're live. This is just the first of many matches today, so kick back and enjoy yourselves. Lots of Farming Simulator League action to come this weekend.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Helm is not that far away, though. I mean, 47 points behind Just Attracta, so this can still go either way. The bale counts are almost even, and we know how well Helm is actually pressing the bales during the last 2 minutes or so, but that we're actually starting right now. So they have the same amount of bales, so they are very efficient. And I would say that the belt speed is a huge advantage currently for Helm, because Just Attracta, they have a quite slow belt, and that means that they need to be reaching out. So if Helm is going to be having the efficiency as they usually do, and just, you know, do exactly what they're doing here, we can see Martin putting the bales on the belt, they can easily catch up. And I wouldn't be surprised if they even win it, because they have the belt speed at this point is a huge benefit for them, because Just Attracta, there's no way they're going to get all the bales on the second floor without driving them. I don't think that they have the time to drive them either.
They're so like all over the place too. They're not getting the bales on there like very well either, Maddie. So like that's just adding on to their problems. Some of them are falling off, and with how slow that belt is, if one falls off, you may not recover it the rest of this round.
Yeah, Janka having some issues clearly. I mean, he missed one bale, and now he's going to be having some more bales also flying here as well. And Helm has taken the lead meanwhile.
Yeah, I think, you know, Just Attracta looking a little bit nervous now with the loading. They know that, like, because of the slow belt speed, they don't have time to waste. But, I mean, look how Janka has grabbed that one on the fork. So that's going to be a tough one to get on, too. They are going to score some points here. It's just very slowly chipping away at that lead. But I'd imagine that elsewhere, Helm has one bell on the belt as well. Look how much faster it is. You can see in the ghost mode. And 413 to 360, under 40 seconds to go. I mean, it still could flip the other way, but I think that Helm probably have this one. Let's see what happens, though.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go, and the gap is about 63 points. Okay, it's exactly 63 points as we spoke. Now it's going to be just 23 points, so Just Attracta is going to be claiming some late-minute points. Do they have any more bales? They do have 8 bales still remaining, and we can see that there's some stuff on the belt. We can see also Helm putting some bales on the belt as well. That's going to be 40 points coming for Helm side. Just Attracta, can they have the time?
Oh, 3 points.
It's going to be only 8 seconds. It's going to be 13 points between them, and the final,
Just
there's going to be one bale is right there. There's going to be a couple of bales put on the first, and it's going to be 530.
They did it!
Oh
my goodness!
The final bale.
They proved me wrong. I said that Helm was going to pull it out with 30 seconds to go, and holy cow. I mean, they had that 132-0 first bale lead, which got them off to a nice start, Maddie. But holy cow, at the end, they really had to fight for it.
Not close at all. I mean, they had that one bale on the belt going for the second floor, and then if that would have gone in, only if that would have gone in, it wouldn't have been enough. But then they decided to shove 2 more bales on the bottom, and that is which gave them, of course, the extra 20 points on that situation. So yeah, it was very close.
Man.
The whole game was decided on the, well, not completely decided, but the final bales, they came in the final 1 or 2 seconds, and
I mean,
pretty hectic.
Even if Helm had got like the minimum points for the first bale, that would have been enough for them to get the win as well, because they just, it was such a huge mistake that there was no recovering from it. So that set them off to a bad start, but they looked good for it right up until the end. Incredible work by Just Attracta to work through some of the errors they were making with the stacking. Keep fighting. You never know what will happen. And they made it happen. So remember, this is best of 3, and it is double elimination. So now Helm, if they don't win the next one, they will drop into the losers bracket, which wouldn't put them out of the competition, but I think it would still be like a huge surprise to see Helm go into the losers bracket after the first match of the World Championships, the defending champs. I would not have thought that would be possible, but here we are. It is.
That would be an interesting twist for sure.
It would,
you never know. I mean,
Yeah.
this is. I think this is a great start for the whole event.
I mean,
When
it
you
was
have
so
this-
exciting.
Yeah, this
you know?
level of excitement and a close match, and then kind of like the whole story building up from Just Attracta being able to beat them once before. So can it happen
The
again?
8 seed
I
against the
love this.
1, and the 8 seed wins the first matchup of the day, but they have to win 2 to advance. So let's see how it happens. Helm up against it as we're ready to get started with our second one. Remember, in Season 5, the teams can't pick the same team perk. So let's see what they're going to go with. Unstoppable is really, I think, what was kind of making it tougher for Just Attracta. Helm can't pick that again, so let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, I think the same policy is going to apply with the telehandler. So we can see New Holland going to be banned. So it's not going to be a surprise if the other one, Manito, will be banned as well, exactly as it happens. John Deere 8R, and maybe we have another big. Okay, Alexian actually is going to be banned. So that's going to be interesting.
Same as last time, yeah.
But not going to be much of a surprise. We have seen this Lexian banning happening now for I don't know, 2 or 3 tournaments now, more or less. That teams have been kind of like trying to find some kind of a level of disruption by banning it. We have Bottleneck chose by Helm, and then we have a Unstoppable for Just Attracta's side for the moment. So no big haul in play, which means that Helm is going to leave that to the final game if we go to the 3rd game of the series. So Just Attracta, they have a chance of here now making
I love how both teams, we're at the Fent Forum. Both team captains have picked the Fent 942 Vario, right?
Yeah.
So shout out to Fent for hosting this event. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. I mean, today is just the FSL. FarmCon itself kicks off tomorrow. Looking forward to it. All right, Maddie. I mean, what's going to happen here, man? If the rest of the matches are anything to go by the first, like it's going to be a wild day. That was a great first match.
What I'm wondering is that will JK have the guts to actually try to throw the first bale again, or will he just play the safe side and just reverse that?
Right, yeah.
Because that's a huge thing. And then when you think about the perks, having Unstoppable on the side of Just Attracta, that's definitely a benefit. Helm is currently, let's see, interesting. But anyway, here we go. The first bale is going to be starting to build up. So we have the players leaving from the gates. Younger is going to be heading towards the pad. And there's a challenge here. Heipa's not going to be getting that one. We can see Younger going for the baler here. So he will get the case baler. Beatmaster getting the ideal. And Heipa's going to be claiming another combine from the pad. That's going to be actually pretty close to the barn, which is great. In the end, Younger having a bit of an issues with the weight.
Hello.
He did claim the baler, but having some problems to actually get it out of the pad. And yeah, we can see JK already on the move, and this is definitely something we want to follow. What will happen with the first bale for JK? Because he's very close. He can actually get 140 points, I think, out of that one, pending, of course, how it will go. But he needs to get the throw spot on, and this could be actually huge.
They changed their
starting. This could be 147 is doable here, and 148 it is.
Well, so that's how you bounce back.
Yeah, he's going to fix that problem right away.
You notice that they went with a completely different side of the field as well, Maddie. Like they completely switched up their approach, earlier they were slightly further back, so JK took the approach from the right side of the barn, and that's where he got stuck. This time coming from the left. 148 is top notch. 132 again from Just Attracta, so not bad, but of course ended up with Helm having 0 points from the first bale in that first round. So a lot better start by Helm here.
Yeah, the approach that you mentioned, actually the left side approach is the normal, the de facto, which everybody has been using the whole season. So the whole right side approach is very uncommon. I think we have seen it maybe 5 times during the whole season. So that actually threw me off a little bit why they did it this time.
Right.
But maybe it was because of the equipment spawning in the locations and so on. Bridges raised and herbicide on the first batch of drops. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be much use. Maybe the bridges are going to be raised or something like that. If either of the sides is going to be choosing it, then maybe the other one will choose that as well. But I don't think that the first wave of the drops is going to be that influential.
Yeah, it does look like Helm has gone with herbicide, which is not a bad one. Of course, that now they can just harvest away. They don't have to worry about the weeds in the field. So just keep on keeping on with what they're doing. And it doesn't look like Just Attracta picked anything up, but yeah, like you said, at this point of the game, not the biggest deal getting the drops. They can be useful depending on what it is, but not necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I mean, yeah, we still have a couple of minutes for the next set of drops and the grain game. Meanwhile, let's see, Helm is collecting. So they're pretty even. Yeah, both sides are collecting as much as they can. Either of the teams does have the big haul in play, so in a way the same amount of trailers and storage for the grain is available until they deliver it to the silo. Now we'll just wait. So this is the time when we could be talking about pancakes, for example.
Let's talk about pancake soup.
Oh yeah, we had pancake soup yesterday.
Which is like a very, I feel like we're not doing it justice by calling it that in English, but it's a dish that you can get here, a little appetizer in Germany, and it's quite delicious. And we were calling it pancake soup because it's soup with small little strips of pancakes in it. So we had to throw that in there, you know.
Yeah.
A little bit of pancake talk.
Yeah, and we had some pancakes in the breakfast as well because the hotel breakfast had also some small pieces of pancakes. So we have been loaded, more or less. Anyways, back to the game. So 6.5 minutes on the clock still remaining, and 1 minute until we have the second batch of the drops coming in. Nothing really has happened. I mean, when it comes down to the strategic level of the gameplay, we haven't seen any moves yet. But I guess when we can see the people approaching the silos, that's the moment. We didn't have anything silo or grain related on the first drop, so all of those silo close, grain multiplier, etc., they are completely still in their play. And so they can still come on the second wave of the drops. That's going to be happening in 20 seconds. And the grain situation is the same. I think that the whole what is going on with the grain currently is that teams are playing this quite slowly. Now we can see Justicon heading towards the silo. From the Helm side, I think there will be somebody going towards the silo as well. And teams clearly they want to wait until they see that there will be something silo or grain related maybe coming from the drops before they will do anything, and the drops are coming up, so we'll see what will be available because that will heavily affect the grain game. And yeah, bridges lowered and silo closed will be there, which can make a huge difference. And we can see JK going immediately for it. He's going to be ready for it. Both teams are going to be taking the silo closed, and nobody will be able to do any kind of a grain deliveries at all. But we do actually have 2.4 multiplier for Just Attracta, so they did manage to unload a little bit of grain. So for the next 1.5 minutes, there is a slight advantage for Just Attracta because they can actually now score some bales with a higher multiplier.
Yeah, that's a great point. Silo close is always an interesting one, especially at this part of the game. Let's see how it plays out for both teams because Just Attracta, they had the lead at the beginning last time. Now they're playing catch up when we're going into the scoring of the bales. So they need every little advantage they can get. Remember, though, if they were to win this one, they would be moving on at the top of the bracket, and that would knock Helm into the losers bracket. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, that would be definitely interesting to see if it would be the case that Helm would be all the time their backs against the walls, because that's basically what happens when you drop on the lower bracket. Anyways, Janka seems to be starting to unload, and they do have the 2.4 multiplier as we can see. So 2 of the bales are currently on the belt, 3 more on the baler. So they will be just put in as well. There's going to be 24 points per
Oh.
bale, so that's going to be, the second bale is actually going to drop off. So it's not going to go in. They can still save that. It's not going to be the biggest problem because he also Helm now finally starting to move some bales right next to the belt. They do have that 148, which is all from the first bale. So they did the very high first bale, highest definitely for this tournament, but I don't think that we had 148 on the previous tournament. We have had 150 and 151 at some point, but the 148 is quite rare even. Young Cup claiming more, and they actually have been also adjusting the multiplier, as we can see 2.7 for the time being when he scored the bale. So Just Attracta is actually playing this perfectly. They are
Very
getting
nice.
bales in with the high multipliers. 26, we can see Helm starting to unload the stuff to the silo as well and adjusting the multipliers also to their advantage as well. And that's what they need to do before they deliver the bales.
The only bad news for them is that right now the bale count is severely against them. Yeah, of course, they've scored a few, but when it showed it a moment ago, it was 13 for Helm to 3 for Just Attracta. So you see all the bales waiting there to be scored by Helm, and it's very unlike them to not score every bale that they have out there. So lots of points still to be scored. Just Attracta need to be careful and get some more bales pressed.
Yeah, the bottom boost, that's something which Helm, if they're going to claim it, they have so many bales that they can just make a huge amount of points very fast. If they will get it, we'll see. But I think there's still plenty of time to also get the bales on the second floor as well, so it's not going to be that influential. But yeah, when you look at this amount of bales, if you could just shove all of these right now in, it would be something for sure. Anyways, Martin will be just putting them nicely on the belt. The multiplier is going to be reaching towards 2.0 for Helm. It's not there yet, but it will be 2.0 when the bales are finally getting in.
I mean, look at that. It was perfect
timing. It's not going to be unloading at all. Yeah, perfect timing. And now they actually have a 2.1 multiplier, so they have a slight advantage. I mean, the Excel sheets that these guys have, they are amazing because JK did share me some.
Yeah.
And they have all these time they know exactly if multiplier is this, if the belt speed is this. This is how many. Yeah, it's 12.7 seconds until the bale actually hits the barn doors and so on. So they all these calculations. So if you're playing the game and you don't have this kind of an Excel sheet, I would recommend that you will start building one right now.
This is the last bale that Just Attracta have pressed. That is not good news. Like, yes, they're in the lead right now, but they're not going to be in the lead for too much longer. I mean, 12 bales to 2 now is the count. This lead is going to disappear here in a moment, and with a minute and a half to go, Just Attracta needs to get more bales in.
Yeah, I like this, what I see on the Helm side. So many bales on the belt, just slowly moving. The thing is that you need to be very careful, because if you do a mistake here and then you realize like 45 seconds later that that bale didn't go in, then you don't have the time to fix it anymore. And yes, as you said, Kermit, Helm has taken the lead. So 1 minute to go, and Just Attracta, they need the bales. They have been pressing some. They have 6 now. Janka will be approaching, so let's see if they can still make this as a battle. The gap is going to be, what is it, like about 50 points. Less than that, actually, as they will do something. They will try to, I think they will try to counter a combo there. But they didn't get any official points, but that's why they put one of the belts on the first floor. I don't see any other reason for it. And the, of course, Just Attracta's multiplier is 1.9, as we have 2.1 for Helm. So that means that Just Attracta, of course, they need to work hard. But everything, when you look at the scores, when you look at the amount of bales available and the clock, nothing was really on their side for the time being. So let's see how this will play. But we have seen these last second decisions happening on the past as well. But just 15 seconds to go.
Here comes, you know, like 84 points on the bales already on the belt that Helm are going to score. Martin's going to drive up the belt and get even more over the line, and this is definitely too far gone now for Just Attracta. So we're heading to our third of the best of 3 here in our first matchup of the weekend. 608 to 470, I think, was the final score. We'll see it here again in a moment. Is there a team any better than Helm of like bouncing back from a bad round? Like, you know, their back's against the wall. They know that if they lose the next one, they're going into the loser's bracket. Like, it's like poking the bear a little bit when you do that sometimes with Helm.
I mean, they are really good on that. I mean, I don't think that it's even about the bouncing back, because they are just so good. So they don't really need to bounce back. They will just get back on their level. And when they have a bad game, they will just accept it.
Right.
And okay, we'll just carry on. But in a way, Helm has said so many times before, they are just so strong team when it comes to the final last 2 minutes of the game. They work so hard. They always try to somehow pull those bales out of I don't know from where, but in the end they will just come with how they made 5 extra bales at this point. So they always find the extra points at the end, and kind of even in the mid game, if they are feeling that they are losing, they bounce back during the final 2 minutes as well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. Just it's about you're talking about their spreadsheets. It's almost a science to them. It is, right? It's about the methods. It's about the numbers. I mean, it doesn't seem like that exciting of a thing, but it was so impressive to me to see how across the field they communicated, and they, like you said, they have the spreadsheet. They already knew the time. They started putting bales on the belt, and right as it was about to go in, the multiplier was flipped to their favor. Like a millisecond less, and they wouldn't have scored that first bale with the extra points. It just shows like why they're the defending champions, right? Like why they're always the ones there at the top of this league. Just Attracta, though, they won the first of the best of 3. So if they come out again and they have as strong a performance as that first one, who knows what could happen? Everything is on the line here when we get started for this third one.
Yeah, let's see. Third game is going to be starting in a matter of seconds, so this will be definitely, best of 3, so we'll go to the final game as it's quite obvious at this point. So for the first game will go all the way there. And I mean, both teams, they have 1-1, and it's all about the final game. And of course, now we know the perks. Helm needs to play with the big hole. Just Attracta is going to play with the, what do they have left? They play with the big hole, they play with the unstoppable, so they have...
they could go bottleneck. They could go herbicide. They'll probably go bottleneck.
Bottleneck sounds like a plan for them. And once again, the same bans are happening as well. So telehandlers will be banned.
And here comes the Colossus Lexion, I would imagine, from Helm. It's what we've seen so far.
Could be. Yeah, there we go. Versus Helm, I mean, Just Attracta is not one of those teams who is utilizing the telehandlers themselves, but for example, Trellborg has been allowing Helm to play with the telehandlers. New Holland, on the other side, hasn't, but we have seen teams who are, let's say, brave enough to allow Helm to have the telehandlers in the play. And I think the craziest combination is, of course, when you have the unstoppable. And then you can actually
just bypass the belt altogether with the telehandler. Here comes the Fent 942s as well, again picked by the team captains, the Case IH Magnum 400, now picked by the second players on each team. And let's see what we'll have for the third players. The same perks really for the player perks, the same equipment really for the most part that we've been seeing throughout these. Beatmaster is going to go with the Fast Track 4220. And we also have the Fent 724 being picked as well. All right, this is the third of the best of 3. So one of these teams moves into the top of the bracket. The other isn't eliminated this weekend, but will go to the losers bracket where they will face elimination. And today it's myself, Kermit, and Cast by Copter on commentary. Virtual Farmer and Copter will be doing the finals tomorrow, which kick off at 4 p.m. Central European time. And hello to Mrs. Kerm in chat, my wife making an appearance as well.
Ooh, fancy. Oh, that's nice. So yeah, what do we have? We saw that also JK actually had the head start as a perk. So he wanted to make sure that he will get a fast start. So I guess he's going to be trying to somehow make it up with the first bell he messed up on the first game. Anyways, we can see Martin actually, they will get the combine, they will get the baler as well. This is looking very good for Helm because they are so close to the barn as well, which is of course then forecasting to have a great first bale. Let's see what that will be. And Just Attracta, we don't see them currently on the pictures, but I would imagine that they are maybe slightly further away from this area, which means that of course they don't have the same chances for the first bale. And here we can actually see Janka already coming with the bale, and he's pretty far away. But it's not completely, it's not that far away. But I'm saying that, yeah, there's a slight difference. So of course, every meter is going to count as a points in the end because it will generate some time. And JK, this is the moment of truth. It's not going to be 150. It's not even going to be 140. But it's going to be something else. And he actually has a bunch of bales. So he's going to be doing some droppings on the way. 135. And he actually had 3 bales pressed. And now we can see also Janka coming with 127. So that's going to be a quite decent startup for both of the teams. But then the question is that if Helm is actually going to push those in, they could basically
save them for later, right?
Yeah, but so it's actually pretty impressive though. So I mean, JK was almost like a walking dog.
I mean, that, yeah, it was. It was quite impressive because usually, you don't press more than one, right? Because you want to go for speed. But I think they knew, okay, Just Attracta are behind. No matter what we do here, we're gonna be ahead as long as we don't crash or anything. So what they've basically done is, yeah, they scored 135 on the first bale, but they also brought in what is probably going to be at least 20 points per bale. So there's also now 40 points just sitting in the barn at the beginning of the round for them that they can score later. I don't think I've ever seen that before because, again, you usually just press the one bale and get there as fast as possible. But that's another little wrinkle in the strategy coming from Helm. They come up with these things that you don't really see other teams do.
Yeah, it was a really impressive from JK how he did it. And like the chat also addressed the fact that they are just timing all those 3 bales so that the final bale will actually go to the barn. That's the trick. That, I mean, everybody can, well, not everybody, I cannot for sure, time 1 bale, that's got to go inside of the barn, but then to actually start the unloading already from somewhere on the bridge, to drop those 2 first and then swing the final 1 in, that's really impressive, like the chat has actually already mentioned that as well. Meanwhile, of course, Helm with the big haul and Just Attracta, so let's see the grain game. We are about 32,000, 33,000 for Helm, and the common strategy this season, kind of like play against the big haul has been just to make sure that you have definitely more than 64,000 liters of grain. So teams have been collecting something like a 70,000, and then the trick comes in if there's going to be a grain multiplier coming up as well. So let's just wait and see how this will be played. But from the Helm side, this seems to be the usual harvesting route when you play with the big haul, that you have a bit of a landscape and a nice scenery from the river, and so you can see the mountains, you can just enjoy the fresh air on the way. And we can see Janka now already trying to reach towards the silo, going to be starting to build up the setup, I would say, unless he wants to do some kind of an early delivery. But for the time being, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, he's going to leave it for now. Yeah, like you said, both teams neck and neck. Really, it's the 2 bales that are the only difference that separate them at the moment. Still plenty of time to go. We still have the super drop to show up as well. So this one's too close to call, and there is a lot on the line. I mean, yeah, your weekend isn't over if you go to the losers bracket, but I don't think either of these teams want to go into the losers bracket after the first match of the weekend. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, somebody needs to go there on the lower bracket or losers bracket, whatever you want to call it. So somebody needs to go and play there. And yeah, we'll see. Of course, none of the teams want to be there. And it's good to remember that even if you drop to the lower bracket, you can still reach to the grand final, but you are not able to get the benefit on the best of 5 final. So you kind of want to stay on the upper bracket just to have that benefit for the grand final as well, if you manage to get that far. We do have Bale Multiplier and Crazy Tool available on the second batch of the drops. And yeah, Bale Multiplier sounds like something that teams can use. The multipliers are still sitting on 2.0, but yeah, they haven't started the grain delivery. And it's going to be just a matter of seconds, I would imagine, when we finally have teams who will start pouring down the grain to the silos. And the funny fact is that we haven't seen a grain multiplier at least appearing at all. We had the same on the last tournaments. We didn't see the grain multiplier, I think, before the match number 3. I mean, the series of matches.
Right.
Number 3. So the grain multiplier has been hiding a little bit, and I kind of like it because then when it comes, then it can actually make a huge impact. But for the time being, I do like that when you have the big haul in play,
there's
you don't have the grain multiplier to mess it up.
Both teams picking Bale Multiplier, both teams starting to deliver their grain, just neck and neck matching each other at the moment. So yeah, what's at stake for these teams? If you were to win, you go into the quarterfinals round 2. And if you lose, you would play the loser of Valtra and Lindner. If you win, you would play the winner of Valtra against Lindner. So, yeah, I mean, it's too early to tell, really. Like, there is a chance, really, for someone from the losers bracket to make it into the final, and that would not surprise me at all. I mean, we're talking about the top 8 teams from this season. Just Attracta are the bottom seed at 8, and Helm are the 1, but we showed it at the beginning of the round. Just Attracta have knocked Helm into the losers bracket in a previous tournament this season, so it might happen again.
Oh, Janka having a wide load, just barely crossing that bridge. And something that I really hope that you will see, Kermit, on this final is that we have seen these bale tossings happening with 3 bales lately. So that's very impressive to see when it actually happens. Meanwhile, the unloading is definitely happening with the Grey, and we can see Helm going to 2.2.
Ooh, Just
and
Attracta
Just
behind.
Attracta, they are behind. I'm not sure if they have put all the grain in, but I think they have.
Helm went and got a little bit extra. That's just
Martin. Oh, he's going to fall, he got one in, and the second bale is going to fall down, but he can still save that. But that's going to cost some time for sure. 3 minutes to go.
Don't get stuck on that.
Yeah, Just Attracta is currently on the lead, and that means that,
Bale point super drop picked up by Just Attracta as well, so they scored, I don't know how many just immediately from that.
Yeah.
Just in their lead. Yeah, a little bit of a mistake again by Helm. It cost them in the first round, and it might cost them here in the third one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was really necessary for them to actually climb there at this point. So maybe it was a bit of a show-off, to be honest. And then it kind of like backfires. So I think it's a little bit same with the JK as well. I mean, on the first game when I think he just tried too hard to get like super high points. Or the highest points as possible, and then this kind of mistakes happen from time to time. So we'll see. But of course, I mean, Helm is a team that has been showing off on the past. They have given us so many enjoyable moments. So I'm not gonna say anything about it. And you never know what they're actually planning. So I might be completely wrong as well.
They are behind right now in the score, Maddie, but everything else is kind of favoring them because like they've got the multiplier, they've got the bale count in their favor. So now they just got to score the points. They have plenty of time to do it too. So for Just Attracta, they need to make sure they have no mistakes, and they need to get some more bales in than what they currently have at the barn. They're in a good position, but it could flip. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than 2 minutes. That's what I'm worried about. So they have a huge amount of bales. So in a way, that is an advantage for Helm, definitely. But they don't have the time to deliver those on the second floor anymore, all of them, for sure. So that's going to be a problem. But let's wait and see. Just Attracta, they are now leading about 130 points. Helm, let's see what's happening here. So Martin have a couple of bales nicely lined up. There's
one of the best stackers, if not the best in the league, Martin.
But some of the bales are a little bit spread there. So they are not so nicely and neatly right next to the belt, so that's going to cost some time for sure. We can see Janka at the same time. They have a slightly faster belt, as we can see on the X-ray, that the bales are going to be reaching out 18 points per bale, so Helm having the multiplier advantage as we are starting the final minute in a couple of seconds, and something tells me that it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
It's building.
I mean, Helm could get back into this, but Just Attracta are doing a good job of keeping themselves a little bit farther in front of them, bit by bit, but 11 bales to 4. 45 seconds to go, though. Can they get them all delivered? I'm not sure. We're going to find out. 465 to 388. 40 seconds to go. There's currently only one bale on the belt for Helm. Here comes a couple of more now.
Slow.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, this would be a huge upset at the beginning of the Season 5 World Championships if Helm go into the loser's bracket. Imagine being another team dropping to the loser's bracket, and you have to face Helm of all teams. 20 seconds will decide whether they're there or not. Look at this now, though.
Yeah, where's all the bales for Just Attracta side? They are missing all the bales. Young guy is just basically just rolling his fingers.
Helm into the lead now.
There's going to be more bales on the belt. It's going to be 500,
Helm
528. Just Attracta, they need more
bales,
but they don't have any more bales. Just Attracta will take the lead by 1 point, but
Helm
in the end, Helm is going to be claiming some points, and Helm will take the third game of the series. What a start!
Look at the
side whole tournament. These guys, they gotta be happy, and they are definitely having a long exhale at the moment.
Goodness, did you see JK just lean back and go,
oh yeah.
I mean, I feel like that after the first match. I wasn't even playing, but I mean, goodness, that one was too close to tell even at the end who was going to take it. Like, just one more bell for Just Attracta. Well, no, that wouldn't have done it either because of the multiplier. So, wow. Helm bounced back well, but Just Attracta is showing that, like, we can't just sit here, I think, and say Helm are going to win this weekend.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like, I mean, teams are getting closer, as you said at the start, that the other teams, they have been kind of like catching up, and the bar has been raised, yes, but then the other teams have followed. So, and Just Attracta being the 8th place team before coming here, and they almost beat Helm. That just tells us the story, how close these teams currently are to each other. And very, very exciting series. But Helm will keep the place on the upper bracket, and Just Attracta will fall down on the losers bracket, but they're not, of course, out of the tournament yet. So that's a very, very exciting start for the whole weekend.
That was insane. I mean, goodness, what a start for sure. Don't forget, if you are a German speaker, you can go to twitch.tv/GiantSoftwareDE for our German broadcast. They're out on stage. They've hidden us in the back. You know, we're hanging out here in the back, just having a good time. We've got a lot more matches to come for you today. I brought my notes all the way from the U.S. with me, Maddie.
Yeah, I noticed.
Which I'm glad I have them here. So it's been sitting in my luggage for almost 2 weeks, just waiting for this moment to be used. So Helm takes it. I mean, I don't think we're surprised that they advance. I think, though, quite surprising, like, how well Just Attracta performed against them, how close it was.
Yeah, I think that I guess the first game of the series, I mean, they missed the first bail, and then it was really close in the end. So I guess that kind of like put them a little bit backwards. But we're going to be heading for a break, so we'll be back with the next game in a matter of seconds. See you guys then. And welcome back. Then we had the first game of the World Championship final of this season 5, and it was definitely a great start for the whole event. We're going to be, of course, seeing some replays from it a little bit later, and then we'll be heading towards the next game. But I still got to talk about the game, about how Helm, in the end, they managed to come back after losing the first one, winning the second and the third game of the series. But how close it was with Just Attracta. I mean, they were smiling there. I just saw them off stage, and they were actually smiling even though they lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped down to the losers bracket, but I think that has to give them some confidence going forward that, like, You know, they played so well. They were really just like inches away in that second one from, you know, just doing a complete sweep of Helm, really. Like, but again, like when Helm are up against it, you talked about their spreadsheet, the methods that they do, the science behind their gameplay. They're always going to be, you know, a tough team to eliminate, no matter what. Just Attracta has done it before, but it's tough to do it multiple times for sure. But I think that it's just, it goes to show again what we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, Maddie, how this season the playing field has been leveled a little bit by some of the rule changes, but also I think the teams have been practicing more, right? Like they've been getting better too. There's more quality in the depth of the rest of the league, where you can't just look at the top 2 or 3 as being like the huge dominant force.
Yeah, it's not the same. I mean, the previous season we had New Holland and Trellborg at the time, who were kind of like somehow identifying as a top 2 who were in a way only losing to each others. But yeah, it's not the same this season at all. But now we're going to be seeing the replays from the game, so let's see. Maybe we can see what actually happened with JK, because this is the throw, and and then we can see it behind the building there. So it's so far away, and yeah, something happened there. Even the camera kind of like got stuck. It seemed like that. So that was kind of like setting the whole tone, because if that wouldn't have happened, Helm probably would have won this 2-0 in the end.
That was a great view, like inside the cab of the 148 in the second round that JK scored. So from going to from 0 first bale points to 148, not a bad way to bounce back. Here's where he dropped 3 bales total, and look at the timing on the third one, Maddie.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that before. It was so impressive.
Yeah, I haven't seen that myself either, so it's definitely a first time. You know how Helm likes to leave these tricks to the big tournaments.
For sure, yeah.
A bit of a show-off. I mean, JK, he's maybe just a little bit of a prima donna, I would say. there is some element. I want to show a little bit. I want to show that I'm the best, you know. And then I'm pretty sure that this morning, while having his breakfast, he was like, "Oh, can I still put some makeup on because the camera's gonna be on me?"
Oh, okay. They didn't even offer us that. We're just out here all natural, you know, like looking like we do, you know. I think we're looking all right. You know, we got the matching FSL shirts on.
Yeah.
We're having a good time. We got Valtra against Lindner coming up next as our next matchup. So we're looking at 2 teams kind of right in the middle of the top 8 standings. You know, this is one of those matchups that I don't think that you can even sit here and say who's going to come out on top. Don't forget, we have all these hype videos to show you for all of the teams participating here at their World Championships. So we're going to start with one of those right now.
United and undaunted since childhood, a bond has formed. A seedling has taken shape into a force of nature that is Valtra. Nothing, not even foe or famine, has divided this group, but only fate has drawn this trio together. They are ready. They are ready for FarmCon. They are ready to claim what is theirs. A place at the podium, claim their status as world champions, and conquer the arena.
I really like these slow motion walking videos when they do it, because I'm not sure if they're advertising some kind of a brand for the pants, maybe, you know.
I'm waiting for one to look like a perfume commercial, you know, like that's what I'm waiting for.
It could be something like, "Oh, they smell like the flowers."
Exactly.
They will beat their opponents with the beautiful smiles and handsome looks.
Now, okay, let's see what Lindner. So Lindner have a couple of characters on their team. I want to see what they do.
Team Lindner blazes into the finals, securing the 5th place. Their unbreakable bond, forged season after season, fuels their contagious passion and unwavering commitment to ignite the ambiance. But today, mere sparks won't suffice. They're aiming for fireworks.
Maddie, you were just talking about that die that they're rolling. You said that they actually have used this before.
Yeah. they had it on the tournament. We saw that on the cameras. It was a LAN event.
Yeah.
It was a Cactus event probably.
Okay.
And that they were just rolling the dice, and then they were choosing the perk per the dice. But okay, when they got further in the event, they didn't follow it anymore. But at the
Right.
start, they used that.
World
When the thing started to
Championship.
heat up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
the World Championship, not the best way to just leave it to chance what perk you're picking.
Yeah,
right?
that would be a nice accessory, though. I mean, maybe some kind of an FSL merchandise even could make from that.
Yeah.
Dice. Maybe, yeah. But then they would be asking for royalties, I think, so that might be a problem. But anyways, Valtra versus Lindner. And yeah, interesting one. I mean, Valtra has been kind of having their ups and downs. They haven't been really that stable this season, I would say. When they play well, they play really well.
Yeah.
But then sometimes they have just gone out on the second round. They haven't like made further than the first game on the lower bracket, more or less. So that has happened as well. It actually happened in Lama in UK, for example. They were out on the first day, which is not something that we were expecting. And then, of course, Lindner also, I would say that they are very... I mean, we know very enthusiastic team. They come up with all kind of new tricks and ideas how they
Right.
play. And I would say the same, that you don't really know which pill they have taken in the morning. Is it going to be the red or the blue one?
Yeah, Lindner has, for me, and I think this was before your time casting, Maddie, the moment that blew my mind the most in the history of my casting on that Farming Simulator League, when they first unveiled a few seasons ago what we dubbed the Lindner load up, where they just basically changed how the game would then go from that point forward, because they weren't delivering their grain, and we were sitting there the whole time like, what in the heck are these guys doing? And then they pushed in all of their bales at the end and scored a crazy amount of bonus points. That was immediately countered by the team now known as Helm in the final of that tournament. But like you said, Lindner, you never know what you're going to get from them, and they do pull out a surprise or two here and there.
Yeah, they started the season, well, didn't start, but earlier in the season they also came up with the strategy that they had the smallest combine, which can actually go through the bridges.
Right.
So they took some grain on it, they drove it there, they poured some of the grain in front of the belt, and they reversed a baler on top of it, and then they just unloaded the baler straight on the belt. So they come up with all these crazy ideas, and we love them, of course, we love them for this reason. And what I also love, why we love them, is also that we can see that they love the game.
Yeah, they have so
when
much
they
fun.
win, they are smiling, they are showing the emotions on the stage, and they are just probably like 2 meters behind us, by the way. So if they will win, we might actually feel it on our seats.
Maybe. Let's see what happens. We're getting started here. This is the second of 11 matches coming live to you today from the Fendt Forum in Marktoberdorf in Bavaria, Germany. We're here for FarmCon this weekend. FarmCon officially kicks off the event itself tomorrow and goes Saturday and Sunday. But we're here for the FSL today. We've got the FSL teams out in the viewing gallery. We've got some influencers roaming around too, getting some footage, and we're kicking things off in style. So not too many battles at the pods here, Maddie, but we're just about ready probably to start seeing our first bale points. I hope this isn't the baler coming for Lindner, though, because he was super far behind, and Surin is ready to deliver. This could be a really good score here.
Yeah, let's see. This is actually having all the elements. It could be like a 148 as well. That's doable, definitely.
Oh,
but
it's not now. Oh, brutal.
He's going to crash in the bale. It's going to fall down as well. 148, 147 was definitely doable. And now he needs to kind of recover, but he can still recover. And what is happening at the Lindner side is a bit of a question mark, because we have Apollo coming very late to start doing the first bale when we have less than 9 minutes to go. So this is going to take some time for sure. Søren, meanwhile, trying to recover this one bale, so he's going to be hugging the wall.
This is a lot of wasted time.
It's almost like he
Just
needs to like an
leave it.
ATV for this one, actually. So
Just
he would
leave it. You're going to get into a worse spot, I
we'll
think.
See.
Oh, he got it somehow.
Yeah, somehow. 117, so he kind of like won it because he had Apollo coming in as well, because he had the drops coming in as well. Bale drop and the bridge is lowered are going to be available. And he will want to have the right side swing or reverse. Who knows what's that going to be? It's going to be a swing. It's going to be 105, so the whole situation with the first bales is actually pretty even.
Lindner got away with it because of the mistake by Valtra. I think Lindner started with the mistake getting late to the baler. Valtra makes a mistake not getting the tractor through there properly. Felden says the curse by copter is what got them. So maybe that's the case. I don't know, but 117 to 105 was the first bale. So, yeah, 12 points separates them. A lot to play for still.
Yeah, the caster curse is something that sometimes happens, but it's not really about the curse in the end. It's just about predicting events, and then as a caster, as a commentator, you have seen pretty many matches, so then you have some idea what might happen the next, and then when they try that and they don't succeed on it, it's always the caster curse. I do remember in one other game that I was commentating at one point, and then I said something that if this would happen now, it would completely destroy this other team, and then it exactly happened that they got dropped out of the tournament. So yes, I got my share. I think it was some small team called Face Clan that I was commentating that.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
had a lot of Face
I think
fans.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, they had some comments about it. But that's a different story. Let's not go there. Anyways, back to the farming simulator. And we don't have Face Clan here. Not yet. Who knows? I mean, I think they do have some kind of sponsorship with the car manufacturer as well. So maybe they will need to come up with some vehicles in the game.
Yeah, you never know. All right, we've got Surin bringing some grain in now. And probably not going to deliver it quite yet. Oh, he is going to start delivering it. Okay, here we go. So multiplier starting to flip in their favor. They do have Unstoppable, so they need to be a little bit careful. They're not going to deliver all of it, I would imagine. Stop around 2.4, 2.5. Nope, they're just going to keep on keeping on with it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Lindner has the big haul, so I guess if you can do early delivery and it doesn't any otherwise like mess up with your strategy, I think it makes sense because then you can actually collect more grain and kind of counter the big haul, let's say, with a more lightweight that you don't need to be collecting huge amount of trailers and such things and so on. But of course, the unloading what Lindner has been doing so far, it's not going to be even countering the Valtra situation. And this is interesting. Valtra hasn't been pressing any bales so far, so they still have 0 bales. So they have been just completely focusing on the grain and in a way countering the big haul from the Lindner side, more or less. And we are just 20 seconds away from the second wave of the drops. So we should be seeing in a matter of seconds what will be there. Will the magical grain multiplier, for example, will finally appear? But actually, I'm not in a hurry to see it. I want it to come at the moment when we actually have some huge possibilities for a disruption. And this is actually one of those moments, as we do have the grain multiplier and the speed limit available. And now, as we do have the teams already doing some unloading of the grain multiplier kind of like plays a bigger role when the teams already have started to play the grain.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with the grain multiplier. As you said, it's been appearing less and less. It's kind of more of a surprise when it does show up. Neither team has picked it up yet, but I'd imagine that they will do so. Looks like Linux is actually driving over to the barn area now to collect the drop.
Yeah, 1.5 for Valtra, and I think Lindner's got to be getting 1.6 or 1.7. They're going to wait until the very last final moment. Lindner's got to be waiting there as well. Can we see the multiplier for Lindner? I mean, we're going to be seeing in a matter of seconds. It's going to be picked by Valtra. Yep. And there
it is.
There we had it. 1.5. You're completely right with that one. So we'll see. Of course, Valtra's 2.2 multiplier will be, of course, adding up to that already. So there's a chance, and they are actually increasing it now. So Valtra has the moment. They have made only 2 bales, though, so that's a problem. They are now increasing the base multiplier. They have the the grain multiplier as well. And
yeah, here comes Lindner now bringing the big haul trailer in, so they'll be catching back up in the grain. Don't forget, everyone, that this is the Farming Simulator League. This is running currently on Farming Simulator 22. You can actually play this map, this arena mode, built in directly into Farming Simulator 22, as well as the bale stacking mode as well. So try those out with your friend if you would like. Maybe practice some, and maybe you can participate in Season 6 in the Farming Simulator League next season. Also, if you're wondering, like, where's the Farming Simulator 25 stuff, that will be coming out throughout the weekend. Follow our social channels. You'll be seeing stuff from our influencer partners who will be here, and we'll be releasing information after the event as well. But the Farming Simulator 25 stuff will not be really, shown or revealed on this stream. It'll be happening live at FarmCon, but plenty more to come for the future of Farming Simulator and Farming Simulator 25 as well.
And we have the unloading happening from the Lindner side as well. Valtra was actually having a 3.0 multiplier, but they didn't manage to score any bale, so they kind of lost the opportunity with the multiplier. And now Lindner has actually taken the advantage because Valtra is out of grain with the 1.7 multiplier, as we can see. So Lindner will keep the advantage all the way. till the end of the game for sure, because there's no time for Valtra to collect any more grain. We can see Sören coming up for the belt. Of course, Valtra having a huge, like, super fast belt. It's gonna be almost like in Star Trek, just beaming the bales inside of it. Like, beam me up, Scotty, I'm coming!
All right, there we go. Yep, a couple more in. 168 to 105. Valtra are in the lead, 2.5 to go, and yeah, Lindner at least has the multiplier in their favor, as Maddie was just talking about. So they're going to be scoring 6 extra points per bale put into the top of the barn. So that's going to be really tough for Valtra if they can't match the bale numbers with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, Valtra, they are also losing on the bale count, so Lindner had an okay bale situation all the time. And Valtra was really focusing on getting a huge grain multiplier. And they managed to get it all the way to 3.0, but they didn't have any bales to deliver at that point. And while they were doing the bales, they kind of like lost the advantage of the multiplier as well. So I would say that Valtra kind of lost whatever they were planning to do here, and that also resulted to a fact that they are running less amount of bales than Lindner for the time being. So this is very complicated for them. But now Valtra suddenly has been pressing some more bales as well, as they have made 14, so they are catching up definitely.
Lindner needs to start like putting some of their bales on now, because it doesn't do you any good to have 14 if you're not going to score all 14. They are, they have put some on, but their belt is so slow. They are on the minimum speed for their belt. So this could, even though they have that huge multiplier advantage, the slow belt might be the advantage that Valtra needs.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they have 13 bales, and we have
Look
the
how much
final
faster.
minute starting up. So I don't know. They probably can't make all the bales to the second floor. And Lindner hasn't been really the team that has been really successfully reversing bales. Oh, sorry, not reversing, but just like driving the bales on the second floor. Of course, we can see that they are now having a huge amount of bales on the belt. But is that going to be enough? That's another question. Zerus probably needs, they're going to be planning something for sure, as we can see that they're trying to stack up the bales a little bit on the front of the bottom door. So maybe they will try to push them in or something like that in a one throw, or maybe try to get some kind of combo points as well. But it's going to be pretty late for a combo, as we only have 20 seconds on the clock. 300 points for Valtra. Lindner still having, that's going to be about 100 points on the belt currently, as we can see. So they're catching up definitely a little bit. But is that going to be enough? That's going to be only 10 seconds on the clock. Sören will be putting the final bale on the belt. We can see Lennox are coming up as well. And Lindner, where's all the deliveries? That's going to be just one bale left for them, and they're going to be losing this one. They are missing it out, and I don't know how many undelivered bales they actually had in the end. I'm not sure, but we're going to be seeing that hopefully from the stats.
Yeah, we should see it in a moment. That was an interesting one, because like if you looked at everything on the board with about 3 minutes to go, you would think, okay, Lindner
5 undelivered bales.
Yeah, that is huge. I mean, and with their multiplier advantage, that's 5 multiplied by 23. So that's like 15 extra points that they would have been scoring on top of the regular amount you would get for a bale. So yeah, that would have brought them right back into contention to win the first of the best of 3. But yeah, when you looked at it with 3 minutes to go, you're like, okay, they have the multiplier advantage, they have the bale count, but man, the belt was so slow that it was just quite brutal for them to be able to handle that. Don't forget that you could be seeing the German casters on screen every once in a while instead of us, but don't get confused by that. Yeah, there's no desync, we promise you. That's our German guys on stage. Homer and Red Cat, they are out on stage. Of course, we're here in Germany, and Maddie and I we're hidden in the back.
Yeah, we are actually having some kind of a back room at the hotel. You know, we're pretty far away from the event, so we are just having our fun here. No, we are right behind the stage. So if somebody would have an X-ray, you could probably see us through the curtain. But well, that's not going to be on those pictures. It's completely fine. I mean, Homer is anyways more handsome than us, so it's completely fine. So we can give them a bit of a screen time, and as long as the chat is not going to be putting the desync on there anymore, we are completely fine. There was another interesting stat on the previous game, though. We spoke about the undelivered bales, but then also we spoke about the grain multiplier slightly during the game. And if I saw correctly, there was 71 liters of grain delivered by Valtra. And with the multipliers, that ended up into 130 30,000 or something like that. And then from the Lindner side, they delivered 6,000 liters more grain.
Oof,
But with the multiplier, it was 30,000 more.
Right.
So meaning, and this is exactly because Valtra had more initial deliveries of grain before the grain multiplier came out. So they delivered more grain without the multiplier.
Right. Yeah, that was an impressive performance. So the bans, it looks like Valtra have banned both telehandlers, and then Lindner have gone and banned both of the front loader tractors that have the manure fork. So like those are the really 4 easiest machines to stack 3 bales on the front of your machine instead of just 2. Those are all removed for this matchup. Remember, if Valtra wins this round, they'll advance and they will play Helm in the top part of the bracket, and the loser of this one will drop down and play Just Attracta in the bottom part of the bracket. So Lindner needs to win this one to force the third of the best of 3, or that'll be them dropping down. We're going to find out here in just about 10 minutes whether Lindner stay alive at the top or if Valtra move on in the winner's bracket. Oh, goodness. I think that Luca has just accidentally picked.
Ooh.
This can't be on purpose. This is like something that I do, Maddie, when I'm playing the arena mode on stream, which I haven't done in a while, but like I'm always messing up and not confirming my selection and being given.
There we go.
Yeah, we've got a technical break. I'm guessing that he was disconnected or something. I don't know what happened.
We actually have seen this happening a couple times in the season before, that there has been in that screen a moment, a situation when the player hasn't been able to select at all, so it has been kind of like stuck, and then that's why they have we have seen the what is it called, lifter?
Yeah, the like I would call it like a forklift.
Yeah, forklift.
Personally.
Yeah. I mean, you have the better terminology. I'm just a Finnish guy. so I will trust you on this one. But yeah, we have seen the forklift being chosen a couple times before as well. And once we had a similar situation that it was by mistake, by technical situation, that the player wasn't able to choose anything else. So some of the small perks of the FS22 client. But who knows? Maybe we'll have FS25 at some point when we run the league. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know that yet. Of course, Farming Simulator 25, November 12th, it releases. Plenty more information to come between now and the launch date, of course, starting with tomorrow. You'll get your first extra bit of information. And if you're not here in person, make sure that you follow along on all our social channels. If you're following your favorite influencer partners of ours that'll be here, of course, you'll see coverage coming out from them as well. So we just got word that they're going to have to restart the game. So, Maddie, that gives us a chance to do what we do best. We get to sit here and talk now and fill time. So, I think so far things have been going smoothly for us. Like Helm won the first round. If you're just joining us and you missed that, they knocked off Just Attracta in the first matchup of the day. Valtra now up 1-0 on Lindner as we're into this break. Plenty more to come. We've got like 9 more matches to go after this one today.
I was really afraid when you said that we can do what we do best. I didn't know what you're gonna choose as the thing we do best. I wouldn't have been surprised if he's gonna say, "Oh, we sing pretty well" or something like that. But for sure, that's not gonna happen because I mean we know that the streaming services they do have this like DMCA requests, so I don't think we can sing because we do it so well that it would be so close to the original that we would keep pulled down from the stream.
Yeah, I think your rendition of Somewhere Over the Rainbow earlier definitely was so spot on that it would have triggered some issues. So, all right, Valtra and Lindner are now ready to get underway, and Valtra, if they win, they move on at the top of the bracket. And Lindner facing dropping down to the bottom. We're ready to get going here. I knew when that forklift was picked, I was like, there's no way that this is intentional. The Young Heinrich EFG S50, I mean, it is in the game, so technically you can pick it if you'd like.
Yeah, I think there was we had one game, I think it was last season, when somebody actually picked that as well, and he actually played it. I mean, I don't know, was it like intentionally or what was the reason for it, but I remember that he wasn't able to drive it down. because it doesn't move on the grass that well.
It's a struggle.
Yeah. So I think anyway, so you can't really use it. So it was just left there. I don't know what was the reason behind it, but let's not go there. That was last season. And now, meanwhile, as we do have, let's say, the pick and the ban, so we do have the telehandlers banned, as we can see once again. So that's the situation. So we are not seeing the telehandlers once again. Lindner is not really a team that has been actually favoring them at any point.
All right, Luca got a proper machine here that will work better for him in the Farming Simulator League. Listen, there's nothing wrong with the young Heinrich in real life practical moments and use in the game too, if you're using it the right way. But in the Farming Simulator League, whew, yeah, it's a brutal one to end up with. So here we go now, back underway. Valtra 1-0 so far in the best of 3. The winner will face Helm. The loser faces Just Attracta in the bottom part of the bracket, and here we go. So Zerzurus smashing into the New Holland and securing it for Lindner. Lindner had a really slow start last time, Maddie, even getting to the baler, and not let alone getting the first bale points. It didn't really cost them a whole lot in the grand scheme of things because of the mistake by Valtra, but they need to do better here. Yeah,
let's see. I mean, they didn't have the greatest. I think that was all about the spawning location of the vehicles as well. So it's not only about how the teams are doing it, because to get a huge, or let's say the great first bale, there's a lot of stars that need to align properly, that you get the right equipment, they are spawning on the right pods as well. And now we can see Apollo, he's actually heading already towards the barn. Let's see if the guards are spot on with the bridges, as they are not yet. So he will be getting there, but this is definitely a better first bale. They should be getting 130, and something certain is going to be also crossing the bridge. This is actually pretty even, as we can see, and this should be 130 something if all goes right. We can see Sören doing the toss, going to be missing the bale, so he's not going to get that in. We can see Lindner, Apollo having some mistakes as well, so they are struggling. Both teams are struggling in front of the barn. Apollo's going to get that in 126, so Lindner will claim the first bale, and now we are waiting for Valtra. What's going on? Sören is heading away already. He's going to leave it there, so he's going to just, call it a day that, I'm not going to try that even anymore.
Yeah, not a good start for Valtra, especially, considering they could advance with the win in this round. It doesn't completely mean that you're, not going to be able to win the round if you don't score the first bale points like that. They will get the minimum amount of first bale points at some point when they deliver a first bale, so it is often worth it to just leave it and get back to the field to do more work.
I understand it, but we usually see teams still trying a little bit, cover 100 points or something out of it. So I really would like to see where is the bale of Valtra currently, because we saw that he missed that, but we didn't see where it ended up.
Yeah.
So it must be in a tricky situation or a tricky place or something they cannot reach, because they left so early. They didn't even try to cover it at all. So the bale must be someplace, which is, they just made the call. But so let's just be focusing on that when we get the camera next to the barn.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see that for sure. You do have to weigh, you're right, like, is it worth it, is it not worth it? It's a judgment call that teams have to make when they miss the first bale. We saw Helm leave it in the first round. They ended up losing that round to Just Attracta in our first matchup today, and then they won 2 straight to advance. So the first bale can definitely cost you in the grand scheme of things, but there is so much time left after it that if you have a strong rest of your round, no more mistakes, score a lot of points, you can make up for it.
Yeah. Okay, so meanwhile, let's see what do we have here. We do have the speed limit has been picked, but that's pretty much it. And the grain situation, we can see Sören approaching. There might be a small initial delivery maybe, it seems like it. Yep, there we go. So Valtra will be starting to unload a bit of a grain. They didn't have the huge amounts collected. They had about 40,000. None of the teams are having big hauls, so we are playing now with the Unstoppable and, of course, versus the Bottleneck, so no big haul in play. And the belt has been stopped for this reason for Valtra. So they will just continue pouring it down. And Lindner now with the 1.0 multiplier in a matter of seconds, as we can speak. No, 1.1. Valtra is going to be gracious on that one. They will leave that one one small bit of a grain there undelivered. But as we can see, Lindner has been collecting quite a bit of a grain, so they shouldn't have much of a problem to actually get away from this one. But now as Valtra will make the early move, and this is exactly the moment when the grain multiplier can make a huge difference. So now if you would be getting a grain multiplier, Lindner actually would have a huge upper hand on the situation, as they had on the previous game. They delivered more grain with the multiplier as they did deliver less before it came. So it could be a thing here as well, but having the grain multiplier for the second time in a row is not really something that we are used to have. But, you know, sometimes it happens. Sometimes good things happen in groups.
All right, here we go. Apollo at it now. Oh, there is the grain multiplier. You spoke it into existence, Maddie. It's not the curse of the caster this time. It's the conjuring of the caster, if you will.
Yeah, I was slightly afraid that we're going to be getting on that topic. I mean, about the curse of the casters. But this is going to be huge for Lindner for sure, because they didn't deliver anything. So Valtra, they delivered all of their grain without the multiplier. They have been collecting some more.
And they needed to score some points as well with this in their advantage.
They have realized. So Valtra is definitely having a tricky situation. They have 0 points. They used the grain without the multipliers. Elsaro's having a bit of a Star Wars fight with the lightsabers here meanwhile. Or maybe it's something that happens in the dark room without the lights. But we can see the unloading happening for Lindner. They did pick up the multiplier, of course, before that. So now all the grain is going to be delivered with the multiplier in place. And that should be taking them pretty far in the lead when it comes down. But of course, Valtra, we're having that 40,000 liters of grain. They can now also use the multiplier for at least for that amount. So we'll see. This actually could be ending up quite even because Valtra did the initial delivery. So that plus the ones they will do with the multiplier could be actually evening the same sum as Lindner with the one delivery with the multiplier.
Yeah, I'm not sure like how this is going to shake out when it's all said and done. It's about to be evened up here in a moment. And in fact, I think there's enough grain there for Valtra to get a slight advantage again.
Yeah, that's how it seems as well.
Now Lindner delivering back and answering back. So now who's going to end up? Is there going to be an advantage? Just keeps going back to 2-2 here, 2.0, 2.0. We keep just like answering each other, but who's going to run out of grain first?
We'll see. Some bales are going to be delivered by Søren, so he is showing his individual skills. And I will be getting those 2 bales in. They have 63 points now. So they have been catching up a little bit. They didn't have anything from the first bale. I think they got the first bale points as well at the same time as they delivered those. So that's something. So that is, of course, adding up. They didn't get 34 points per bale for sure. Meanwhile, so the multiplier game is still going on. The final pieces of grain are going to be delivered, and it's going to be 2.0 for Valtra.
Just short of an advantage,
yeah,
just short.
That's like a 3 pixels or something like that.
Oh, just not enough for them. But, hey, I think Valtra did a really good job of making sure they kept it even. Let's just stop there. You know, it could have really gone against them when they delivered that grain early before the multiplier. Lindner, meanwhile, has picked up bale withering, so 1 bale has been deleted for Valtra, just completely obliterated, removed from the map. 126-68. The first bale points did eventually come from Valtra. So yeah, 2.5 minutes ago, there's a lot of bales and points still to be scored here. Valtra only have 6 bales currently pressed though. Lindner have 10, and Lindner looks like they have almost all 10 of them already at the barn.
Yeah, so the multipliers, yeah, as mentioned, they will stay exactly as they are. Just 2 minutes to go. And yeah, I mean, when you look at the bale counts, I think, yeah, it's about even. There's a couple of bales of a difference, but it's nothing major at this point. So I would say that this can still go either way. Maybe Lindner having a slight advantage here. They have a highly faster belt, which once again I think is going to be playing a major role. Lindner had the slower belt on the previous game, and they were struggling to get the bales in. So now the roles kind of like have been changed.
Look at the focus. Did Zerzeris have on overalls there? He's looking like he's cosplaying as a farmer while he's playing today. I like it. 246-108. Lindner in the lead, 1.5 minutes to go. They're looking good to force the third of the best of 3. They've got the bales in their favor. They've got the score in their favor. And Zerzeris is just in focus mode, just loading up these bales onto the belt, getting 20 points per bale into the top of the barn at the moment. And with 1 minute 15 to go, it's going to be tough for Valtra to get back in this. They need a huge mistake by Lindner.
Yeah, Lindner is definitely now doing exactly what they should be doing, just getting the points done, putting the bales on the belt, not struggling at all. And we can see that he's very nicely organized because his Erseros getting these nice piles of bales, which they can just put on the belt. And yeah, everything is going very smoothly. 50 seconds to go. So Valtra, yeah, they definitely need something if they want to be catching up. So all the signs are here that might show that we're going to be heading towards the third game of the series as well, because Lindner already reaching 400 points. Valtra's going to be 150 points behind. These guys are focused. We can see a bit of a smile there on the last guy of the roll. So Zerzeros will be slightly just smiling there, like a smirking a little bit. Yeah, we're going to be getting this. We're going to be going for the third game. These guys, they had it coming.
Apollo was actually briefly on the train with us yesterday. I traveled with my colleagues Chucky and Marcel from Giants, and we met up, I believe it was in Augsburg. At that station, we met up with Apollo, who rode with us for a few stops. Lindner staying a little bit further out from where the event is taking place this weekend. And Lindner takes that one, so they force the third round. If you do exclamation bracket in chat, you should see the bracket. It's also on our social media. It's been posted out there on Twitter, and I believe it has anyways. And but right now, if you want to know what the bracket is, Helm beat Just Attracta in the first matchup. This, of course, is our second match, Valtra Lindner. Later up after this, we'll have Trellborg against My Insanity, then New Holland against Power Team Esport, and then we'll start working our way through both the loser and winner parts of the brackets in the quarterfinals. And then once we get to the semifinal point, we'll leave those for tomorrow. You'll have the semifinal and the final being broadcast tomorrow. And I'll step away and let Virtual Farmer join Cast by Copter for that one because, man, I've got influencers to take care of tomorrow. You know, FarmCon is going to be huge this year because we're going to be showing off more of Farming Simulator 25 stuff. And yeah, we have a lot to come. They're going to be super busy as you get a look again at the German guys out on stage for this event. And hey, there we are now.
Yay!
Yes. I know who these guys are now.
Yeah.
We're having a great time though. It's been a blast. I mean, we started off with the bang. I think with Just Attracta beating Helm in the very first round, like, and the way they beat them was exciting. That kind of set the tone for the rest of the tournament so far. We got a long way to go though, Maddie. And it's lots more to come. Like I really don't know what to expect. You know.
No,
I really
me
don't.
neither. We'll see. I mean, of course, we'll see this first. We'll have the third game of the series, and we'll see which one is going to be heading towards the. Well, who's going to keep their spot on the upper bracket? Who's going to be dropping on the lower one? But yeah, it's going to be very hard to say. But what I can tell is that we still have plenty of matches today, and something like let's say. Now, when I look at the schedule, so I'm saying that maybe around 6 p.m. we will probably find out, or we know more how this is going to go out. But let's see. I mean, let's see that when we have seen all the teams play once, we can see how they are today.
Right.
And then we can start making some kind of, not expectations, but not even a forecast, but let's say have some kind of an opinion what we can maybe expect from today and tomorrow. Anyways, we can see the same. So the telehandlers will be banned this time by Valtra, so even Lindner doesn't have to pick them up. And there we have some fend bans coming up as well, so maybe it's just a sort of a banter coming from the Lindner side that we're going to be banning Fend and Deutsche Farm, which are the current and the last year's location for FarmCon. So maybe Lindner has something against the FarmCon.
Maybe.
I don't believe so.
No,
just a coincidence.
It's those two. It's if you can get rid of the tractors that have the ability with the manure fork to get 3 bales on the top, and the other team is banning the telehandlers. I think this is a strategy that we've seen these two teams go with already here today. So this time, Valtra has gone with Big Haul, and Lindner has gone with Bottleneck. If I remember correctly, I think that's a complete swap of what we just had with the two teams. Remember, this season, you have to pick a different team perk each of the 3 rounds, which I think is a great rule change. I'm really a fan of this one, and it has leveled things out a little bit. You can't just get the teams who, just stick to the one strategy that they know best. You have to be more well-rounded now. You have to be able to be flexible. All right, 5 seconds, and we're going to see the winner of this one will face Helm in the quarterfinals, and then the loser will then drop into the bottom part of the bracket and face off against Just Attracta. So a lot to play for. Of course, at the end of this weekend, tomorrow, when you and VF are on the call, we're going to crown our Season 5 world champion, and that team will walk away with 40,000 euros. Yes, I said 40,000 euros. This whole season, 200,000 euro prize pool.
Yeah,
40,000 for this one event. Whew.
It is huge. And there we go. We have the battle of the pods, but not really a battle because we don't see any kind of challenges going on at all. So because Luca getting the combine, that is actually pretty close. So that means that they will have a very decent place where they start kind of like pressing the bale. And we can see Apollo getting a baler as well. Everybody's getting along so nicely. This is, let's say, abnormal in some way, that they are just not challenging at all. And meanwhile, as the guys are going to be trying to get that first bail in, there's one thing that I have to mention, that you said that they need to pick a different perk for each of the game, but that's not completely right, because you don't need to pick a perk at all if you don't want to.
You are correct. That would be a really bold strategy, though. If a team does that in the World Championship, Maddie, that would be really interesting.
Anyways, meanwhile, we can see Valtra is already heading towards the bridges, so they will be trying to claim. It's going to be a pretty good first bail if they're going to get that in, so 139.38 is definitely doable. 137-ish maybe, but Sören will be taking it safe, and I think that's the right
smart.
approach.
Yeah,
because they have the time. It's going to be 132, and they will get the first bail. Lindner is going to be approaching as well, 130, so it's going to be just 2 points off the difference after the first bails have been delivered. So this is getting close, and I like what I see.
There is our third partner in crime in the chat, Virtual Farmer. Hello and welcome along, sir. Sorry about your troubles trying to travel to Oktoberdorf today. Already had a flight canceled from what I understand, but good to see you in chat. FSL is starting off rather well so far. You've not missed much, Alex. Helm beating Just Attracta in 3 rounds in the first matchup, and now this is our second match of the day.
Yeah, there we had it. We had the bridges in play on the drops. We do have Valtra playing with the... I have a nickname for this one. It's the Optimus Prime.
Okay.
These days, it's more than just the big hole. And so, yeah, they're going to be playing with the big hole. And, yeah, it seems that Alex is going to be stuck in the Terminal 5 at Heathrow Airport. So we'll see. Hopefully we'll have him tomorrow here as well. I'm pretty sure that he will make it, of course. Not going to be a problem at all in the end, I mean. Airplanes are pretty fast, and the UK is not that far away. So we should be fine having Alex on the broadcast tomorrow then as well. Anyways, meanwhile, 7.5 minutes on the clock, which means that we will have... the drops have gone away, so we don't have those anymore. The first wave of drops is disappearing. And then we have 2 more minutes for the second wave. And let's see, we have 40,000 liters collected by Valtra. It's good to remember that they do play with the big hole, which means that they can have a bit of a different strategy. Lindner also nicely collecting the same amount of grain as we can speak. So what I'm expecting that we will have Valtra maybe something between 64 to 70,000. And I would imagine that Lindner's going to be ending up slightly more, 72,000 maybe or something like that. We'll see. Anyways, we can see Valtra going for the unloading, and of course they're going to be giving a lot of belt speed for Lindner until the belt stops completely. So they don't have the unstoppable, and Lindner don't have the belt currently at all, as Valtra will have the 3.0 multiplier and the slow belt for the time being. So we'll see in a minute. We do have the next wave of the drops, and of course Lindner will be also starting to unload a little bit. They want to enable their belt. Shouldn't be a problem at all, as we can see. And time will tell. 45 seconds, and then we're going to be a whole lot smarter how the rest of the round is going to go.
Yeah, way too early to tell. These teams have been really close so far, just kind of back and forth, matching each other for the most part on the multiplier. What I would like to see, and we haven't seen it yet today, is a team taking advantage of these moments. Like, you do have to weigh it up. Is it worth wasting the time? But it often goes that teams have a multiplier advantage for a minute or 2 minutes, and then they never take advantage of it because most teams are just set up to score all of their bails within the last 2 minutes now of the Farming Simulator League rounds in Season 5. Most of your points are, you're bringing the bails in with under 4 minutes or so. You're starting to score them around under 2 minutes. But here we go. Crazy Tool and Bail Drop are our drops here. So Crazy Tool allows you to press bails for a smaller amount of straw for a brief duration, about 30 seconds on that one, it says. And then Bail Drop will drop whatever bale it says. In this case for Lindner, it's one bale. It looks like that's what they're going to pick. So now one bale that they have pressed has been moved over to the barn area, making it easier to get in there.
So nothing that instructive here. So everything is more or less normal. So we didn't have any kind of disruption on the gameplay for the time being.
Valtra did go with Crazy Tool, which will allow them, and hopefully they're already bailing up at the moment. We can't see their bail counter at the moment, so I'm not sure if they are, but you would imagine that they're not going to waste it. So maybe that'll help them get some more bales pressed that they can then score. I don't think that they've really utilized it that much. They have 3 bales pressed, so maybe they got those 3 out of it. They are behind, though, still on the bale count.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I mean, meanwhile, Lindner has been unloading, so they came back from the whole multiplier situation. They're actually having 2.4, and Valtra is still having a full load of grain, 60,000 liters still remaining. And this is going to be a problem for Lindner for sure. But they have 2.6, so I'm not going to say anything. I think it's going to be pretty even, actually, in the end. But the Valtra playing, I mean, of course, with the big hole, they do have a second batch of grain that they can actually unload in a matter of seconds. And that's going to be happening pretty soon as well, because they want to be focusing on other things. They're already pressing the bales. They have 6 for the time being. Luca approaching the silo. There's nothing from that's going to be blocking him from doing the delivery, so we should be seeing that happening pretty soon. And there we can see Valtra starting to unload the grain. We can see Lindner unloading at the same time the remains of their grain. They don't have anything left at this point. So after this is unloaded, that's going to be the final multiplier for the whole rest of the game. It's going to be 2.2, 2.3, 2.3 in the end for Valtra. Though this is going to be bad news for Lindner. They need to be doing something. And the bell speed is almost the same as well. So that's not going to be giving much of a comfort. Sverris's going to be stacking some bales, and then one of those bales is not going to go in for sure. So meanwhile, he will just continue doing the stacking. But this is bad for Lindner, because that's going to be now 6 points more per bale for Valtra all the way till the rest of the round.
Yeah, Valtra are in a very good spot now. They are trailing. They just had one of the bales deleted that he was about to put on the conveyor belt. That doesn't often happen that way. Unfortunate for them. So there goes 23 points out the window. So Lindner really needed that to go in their favor. They are in the lead with 2:40 to go. The bale count is rather even, 6-5 in Valtra's favor. But, yeah, 6 less points for Lindner per bale at the moment is kind of a tough pill to swallow with 2:25 remaining. One of these teams moves on at the top of the bracket. One will drop into the bottom part. Neither team will be eliminated here. But still an easier path, basically, to get yourself into the later rounds if you were to win this one.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. A couple more bales on the bale. The bale counts are pretty even. So yeah, Lindner having a couple more bales more. So we'll see how this is going to play out in the end of the final 2 minutes. I mean, I would say that Valtra, I mean, somebody might be disagreeing for sure, but how I see Valtra is a team that they are very, I mean, they have their strategies. They're building the game based on that one. They're not really a team that is changing the strategy anymore. So they're not so great team to adapt in the situations. And I don't really see them as a team that is having, let's say, like these final moments during the last 2 minutes. They would be pulling something magical out of them. Lindner, then, on the other hand, is a team that you never know what to expect from them. So in a way, I see that that Valtra, yeah, they probably will just very statically build these final 2 minutes as they have been usually playing. But then I think if they will do a mistake, then they might have a problem of covering from it. And Lindner then on the other side might surprise. So I'm not calling that this is straight on Valtra. I'm just saying that based on the experience what I have seen, this can still turn towards Lindner. But of course, if Valtra doesn't do any mistake, it's going to be hard. But there's a chance for it, definitely. And meanwhile, we can see points coming up for Lindner, 317 points. And the gap is suddenly just 22 points. And suddenly just 5 points now. And they are actually having about the same amount of bales as well. I'm not going to count that one bale difference as a huge
5 points,
thing
yeah,
here.
it's too close,
so
really.
let's see. 40 seconds to go. We
Here
can
we
see
go.
a lot of bales on the belt. We can see Lindner loading some stuff. We can see on the X-ray, we can see Valtra's bales scrolling in as well. And this is the zone time when the faster belt for Lindner is actually
Zerzurus
bringing
with
some
a mistake
results.
there.
Zerzurus, you need to get those bales on the belt. That's going to be 3 bales on that belt, and they are just stacking. We have 7 bales remaining. We have 5 bales remaining for Lindner.
3-point lead for Lindner now.
Yeah, the gap is going to be awfully close. Just 15 seconds to go. The bales are going
10-point lead
and
for
now
Valtra.
Lindner need more bales delivered because the gap is going to be, of course, growing. It's going to be 1 point for Lindner. 5 seconds to go. 2 bales remaining for Lindner, and it's going to be bales for Valtra's side, and it's going to be in the end Valtra who will get it in the end with the final seconds. That's as close as it gets.
That was really close, and we heard out behind us how they were getting fired up. I don't know who it was, but man, that was a close one. I think in the end, the multiplier, the difference in what they were scoring per bale was just a bridge too far, really, for Lindner, for them to come back from. I mean, look, they delivered 5 more bales, but they were getting 6 less points per bale, I think. So that's brutal when that happens, yeah.
The multiplier was definitely a thing. I mean, but of course it was only about couple bales. But in the end, you know, we saw the gap closing and closing and closing. Every bale delivered because 6 points was cut off every time they delivered some bales. And in the end, it just turned around and they didn't have the way to come back to it anymore. But a great game. And as I said, like anything can happen on the final minutes when these two teams are playing. So I really like what I see. But this means that Valtra is going to stay on the upper bracket and Lindner will be dropping on the lower bracket as a second team, so they're going to be joining Just Attracta on the lower bracket. But we're going to be heading for a break in about 30 seconds. Any final words, Terminator? What do you want to say? How are you feeling?
I think that I need to take a breather. Get ready. We're going to go with some more. We're going to have the highlights of this one, and Trellborg and My Insanity is the next matchup when we return. We're back. Curvinator Live, cast by Copter. Maddie, we're having a fantastic time already. Valtra and Lindner just took place. Man, they were like back and forth. Close the whole time, weren't they?
Yeah, it seems to be the team here. I mean, we had the same on the first series as well. We went to the third game as well. Back and forth, small mistakes here and there, and then, of course, a very tight battles at the end of it. So, yeah, I really like what I see. The result of the game, I mean, of course, Valtra has been showing that they have what it takes, but also Lindner has shown it as well. So the outcome of the game was not anyhow predefined or anyhow known, at least to me. So you could have had it any way possible.
Yeah, two very evenly matched teams. And, of course, now we'll have Valtra moving on to play Helm. Lindner will play Just Attracta later on. So those will be matches 5 and 7. We still have the first matches of the first round to play coming up. We'll start with Trellborg against My Insanity. First, though, we're going to show you the highlights from this one. And it all started off with some mistakes in the first bail. Moments have been kind of a theme today on the first bail run-ups, and it started, I think, in this round, if I remember correctly. We're not going to see it, but Valtra crashing, losing one at some point. Valtra, though, did a nice job to slowly make their way through. You're seeing Zerzurus loading up the bales. The belt was just super slow at that moment for them. And here's one of the crashes. And where did this, the bale's there. He ends up like, we didn't even see this in the moment.
Yeah.
He completely flipped over, so a good job to recover that. He ended up leaving the bale in that moment, Maddie. But yeah, just you got to get these mistakes out now, right? You don't want these things to happen later in the round.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the mistake from the distance, but we didn't see where the bale actually ended up, so now it makes more sense after we finally saw where it did end up. So that was the series. But yeah, Lindner, I mean, yeah, we heard definitely some cheering from the stage at the end of the game. I'm not really sure who was banging the
that was
the
crazy,
tables there, but yeah, somebody was really happy about the result. So I guess it was Valtra in the end, because I don't think that Lindner is the team that's going to be banging the table when they are unhappy. I don't think that's going to be the case. They are not one of those players.
Yeah, it's more back to the drawing board for them. We have our Trellborg hype video coming up. I'm loving these so far. I can't wait to see what Trellborg has in store for theirs. We're going to see it right now.
Rising from the ashes of former champions, Trellborg Tires find themselves ranked at 3rd place and within striking distance of the FSL Championship. No strangers to this tournament, they've graced the finale twice before, going head-to-head with Helm. All good things come in threes. This could be their time to get their revenge and finally reclaim the title.
All right.
Finally.
That one was fun. We're going to have My Insanity's hype video coming up here in a minute. I just want to say really quickly, thank you so much to one of our Giants partners and ambassadors, Bruno, for the raid on Twitch. Thanks for everyone joining us on the broadcast. It's so much more fun knowing that you guys are there having fun too. We'll try to interact with you guys as much as we can. But of course, our focus is on the action in front of us, and there is a lot of it. We're going to have My Insanity's hype video now. Let's see what the Swiss team has in store for us.
My Insanity have sown the seeds of victory, bringing in their experience as a seasoned esports team. They ascended to the pinnacle at Agritechnica. They harvested victory, claiming the first place position like golden wheat swaying in the breeze. Now, at FarmCon, they stand poised on the brink of destiny. They know they can beat everyone. They are rockers. They are rollers. They are out of controllers. And they are ready to face them all.
I love these so much, man. I am having way too much fun. You may have even heard me on the microphone like giggle a little bit there. These are so cool. Shout out to our video team for putting this together. And one of our new event guys, Samau, is the voice behind Optimus Prime is what he said he's going for there. You mentioned Optimus Prime earlier, so so
yeah.
epic.
Yeah, I really like the videos as well. But the first one, I mean, I kind of like got this like a Titanic vibes a little bit from the one. I mean, we just wait that somebody will be there and holding from the back. Oh, I got you. Don't do a mistake,
My
but I
heart
still
will
have
go on.
you.
You gonna sing that one now?
No, 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 no. I
Okay.
mean, no,
Can't
no.
go.
I mean, I don't think that I can go against Celine Dion. I don't think it's gonna be a fair fight. I mean, not for her.
Oh, we're having such great fun. We are going to have our third matchup coming up. Of course, you just saw the height videos. Trelleborg Tires against My Insanity. And we're just about ready to get underway. So the winner of this one will face the winner of New Holland and Power Team Esport. And the loser will drop down and play the loser of that other matchup I just mentioned. So here we go.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this one. I mean, both teams. I mean, My Insanity has won one tournament this season, and Trellborg has been also playing very, very well. I mean, when they entered, I mean, we saw them. We started the season from last FarmCon.
Right.
And it's been a year.
A long journey, yeah.
So they entered the scene. And they kind of didn't fill the expectations at first. I mean, of course, when you carry a name like Trellborg, that's that has a lot of history, a lot of load out there. And then suddenly they started to just get like so much better during the season. They just really came as a new team, and they have been really putting Helm to the limit.
They're one of the teams that, like them and New Holland as well, like showing the French revolution in the Farming Simulator League, if you will. Just absolutely has taken the league by storm over the last few seasons. So Loiku, Hayden, and Tak here for Trelleborg. I mean, yeah, they're third in the standings. Either of these teams, really. We've seen My Insanity win a tournament in recent history as well. Like, that was always like the hump that they couldn't get over, right? Like, they were always just right there knocking on the door, making finals, but not winning it. So this is another one that's like too tough to call.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight one. I would say that when it comes down to stability, I would say Trellborg has been really stable, getting really good results lately. My Insanity, on the other hand, if you look at the history of them, they have been having like some really good tournaments and then some really bad tournaments as well. So I would say that if I would need to put somebody as a favorite at this point, I would say that I will be saying that Trellborg has a higher chances of coming as a victor from this series. But you never know still in the end. But I mean, if you look at the statistics, that I guess would be a fair assumption.
Yeah, I think you're right. I may be wrong, but I feel like Jan for My Insanity is the first player so far today to pick Under Pressure. We used to see this picked a lot more in previous seasons. I knew that was coming. Well done to Maddie. Songs are just always flowing through your head, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah, but that one, I mean, we used to do that last season when we all did the commentary still, and I haven't done it this season because you haven't been here, Jenny hasn't been here, and Jenny was always talking about that song as well. So I have been kind of like holding back on the Under Pressure a little bit. But yeah, that's a different story. Anyways, we have 30 seconds gone already as they are starting to build the first bale, as we can see. And let's see, Loiko going to be getting a combine. It looks to me that Trellborg maybe has a slightly slow start here, and maybe My Insanity has a slightly better one. How far they are from the barn, that's going to be a question mark. Jan is going to be already getting away with the first bale, so he's going to start his journey towards the barn. And Trellborg's going to be starting the same journey in a matter of seconds as well. He's going to choose the second bridge from the middle, and maybe we'll have one of those right side turns where JK was doing a huge mistake earlier, but John is going to be taking this safe. He's going to reverse that in. He's not going to be trying to do any kind of a first well crazy throw. That's going to be 128 points, and Trellborg should be coming, yes, as they are approaching as well. So Hayden is already at the bridge, and they will be something like, I don't know, 115 points or something like that. So they should be getting close. So it's not going to be too big of a gap, and on Alex's terms, yeah, 115 exactly. So on Alex's terms, they are, let's say, like slightly more than half a bale behind.
That was such a slow and methodical, like, tossing of the first bale into the bottom. It was nicely done to make sure that you were being safe and getting it in there. It's a good call. I take my time, that's for sure. I mean, I think my best first bale must be like 70, 80 some points. I do take my time.
Yeah. direct delivery is going to be picked. I didn't see what the other drop was, but the direct delivery has been very popular this season
I love
when
that.
it comes down to the first drops, because then you're kind of like collecting grain all the time already to the silo, and that's how you make the differences to the early multipliers, and that is something that, of course, if the other team is going to be picking that up, the other one is kind of like forced to pick that up.
Right.
Otherwise, they will be losing on the grain game for sure.
We used to see that one ignored a lot too, which
Yeah.
always surprised me. And it definitely, with some of the rule changes, you're right, it's way more popular now because it can be a really effective thing. I feel like with the slow, like 5 less minutes per round, Maddie, like the scores are lower, but it used to be that we would see almost like 2 scoring periods of a round, like around the 7 or 8 minute mark, teams would be doing something, and then also in the final couple of minutes too. Now most of your points are being scored at the end of the round. So any kind of advantage you can get, I think, to get more grain delivered to your multiplier, the better.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, when we changed the time to 10 minutes, it changed so many things, and I think teams, they started to look for different kind of advantages from different kind of drops, which they kind of like ignored on the past. Oh, it's not going to make that much of a difference and so on. But then I think as they are running out of time now, they need to find every single bit of an advantage which they can make. So meanwhile, we can see John, and let's see. Doesn't seem like an early delivery, but I might be completely wrong, because some of the teams, they want to kind of like circle it around. But no, he's not going to be starting to doing the delivery, so they're still waiting if there's going to be something disruptive on the drops, like a grain multiplier or so. Hayden with the big haul, so they are also now actually putting multiple. What are they actually planning there? That's going to be an interesting one. Okay, we're going to see that later. But the grain is going to be delivered, so it's going to be just only 30 seconds before we do have this next wave of the drops, and then we'll see if there's going to be any kind of a disruptive things coming out. Trellborg's going to leave their big hole there, just waiting there until they can see what will be available on the drops. And meanwhile, the bail situation, I mean, the pressing hasn't really started. So this is, let's say, we are setting the stage as we speak.
Yeah, just these are the foundations are built in these moments, so then you can score a crazy amount of points later in the round. It's wild. Like I feel like I've been missing out this season, Maddie. You know, if I've been on the casting as much, it just seems way more faster paced, like so much more excitement. You don't really have any of those lulls that you used to have anymore in the league. So I think it's a good change for sure. And yeah, we've got 5 minutes of excitement ahead of us here. This is the first of a best of 3. And one of these teams will move on at the top part of the bracket. The other one will drop to the bottom. Just as a reminder for those of you just joining us, Crazy Tool, meanwhile, has been picked up by both teams. This is another one that used to be ignored quite a bit as well. And I'm loving seeing these things picked, because I think that they're really fun and effective drops in the game. So Crazy Tool allows you to press bales for less amount of straw. So you got to be ready to be bailing. Both teams should be at this point of the game starting to bail.
Yeah, you really, when you pick the Crazy Tool, you really need to be ready, because it's so short, the time frame when you can actually utilize it. So you'd need to be really on the right moment to be able to use it. We saw some deliveries happening at the same time as well. So My Insanity immediately went for the loading. We can see Trellborg unloading as we speak, because there was nothing disruptive, so they can just carry on with their strategies. My Insanity having 1.9, but it's still 21k remaining for Trellborg tires. And I think My Insanity, they need to have some grain hiding somewhere, otherwise Trellborg will get the advantage for sure. But they will keep it on 3.1 because they want to keep the belt speed still somehow reasonable as well. And now My Insanity will start to unload. So they're evening out the multiplier, and soon we should be able to see the final multiplier. 14,500. Logan's going to go for the top. We have the telehandlers. The 3
First
bales
one.
are going to go. And there we had it. My Insanity didn't do that. It's going to be Trellborg who will do the Trellborg toss. Time.
Okay, bringing it back. Yeah, that was what we used to call it. Of course, those players are now on Helm, but bringing back the Trellborg toss, I like it. We haven't seen that yet. We've seen the telehandlers banned in every single round until this one so far today.
Yeah, we have some, I mean, quite many teams actually have been showing that skill. On the last tournaments, we had some teams, we didn't even find a name for it, because we have the Helm hurdle, We have the Trellborg toss, and then we had, who did we have during the tosses as well? I don't know if Lindner did it, so we are trying to find all these names for them. So we'll see. Meanwhile, PB is going to be placing the bales just nicely. Okay, that's not going to be so nicely because one of the bales will just immediately go elsewhere. Multipliers, which is not going to be doing much of a difference at all because 2.0 for both of the teams are there. And yeah, and the only difference, I mean, currently is that Trellborg has a highly slower belt. But then when we do have the telehandlers and you can do the tosses, in a way it is a completely valid strategy to do more of those tosses. I think we have seen actually one from My Insanity in the past as well, but they are not going to go for it for the time being. Meanwhile, Jan, I'm not sure. That bale is going to fall off as well, so he's having some huge issues at the belt, I would say. I mean, okay, huge might be a little bit of an overstatement, but still, I think we have seen multiple mistakes during the last minute, and that is not something that you really want to see. And you have so many bales around the belt, so you just need to be more efficient and actually do the job, get rid of them, get them on the barn, and collect the points.
Here he goes again, this time PB. Oh, failing though. This was actually My Insanity attempting it this time and not Trellborg.
And this is worrying. That's the third mistake for My Insanity around the belt. They don't really have the luxury or the time of doing that.
It's so hard for me, though, with the naked eye to sit here and tell what PB did differently than what Loiku did. Like, Loiku's were perfectly tossed. And then for PB, just an absolute disaster on that mistake. So now maybe leaving the tosses out for the rest of this round wouldn't be the worst idea. It's a 100-point lead at the moment for Trellborg.
Yeah, this is going to be getting very complicated for My Insanity. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was the thinking there, because they have the faster belt as well. So they don't have the problem with the belt speed, and they have a decent multiplier. So I'm not exactly sure why did they try to do it at that point. Because I think that they had a huge amount of bales around the belt already that they could have just continued to stack them, but they had some mistakes with it. So maybe they just wanted to show off a little bit or something, I don't know. But it was a little bit weird timing to attempt the toss. Or, well, we have some names there on the chat. Thank you for them from the names.
Yeah.
Valtra volley,
we got to come up with one for everyone.
And so on. Now you need to come up with
I
one
like
for
the Helm hurl.
Yeah, and we need one more for My Insanity as well. So Felden, get your pen and paper and start writing.
Man, what is it? What could we use for My Insanity? Yeah.
Well, 25 seconds to go.
Open up the thesaurus.
We'll come back to it. There's 11 bales remaining from My Insanity and just 20 seconds to deliver, so they need to be efficient. They can still do something about here with these bales, and let's see, they need to put something for the first floor for sure, but they can just shove these in, and that's going to be 10 points, 30 points in total, but they're going to be too far away. We can see Loiko trying to reach out, and they're still trying to do something. There's going to be 3 bales in mines, and they don't have the means anymore to catch up, and Trellborg will be collecting the first game of the series. Unfortunately, My Insanity, they just didn't get enough points from the second floor.
No, they didn't at all. They just kind of seemed to like always be just like right behind Trellborg throughout that round. Like, you know, you got to, I mean, look, 1 bale difference, but 50 points. So they've got to figure out a way to make up those 50 points. The delivered grain, pretty even. Delivered grain with multiplier, pretty close to even as well. The drops were the same. So, yeah, you just got to get more bales into the top. You can't afford to not score them at the maximum points, especially like in the World Championship tournament. These are the 8 best teams from this season. So you can't afford any sort of slip-ups.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those. I mean, I'm going to come back to the same topic. We saw those 3 mistakes from them. And the gap between the points, I mean, it wasn't that big, something like 40, 50 points in total. And we can assume that all the bales they had, they delivered at least to the bottom, more or less. So every missed opportunity with the belt, with the toss, cost the 10 points per bale, more or less. And we saw 3 bales on the toss. We saw 2 bales being dropped from the belt by mistakes, which actually adds up to 50 points.
I always leave the math to you. That was a fantastic job. My mind is blown even now. Again, you're always getting really close on the first bales as well. Trellborg and My Insanity, the second of the best of 3. Let's go. Let's do this. My Insanity now needs the win to stay alive at the top part of the bracket. What do you think, Maddie? You've done the entire season now. What do you think about the double elimination change? I mean, it means a longer day for us, right? But how do you think it plays out for the teams?
No, I really like it, and I know that the teams like the double elimination as well. Double elimination is great. I think it's exactly the right way because we saw so many teams dropping down on the first day last year.
Right.
Last season when we had the single elimination. So yeah, one bad game basically meant that, especially if we're running an event, they just traveled, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers maybe even, and then they will just come play one game and they're out of the tournament. So that I don't think it was fair. So I think the double elimination is definitely spot on. And when it comes down to the length of the days, when we do online only, it's completely fine because we don't have a stage, we don't have a schedule set by the event.
Right.
And we can divide the matches, let's say the Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be, let's say, even 7-8 matches a day.
Yeah.
But then when we do events like FarmCon or something else, when you either need to have something running at the stage all the time, which means that we have very many matches, or then we have an event where we have other content, we need to time it so.
Right.
And then it results to this, that we have very huge amount of games today and then just a couple tomorrow. So I think that the double elimination is great, and then maybe with a little bit of tweaking with the schedules, it would be better for the teams and also for the viewers as well.
Yeah.
I would say. I mean, we are here to work, so I'll be commentating like even if it's going to be 30 matches a day, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Yeah, we'll see if we just have the time, and I need to have a co-caster who has the energy for that as well.
There you go. Yeah, I think that it used to happen often with the single elimination that like it came down, if you got drawn against the team now known as Helm, even if you were the second best team, there was often times where, like, the top 3 teams, the second and third place would be eliminated in the very first match of the day. And then you would just end up with who knows what happening through the bracket. So I think it's nice to get through to the losers bracket and still be able to have a chance.
Yeah.
Because as we've already seen today, teams that even teams that don't make mistakes often, you can make a mistake that costs you a round. So the best of 3 with the double elimination is a great combination in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's great. Anyways, we have the second game of the series going on. So Trellborg leading the series 1-0. So My Insanity, they have, well, not their backs against the wall. They still can, fight on the lower bracket. We can see Ideal is going to be claimed by My Insanity. So that's going to be taken. We do have a Baylor there, also for PB? No, Jan, I think, having a Baylor. Anyways, we'll figure that out. Yeah, Jan is having a Baylor. And the first Baylor is actually going to be starting to build up, not that far away, but not so close either. And so it's a great placement. I think we can see Trellborg going to be closer, definitely. And we can see Hayden already ready to detach from behind of the combine. Going to be heading towards the barn. And seeing the seconds and the clock, so we are expecting something that is less than 140 for sure. But how much? I don't know, 135-ish, maybe something like that. But we just have to wait and see. And there we can see. So he's going to reverse that in. So it's going to be 133. And Jan is going to be arriving now. So that's going to be lower. So Trellborg will get the first bail. They will get slightly better points out of this one. And actually, Jan is going to be taking his time. So this will be maybe a 1 bail of a difference even, which is a pretty high amount. And 115. So 18 points of a difference. So that's... and I will say this just for Alex, because I know that he's stuck on the airport. So Alex, that is 0.9 bails.
I like it. Hopefully our partner in crime, Virtual Farmer, has a lot smoother rest of his journey to get here for FarmCon this weekend. 133 to 115. We're about to see our first set of drops showing up. What are we going to get here? Not seeing them on the map yet. Is it still the 8-minute mark, or am I mistaken now? I've been out of the game. Are the first drops at the 8-minute mark, Maddie?
We can also say that it's 9/10 of a bail.
He's over there doing math again.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to amuse Alex. He will be happy. Okay. So what was your question? Sorry, I was too much on math.
There it is. Bridges raised and bridges lowered. I have the answer now. So it's still the 8th minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been in the game season 5 that much. I think I've done 1 tournament.
Yeah, so we have the drops, and I think bridges lowered maybe is the one that somebody might be picking up, and then the other one might be following if they will go for them. But they were pretty far away from the actual from the area where the players are currently playing or harvesting. So we'll see if that's going to be used at all. But it's not going to be that influential because there isn't that much deliveries happening towards the barn. So where the bridges are doesn't really matter at all for the time being. We can see some of the Excel sheets here in front of my Insanity actually. And the calculator. What is this? What is this? A calculator. He's calculating Grainos. I don't know.
It's a man after your own heart. I mean, you're using your head to calculate over here.
I think that what the teams are now realizing is that they are starting to play the media. We saw Lindner to start with the dice earlier, and now we have calculators. We had actually last season we had New Holland, which has this strategy book that they were like trying to keep hiding a little bit as well.
Like the magic playbook.
So yeah, they have
something.
been having these elements. So maybe we need to get some kind of a merchandise actually to the studio as well that we can somehow play here. But that calculator was something because he was actually calculating something while driving.
Oh man. Yeah, I did not expect to see that, but we were already talking about the spreadsheets you were talking about that Helm has, and like things like this, like the scientific part of the game that these teams are bringing into the equation now is just absolutely entertaining for me to see, and in a completely different way than what we see on the screen, right? It adds like a different layer now that things are getting so close. The competition is at such a close level that like we're now using calculators on stage at FarmCon with the World Championships to make sure we're making the right decisions, because it is often coming down to the slimmest of margins. I love it.
Yeah, the calculator is something. I mean, there was a valid question on the chat. Is that a valid gaming device that you can actually use? And then you remember that, I don't know how it was in the US, but we had these math exams at school, and you needed to have also a certain model of calculator, and you were not allowed to store the formulas into the memory of the calculator.
Right, yeah.
So even if that would be approved, maybe we'll go and check the memory of it, that there is no grain, some kind of a multiplier formula applied there on the calculator. Okay, we got to be going way ahead of this, but you know, I get excited about these kind of things, and I can't really help it.
It's
Luckily,
funny, and I love it too.
You're in luck because I don't have any songs about the calculators. I know none, so that's a good thing. Anyways, we do have the drops coming at the same time as well, and
great multipliers out there.
Yeah,
so
great
that's
multiplier for sure. We got to be heading for that. Both teams are going to be getting 1.5 for my Insanity Trellborg tires. Both teams will start just immediately pouring down the crane as fast as they can, and now the question is that can they fit all of that on the silo? For sure they can.
We're gonna find out. Like I'm like you were talking about how grain multiplier is like, you know, a treat now. We've had it now 2 or 3 games recently. I'm loving seeing it pop up. It has been like flipping things back and forth. We have seen just a few times today a team with the multiplier advantage, but every team we've seen, like, you know, they've done really well with it. It is a nice thing to have.
So what's going on here? Does the calculator help them now to somehow fix it? Because the what is the grain situation for Trellborg? I mean, they should be pouring it down. They were just down to 1.0 and having a stopped belt as well.
I just loved how impressive, like, it's so seamless. He moved his hand off the mouse into the calculator while still steering, like.
Yeah, smooth movement. That's okay. Now they're going to be starting to unload. They have 30,000, so something tells me that Trellborg will be having a slight problem with the multiplier in the end. But how much of a problem? Where is it going to be ending up? 1.9 maybe. So that is definitely something. Maybe they will calculate the multiplier. I think that makes most of the sense. I mean, they don't need to calculate the pairs. Yeah, 1.9. Okay, it's not that big of a deal in the end. So they will be fine. And they have been pressing 10 bales as well. They're still on the lead. We have 2 and, well, almost 3 minutes to go still because he talk. Blistering like a bird on the fields.
My Insanity was in the lead for a brief moment there. Now it looks like they're going to get 24 bale points and go back into the lead. That is a significant amount of points just scored by picking up the super drop there. Remember 24 points when we get to the end. You might have to do some math. We might have to go borrow his calculator if we keep doing all these math equations. I know I will.
Yeah, I do have a laptop next to me, so I can use Excel if needed. But I don't think that they're going to be allowed for that. But yeah, we'll be fine. I think we can just go with the gut feeling. How do we feel about these things? We don't have to be that spot on. I mean, we can do these calculations in our heads. We can see Loiko going for the toss, trying to go for the toss,
Whoops.
maybe missing that one of that bale, and that's going to mess the whole trajectory. We'll still follow with the 2 bales, and he's going to try to toss it. No, he will wind down the engines and place the bales on the belt. Huge, well, not a huge drama, but maybe a something there, because there was definitely an attempt to throw all the 3 bales, but just didn't get that done, unfortunately. And I think that My Insanity, they can't go for the throw because Felden hasn't yet found the name for the toss.
Yeah, like Chalky and Felden are going back and forth now, trying to come up with a clever name. It's a tough one to come up with one for My Insanity. It's great to be back with you all, by the way, Maddie and everyone in chat, the Farming Simulator League viewers. You guys are always very entertaining, as well as the action in front of us is as well. Remember, Trellborg won the first round. This is the second one, so if Trellborg wins with 1:20 to go, they're advancing in the top part of the bracket. The winner of this one will face the winner of New Holland and Power Team Esport, and then the loser will face the loser of that one as well. 342 to 328, just over a minute to go. Too close to call. Either of these teams could take this one. It's exciting. I'm looking forward to it as we have a look at the teams. Now look at the focus. Look at the info sheets. No calculators in sight for My Insanity, but plenty of information in front of their eyes. They're in a 9-point lead. Now it's actually a 10-point lead for Trellborg. 50 seconds to go. 399 to 391. Back and forth we go. The bales are in the favor of My Insanity at the moment if they can score them all.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. I mean, the multiplier difference is so small that that cannot make much of a difference, but we can see My Insanity now scoring some. But yeah, 4-point lead, that's going to be another 19 points for Trellborg, 25 seconds to go. Trellborg having 5 bales and 6 bales for My Insanity. So yeah, if they're going to deliver all of those bales,
lead.
it's going to be a problem for sure. So we'll see where this is going to go. It's going to be very close if all the bales...
Trellborg now.
Trellborg's belt is very slow, actually. It shouldn't be that slow. That one bale is just standing, and there's going to be some scores on the second floor. It's going to be 540, 516. There's going to be 1 bale remaining for both of the teams. That's going to be a toss. It's going to come from My Insanity. No, in the end, it will be Trellborg getting the final toss. And there we have it.
The Trellborg toss for the win. That's the most clutch toss I've ever seen. I don't know if I've ever, maybe it has happened, but it rarely happens that someone attempts a toss at the very end. And not only that, they won with that, Maddie. Are you kidding me?
I think it was almost like still in the air when the time ran out. It was like so close.
It was like, I just want to like hear them say, like, in that moment, a famous French basketball player, Tony Parker, you know, just like they just put it up like Tony Parker and hope for the best, and he drained the bucket right at the end to win. At the buzzer.
Yeah, that was definitely something. I mean, it was so last minute toss. I thought that it was it. I did it was done already. My Insanity. I didn't know where the one final bale is, because I was wondering, looking at the X-ray, and I just saw that one bale on the belt, but I didn't know where the other one. I saw from the score sheet that they still have some bales, but where are they? But
it came flying out.
Yeah, it was coming around, and they just toss it like we can do it like a pew.
Oh man, I don't. Like, Trellborg may or may not go on to win this entire tournament, Maddie, but they might have the highlight of the tournament. If that is topped, we're in for a fantastic.
I mean, they have been a great opponent for Helm during the past tournaments, so you never know.
Wow,
so, but that's a great way of winning it. We have 2-0 for Trellborg. My Insanity is going to be dropping on the lower bracket, which means that Trellborg will continue in upper bracket, and there is, of course, a lot of great teams still remaining on the upper bracket, and one set of matches which we haven't yet seen, which we're going to see next. And then we have the final 2 teams making their appearance. But before that, we're going to be heading for a short break, and we'll be right back with the next game. and welcome back. It's going to be time for the last game of the first round on the upper bracket. We're going to be seeing finally New Holland, which is the second place team on the FSL circuit points, and they're going to be playing versus the Power Team Esports, which was the 7th place or 6th place. Anyways, so we'll see the appearance of the New Holland, which is the second place team. So we're going to be super excited to see that, of course.
We're going to see replays first of Trellborg against My Insanity. Trellborg winning in 2 straight rounds. They played really solidly, but My Insanity also having some mistakes. As we see here early, getting blocked at the Combine. That was a good moment for My Insanity in the 2 rounds, but the rest of it didn't really go their way. They were so close, though, in the last round. This is where we see Loiku doing the triple toss, the one landing perfectly on the belt and going in later. And then My Insanity just slightly off on their calculations. They should have brought a calculator. They missed out in that moment. And yeah, it was just a little bit too far for them. This is where Trellborg had to kind of pull out of that one. And I thought when PP put that one in, directly in, that had won it for My Insanity. And then Loiku came out of left field. I don't know where he came from with that last bail. I mean, with no time left as it went in. Insane. That was super exciting.
That was great. I mean, the toss and the timing and everything, and
yeah,
kind of a very clear signal currently that we are here to play.
Yeah, and Trellborg, winning in the 2. So Trellborg advances. They'll play the winner of the next matchup that we have coming. We're going to have New Holland against Power Team Esport. We're going to continue on with these hype videos. So New Holland is going to be up first. And New Holland has been an impressive team again this season, getting the New Holland sponsorship at the latter part of last season, if I remember correctly, and now playing this entire season as New Holland, one of the best teams in the league for sure. And here comes their hype video. I want to see what they got up to. I have a feeling this is going to be a good one. Here we go.
From dark horse to workhorse, these once underdogs have positioned themselves to the powerhouse that stands before you today. At the Season 4 World Championship, New Holland faced adversity head-on. Setbacks? Mere stepping stones. They soared, defying fate, and claimed 2nd place. Will they reap victory this time? Bet against them at your peril, for these warriors are more than a team. They are the Harvest Reapers of Destiny.
Gotta love this.
Yeah, one of the things I love the most about New Holland is that their coach takes his role seriously. You saw he was the one in the suit there, the sunglasses, looking professional. That New Holland are ready to play. We're going to see Power Team Esports hype video now coming up in just a moment. And 2 French teams here. Again, we've already seen the other French team play earlier on, and so it's nice to see all of them making their way into the league. Here we go. Let's see this hype video now.
From its inception, Power Team Esports has been a cornerstone of Farming Simulator League. The faces in the lineup may have changed, but the drive, desire, and determination remain the same, as they now own a spot at the table as one of the oldest non-sponsored teams in the FSL. They continue to bet on themselves and galvanize the crowd, aiming to upset the competition.
Oh, look at that, pulling out the cheeky heart, the little wink at the camera. Power Team Esport are here to play. They're also here to have some fun. I love seeing it. It's always exciting to see these guys get together again, not just the players on their own teams, but the teams themselves. I think that it's wild because there's so much prize money, prize pool at stake this year, 40,000 at stake this weekend. But when these teams come together, they seem to enjoy each other's company.
Yeah.
They're always having a good time, right? It's always very positive feeling, and I love that.
Yeah, it's like a group of people, I mean, who have been going through these events for multiple years, so it's almost like a circle of friends. They will meet monthly, every couple of months on the event, so they are really getting along, and the teams are definitely enjoying their time together. And we do have another commentator joining the German team as well. So yeah, a new face for the season.
So New Holland and Power Team Esport ready to square off here. Look at the poses. I love it. So Tita on New Holland, his brother actually came by the booth at TwitchCon. He said, "Hi, my brother is Tita from New Holland in the FSL." I was like, "No way, that's really cool." So last week in Rotterdam, I was there representing Giant Software along with Klaus Eilerman, our event manager. And yeah, we saw a lot of fans there, including Tita's brother, which was really cool.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I mean, New Holland, they claimed the second place. They were actually holding the fourth place on the circuit points just before the last event. And then there was some upsets actually on the first day of the previous tournament. So New Holland pulled that through and they claimed the second place last event. So they kind of climbed from fourth to second. And as we saw earlier on the circuit points, the whole situation with all the way from second to fifth was very close, just inside 20 points. So they got the better throw out of it. We do have Big Hole versus
exactly
Big
the
Hole.
same.
Yeah, they are just mirroring them. But yeah, just saying that New Holland has been really stable. But I would say, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a bold statement, but I would say that, for example, Trellborg, which we saw, lately they have been a better team than New Holland in the end.
Right.
But New Holland has been just more stable during the whole season, as Trellborg kind of like didn't have the results at the start of the season. And the Power Team Esports has been surprising us from time to time, so we'll see how this goes. And of course, in this kind of a lineup, I would say that the definitely New Holland has the upper hand, more or less. And also one thing about you, so about the coach. So based on the jacket, I would say that maybe he's even a manager, because your managers, they have these cheeky jackets a little bit.
Right.
Coaches are more like, you know, settling down with the players, and then the managers are the ones who are dealing with the money with the jackets.
He definitely looks like he's playing the part, that's for sure. All right, here we go. The best of three, the first round. New Holland against Power Team Esports coming up in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Here we go. Obelix will be heading towards the pod. We can see a combine there waiting for him.
A little shaky.
And he's going to be claiming that. There's not going to be any kind of a challenge, because it's Tita going for the other combine meanwhile. And of course, that's going to be a New Holland one. I mean, not a surprise that New Holland player wants to get the a New Holland one. And we saw the finger pose at the start. It wasn't the heart. To me, it seemed like a New Holland logo.
You think
when
that's
he
what
had
they're
the
going
fingers.
for?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that was done by Power Team Esports, but it looked like a New Holland logo. I mean, more or less the fingers like pointing like a Citroën logo upside down, more or less. Anyways, that's a completely different topic. We can see Fato already heading towards the barn. We have 9:20 on the clock. Now he's going to be actually going to do the bail. Doesn't have the bail with him at all. But that's going to be pretty close still towards the barn, because in Noricam already crossing the bridge. He has the bail. So Power Team Esports on the other side. This could be actually a very good first bail. 145. Ooh. There we go. A very good. So I think that's one of the best first bails that I have seen from Power Team Esports ever. And Fato, he's going to miss that one.
Oh,
yeah, it's going to be too early. Way too early. And he's going to make the other, like a glory round around the bell. That's going to be 131. So the gap will be 14 points. Not the end of the world, but I would say definitely a great start from Power Team Esports.
Yes, a great start, and there are a lot of Noricam fans that have been in chat so far today from Power Team Esports.
Yeah, fans. I mean, I love to see this. We have a lot of activity on the chat actually currently, and yeah, we can see that Noricam definitely has a fan club. So I think if you get to FarmCon, you might be able to get some signatures for sure.
Yeah, you might be able to, that's for sure. All right, so looks like speed limit was picked up by Power Team Esport. Don't think New Holland has picked up anything yet. Good thing he's got the runner perk to get over there just in time to grab speed limit.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's see, New Holland. I mean, we had the Big Hole versus Big Hole, so both teams are having the trucks or the Optimus Primes in their disposal as we speak. So we'll see. I mean, Big Hole, when we started with this whole new perk rule, there was a lot of teams who wanted to play always the same perk against the other one. So it was this round is going to be, yeah, Big Hole versus Big Hole, then we had Unstoppable versus Unstoppable and so on. But lately it has been so that they have been mixing more, and actually seeing the Big Hole versus Big Hole is not that common that we see it happening. I don't think we have seen this in the past 2 tournaments, maybe once or something like that. So interesting to see. We can see that there's going to be some controllers being used instead of the mouse and keyboard by Power Team Esports. And look at these guys. They are very focused on New Holland team. They are just staring at the screen, wondering where to go, what to do. No emotions at all. So
no calculators in sight, though.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys had for
Trellborg's onto
breakfast.
something.
And it's the first game of the whole tournament for them, of course. I mean, they are just making their entrance, and after this one, we have finished the first round, of course, of the upper bracket, and then we're going to be heading towards the next round. I think the next game will be from the second round on the upper bracket, and then we'll be heading at some point to see what is happening on the lower bracket as well.
Yep.
So we have plenty of matches to go. We have done, 3? So we have still these plus 7 remaining for today.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, after this one will be Helm against Valtra in the quarterfinals. And, yeah, looking forward to that matchup. That'll be the first one in the upper part of the bracket as we advance along. First, though, we got to settle this one. This is just the first round, so which one of these teams is going to come through? We've already kind of talked about, how each team has been playing throughout the season. But the important part through the season is getting here. Once you make it here to the World Championships, just bring your A game and anything can happen. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, always you need to have your best game, I would say. You don't really have time to slack it, at least on the World Championships, I would say. And yeah, we'll see how this is going to play out. We have just 5 seconds for the second wave of the drop, so we'll see what kind of a disruptive gameplay might be happening. And the drops are there. A grain multiplier once again. It's getting completely crazy with the grain multiplier. And now when we look at the amount of grain, New Holland has been collecting more, but we have some early deliveries from the Power Team Esports, so that could be backfiring a little bit as Power Team Esports lost the multiplier for all the grain already delivered. So we'll see how this will play out. But on the other hand, they're going to be collecting some more as well. So 1.7 to 2.3 for the time being. And for sure, the grain multiplier will be the one that's going to be used. Fato having his circles, bailing a little bit on the side. Noricam. And I can almost hear the applauses coming from the audience. Yay, go Noricam! We can have the fan club. Can I have your autograph, please?
I want to point out, by the way, it just was put in chat, there is a giveaway going on this weekend during the World Championships of Season 5. We are giving away 5 keys for Farming Simulator 22 Premium Edition, which comes with Farming Simulator 22 and all of the Year 1 and Year 2 DLC. So if you're out there and you don't have all the DLCs, or maybe you haven't played our game yet, definitely click on that link in chat, go enter, and you might walk away the winner. And if you don't see the link in chat at any point, you can type in ! giveaway.
Well, we do have the unloading happening, so we can see that New Holland is pouring down. We can see Power Team Esports arriving to the silo as well. And the final multipliers are going to be starting to form out. As we have less than 4 minutes to go, we have 2.3 for New Holland and Power Team Esports. Yeah, they're going to be losing this one. So it's going to be exactly the same as it was before the final deliveries of the grain. So it's going to be a 6-point difference per bale towards New Holland. So they definitely have the upper hand on this one. And yeah, no more grain is going to be delivered. 3.5 minutes to go because the teams are now starting to operate around the belt. 3 bales are going there very, very nicely. And the belt speed, on the other hand, Power Team Esports having a slight advantage on that one, but it's not going to be anything major. So it's definitely something that New Holland can still work with.
Yeah, that's a tough. 6 points is a lot when you're doing it per bale. So good news that right now was that Power Team Esports had the lead, although it's been cut only to 2 with 3 minutes to go. They are just going to have a really tough time now if they're trying to go bale for bale against New Holland. They need that right there. 34 bale points will certainly help. That makes up for some of the points they're going to lose,
They will
Maddie.
take the lead.
Yeah.
For the time being. So that is I mean, sometimes you have this term that something is like giving you a hand, or you're eating from somebody's hand. So I would say that Power Team Esports, they just get a huge gift, which is going to help them out for sure. Well, so let's see how they will use it in the end. I think New Holland still have the advantage with the points and the Belt speed is still decent, so we'll see how this goes. 2.5 minutes to go, and we can see Obelix now from the Power Team Esports. What I like here is that I can see that the bales are very nicely stacked. Okay, that one is gonna, oh, that's gonna fall down for sure. T-Chop will try to go for the toss, and he needs to take off the speed a little bit. I don't think he can still make it anymore. Yeah, it's gonna be too slow for sure. So he will just approach the belt. We'll put the bales in, and we'll let the belt to do its work. Obelix, very nice work actually with the bales here. That's gonna be 4 bales, so that's gonna be, what is it, like 54 points in total or something like that. So that's gonna be still a decent amount of 64 points actually in total. But anyways, doesn't make that much of a difference here. So the bales are going in. Still looking for the any kind of a facial expressions here, but no, they are just focused, fully focused, I would say, and. Maybe they're staring at this bale like we are as it's going in to the second floor finally. So, and that's going to be 23 points per bale. And but yeah, Power Team Esports managing nicely with these stacks of 2. And they haven't been doing any mistakes, so that the level of efficiency is, I don't know. I'm not going to say that it's something that I haven't seen before. But I would say that based on what I have seen from the Power Team Esports in the past, I think that their gameplay is most structured currently.
Yeah, I mean, I think like they're looking really good so far in this one, even with the points against them. A minute to go, they're up by 16 points. It's really surprising that they were still in the lead. Now it's gone away, as I'm saying. At New Holland, though, with a minute to go, this should be where they start to control, because now it's going to be matching each other bale for bale. The bale count is exactly the same.
That one bale could change a lot of things. I mean, the one on the middle, because if it gets stuck, it might drop the last bale as well from the belt.
Ooh,
and
yep, you're right.
It's going to happen.
Call.
Exactly. There we go.
That's
what
Power Team needed.
Yeah, that is exactly the break what Power Team Esports needed, because now New Holland had the lead, 25 seconds to go, and 6 bales still remaining for Power Team Esports, and they are placing them very, very carefully. 15, 20 seconds to go. And let's see how they will come back from this. For New Holland, they had 3 bales on the belt. They're going to shove those in. That's going to be 20 points. And that's going to be almost 500 points in total. But Power Team Esports, they are still having some bales. They have 4 bales undelivered. Tita will be just... No, I want this one in! But they will still win it in the end. And is this actually the case that Power Team Esports, they had 4 bales undelivered in the end?
Wow.
Because that's going to make a lot of a difference. Because it was so close that small mistake actually opened the window to Power Team Esports, but unfortunately it seems that they were not able to utilize it.
You think we can call that last bale? Can we call that like a baby toss? Like he put it into the bottom, but he just like lifted it right over the baler and somehow made it go into the bottom. I like it. Yeah, so you were right. 2 undelivered actually.
Yeah, not that bad.
552 to 481. I mean, the bale count was about the same, only 1 extra and 1 extra into the top as well for New Holland. But it was just it came down to the multiplier, I think. Even with the bale points that Power Team got, it just wasn't enough for them, losing out on those extra points each time. So New Holland takes the first of the best of 3, and probably what we had expected. But Power Team Esport now need to go back to the drawing board to stay alive at the top part of the bracket here.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, I mean, great job, of course, from the New Holland. And the baby toss, I'm still thinking about it. I think I approve. Okay. I mean, for you, for sure, I will approve it. But yeah, there's just let's see, too many images coming to my head from that expression that I'm still wondering. But yeah, we can call that a baby toss, definitely. It's going to go above the baler. So good job. But yeah, New Holland, they did it. I think there was an opening for Power Team Esports in the end. But yeah. But those 2 bales undelivered, that's not that big of a deal than the 4 bales. So even if they would have delivered those 2 bales on the second floor, it wouldn't have made a difference. So in the end, it doesn't make that much of sense to talk about it anymore. But yeah, we're going to be going towards the second game of the series. And yeah, like you said it, we'll see if Power Team Esports will find the means to stay on the upper bracket.
I think they can. I mean, they've got the ability if they can clean things up. If they make sure that the multiplier doesn't go that much against them, they definitely are within a real chance. Looks like we're going to have New Holland banning the telehandlers here. You don't ban one, and often you do not like ban the other. It doesn't. It just doesn't happen that you don't do both. The John Deere 8R is a popular one to be banned today as well. Let's see what else. The Colossus Lexion, we've seen that a few times. And now let's see. It's got to be the New Holland telehandler, right? New Holland banning the New Holland. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, New Holland did play with the telehandlers. They are traditionally a team that is not really wanting to play with them against Helm. But then they have been playing with them against the others. And by the way, Felden, if you're there, we need a name for the New Holland maneuver with the telehandler, whatever that's called. So put your drawing board back into play. But just saying that I would say that the how this feels to me, and I might be completely wrong, but somehow this feels that this was maybe a little bit of a practice with the telehandlers for New Holland, so they wanted to try that out.
Okay. Yeah.
And now they are kind of okay. So maybe the next time they will allow Helm to play with the telehandlers versus them. We'll see.
Maybe. I think it doesn't matter. Like you see teams ban against Helm, the telehandlers, and they're fine playing either way. I think most of these teams would be. You definitely have to be adaptable more than ever in Season 5, I'm finding, to be able to come out on top. The competition is just so much closer. These teams are so evenly matched. All right, here we go. Second of the best of 3 coming up in 3, 2, 1. Will New Holland advance, or will Power Team Esport force the third one?
I was expecting the lift off at the end of the counter somehow. But
maybe if Apollo was in, if we were watching Lindner, you know, it would have had to been lift off.
Yeah, that is a good pick, actually. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Anyways, so yeah, we are back in the play. We can see Valo, and he's going to start actually, how it seems to me, the Power Team Esports going to start to press the first bale in a bit untraditional location. And no, they are right here. So they have another combine. And this is actually looking really, really good. They have all the utilities closest to the barn. So Power Team Esports, they might be getting a very good first bale. And I'm waiting that the chat will go crazy if Norican's going to be delivering a great first bale. So be guys ready. Have your emotes ready. Because Norican will be coming from here with his bale, with the baler. And this could be 145-ish again.
Oh,
he's going to miss that toss, unfortunately.
Oh,
but it's going to... It's so close. It's going to be still like 137-ish or something like that, or 136. Yeah, 136. So it's still a great first bale. So I will give you a permission to use the emotes on the chat right now. So Norican fans, show yourself.
Fat 2 now, meanwhile, coming in over the safer route, a little bit slower approach. And this is going to be quite a significant gap in between the two. So good job there by Power Team recovering. So yeah, 136 to 112. So anytime you're over 20 points, you know, that can be significant because you're now going to have to make that up throughout the rest of the round.
Yeah, we have the drops as well. So direct delivery and silo closed. And as we discussed this earlier, the direct delivery has been quite popular. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be picked by both of the teams. The silo close at this stage is not making much of a... well, I mean, sometimes actually we have teams who want to do the early delivery from whatever reason. So then picking the silo closed actually had made some sense in the past. It's disrupting a little bit their strategy. But yeah, as we can see, direct delivery is going to be picked by both of the teams. And they'll be happy to collect a bit of a grain already and try to do something with the multipliers, and of course not kind of like missing out if the other one's going to be doing it anyways.
I like when we see these moments of the game where like the teams are doing the same thing, right? You get to see that split screen view. These early moments where you're out harvesting, you're emptying your grain. It's just such seamless teamwork by both teams, and now they're on their way to start delivering some grain. It looks like, you know, teams are actually choosing more often than not to not fill up the entire grain cart. It looks like New Holland might be filling theirs up all the way, but Power Team Esport just decided to go ahead and go in with what they had. That doesn't look quite full, But there's going to be at least another delivery of grain by both teams, I would imagine, before this round ends. This is the first one here.
Yeah, this is some kind of an initial delivery, and maybe just to mix up a little bit with New Holland's gameplay. I don't know how it's going to play out in the end, because they had also 2 combines there, so they should definitely have some more grain available as well. But it's actually a pretty large initial delivery. 2.5, we have seen sometimes that they will go 2.5 to 2.7. 2.6, of course, that's, you know, between them. So
yeah, so here's now evening out our New Holland with Fatu. This is probably going to end up right about even here. But if we look at the grain at the moment, there is slightly more left for New Holland, but they are trailing in the multiplier. So 136 to 112. And Noricam now bringing in some more.
Yeah,
and
second wave.
He's going to leave it there for now, so they'll bring the combines in a moment and fill them directly in, I would imagine.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. We still have the second wave of the drops, and well, silo close was used, but the grain multiplier, I really actually would not mind not seeing it.
We've seen it a lot
It's been there quite a bit now, so, and yeah, it's not there, so we have bridges lowered and speed limit. I guess speed limit maybe is something that the both of the teams going to be picking up in the end. So nothing disruptive on this one. We can see the final, well, not the final, but the amounts of grain what the teams have currently. And New Holland having 45,000. And I'm not sure if our team is going to be still collecting. They had a slightly above 40,000. Yeah, they're still collecting actually. So if New Holland will not resume collecting the grain, they will have a problem with the multiplier for sure. So they were already like 1.8, and they had like a 5,000, well 3,000 more, which is not going to be enough even to change the multiplier with the 0.1. Which means that now with all these deliveries, it means that the yeah, it's going to stay 1.8 or something like that, very similar. That's what I'm expecting more or less. So New Holland for sure, they will not be catching up. So it's all about how they will be losing actually on the multiplier, which is not the greatest. And Power Team Esport still having 9,000, 2.9. They don't want to stop the belt. And New Holland, I think this is the moment when they realize that they might have a trouble on their hands, as they saw that how low their multiplier actually went at this stage. And let's see the final deliveries from the New Holland side. That's going to be 1.7.
Oh, Fallows.
Yep.
A little shaky here. Like he was having issues getting the pipe into the right spot, moving the grain cart around, and then dumped a little bit on the ground as well. You don't want to be doing that. As we actually see one of the members, I believe that was actually Valo, using a controller. You can use a controller or mouse and keyboard in the Farming Simulator League. Your controller has to be approved by the tournament organizer and then kind of kept in a safe area until you're up and ready to play. So no modifications, of course, allowed to your equipment or anything of that nature. So yeah, you don't often see players use the controller, but it is an option. And I think that was actually, it's that Noricam who's actually using the controller. That maybe that's why he has so many fans.
Yeah, it could be.
Doing things a little differently.
We have the final multipliers as well. So New Holland actually did collect a little bit more grain when they realized the situation. So they made it all the way to 1.0. So not the completely even, but the definitely well, better than 1.7 for sure. And they do have the faster belt as their advantage. They do have more bales as well. Bale wheatering is going to be available for 1 bale. So let's see who's going to be coming to pick this up. Nobody, at least from the New Holland side, is going to be approaching, and nobody from the Power Team Esports side either for the time being. So let's follow this closely. We will see when that happens.
Ooh,
and a lot of traffic happening here. Whoops, I'm just going to go swimming.
Tita
decides that he wants to have a dip.
Oh, that may backfire.
Yeah, it's a little bit of weird. I mean, I don't know what was the idea there.
I mean, all 3 of them are going to the same static bridge route.
Yeah, but I mean...
And bottleneck is in play, of course, so all the bridges are raised.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if he would have just waited for 5 seconds instead of trying to somehow get away from
like,
the water for 20 seconds,
yeah.
that would have been better.
It's like risk against reward, right? I think maybe the thinking is, oh, if I can make this, but
yeah. I'll try the same risk versus the reward next time in the traffic lights. That I'll just think that I will not wait for 5 seconds. I will just try my luck with the truck that's going to be coming from the other direction. Okay, meanwhile, we are stacking things already on the belt. So Power Team Esports, they actually do have the lead. They have the multipliers. Everything is more or less lining up on their side for the time being.
Someone's crashed, though, on the red team side. We've seen the oops at the bottom right, but we don't know what's happened. A Bale-tastic, though.
For them.
A Bale combo is very rare anymore in the Farming Simulator League, but getting the bonus, and a Bale-tastic, we now see. I like when we see it in French now as well. So 50 points when you get a Bale-tastic.
Yeah.
That's for 10 in a row without reply from your opponent.
That's interesting. I mean, great for Power Team Esports. They're leading almost by 200 points now. So New Holland, they really need to work. They have the bales though, but they only have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So this is definitely, I don't know what happened there because Tita, I don't know, did he have a plan to go and counter because he was heading towards the bottom, but then he didn't make it on time. So we'll see. But definitely, I would say that Power Team Esports, well, getting that Bale-tastic is definitely a great thing to happen at this point.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Like, this is a very solid performance. And I'm guessing that we just keep seeing oops because they're intentionally driving into the water.
Yeah.
Because we haven't really seen Power Team Esport, slow down. This is exactly the performance they needed after losing the first round. And unless something absolutely crazy happens in the next 25 seconds, they look good to force the third of the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's only, I think, 5 bales remaining for New Holland. So I don't think that they even have the bales anymore. Even if they put them all on the belt, it's going to be less than 100 points. So Power Team Esports, I think after having just these bales, that's going to cover it. So Power Team Esports, they have won it already.
What is going on with New Holland in this round?
Yeah, I don't know. The guys are nuts, definitely. They have been maybe watching those commercials from the M&Ms. Yeah. Where the guys are just completely nuts. And look at these guys. They're going to be so happy as they are claiming the series. And
yeah,
I'm kind of intrigued by the controller, though. I mean, I like the colors and everything. Is that an Xbox controller, third-party Xbox controller, or what kind of a controller that is? So
yeah, looks like looks definitely like a third-party one. There comes another Heart Hands, Noricam, the star of the show. Giving the love to his fans in chat, and we've definitely seen them show out. I love it.
Yeah.
Look at that. Even on bales, no super drop, but the Bale-tastic was part of it, and just overall, I think Power Team Esport just played very strong. They did have a slight multiplier advantage.
Yeah, true.
Another kiss now, blowing kisses.
Yeah, the guys are definitely happy. On the New Holland side, not so happy. I mean, they're probably not worried. I mean, it's the first round. They can still go for the lower bracket. And, I mean, then they still have the third game of the series as well. So there's a lot of opportunities. But, of course, they were maybe hoping that they will somehow manage this with the 2 matches out of 3. But, yeah, we can see that they're still smarting a little bit. So not the end of the world. And they're just talking about the strategy, how they will do it. And the third game of the series is going to be, of course, then telling us how this will end in the end. But yeah, nothing is set on the stone.
No, not yet. I really like this one's too close to call. You see those handsome German guys on the screen again. We're going to have the next match coming up in 10 seconds, and the winner of this one faces off against Trellborg, who did the only sweep so far of the first 4 matchups, beating My Insanity 2-0. And the winner plays them, the loser plays My Insanity. So here we go. That'll determine which of these teams stays in the top and which one goes into the bottom part of the bracket.
True. Well, let's see the bans. We have John Deere. Let's see what's going to happen with the telehandlers. That's kind of something that I'm slightly interested about. So New Holland is wondering, but yeah, they will go on with the bans of the telehandlers. So Money Joe, New Holland's going to follow for sure. And then Power Team Esports going to be choosing something else to ban, maybe a smaller tractor, who knows. What's going to be their pick, or maybe even class. Yeah, Lexion, that's what I was going for, that it could be another choice, because we have seen the Lexion being banned quite often lately. Yeah, this kind of disruption started like a couple tournaments ago, more or less. And then we have unstoppable versus unstoppable. That's what we have remaining.
These
so we
teams
go
just keep matching each other, don't
yeah.
they? Yeah, that's interesting. Usually you see teams like tend to try to go like, you know, a strategy, a perk against another perk. These teams, though, have been picking the same thing throughout.
Yeah,
so it's really coming down to how the actual gameplay is played. And, you know, New Holland made a few mistakes in that second round, Maddie, and they definitely don't want to do those again because I think that kind of put them behind a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same. I mean, you came in the morning with the FSL shirt. I matched you. I went and picked the FSL shirt as well. So that's what we do. We mirror.
Slightly different in machines, kind of similar, at least in how machines will operate and the style of the machines themselves. So pretty even across the board. Here we go. I'm excited. Who will it be? New Holland or Power Team Esport? Let us know in chat who you think is going to advance to the top part of the bracket. The good news is the loser, this one, their journey doesn't end here. So both teams will continue on.
Maybe it will be Noricam.
Maybe. I would imagine that's what the chat will say. Here we go. Speaking of, we're watching Noricam right now, coming out of the gates and going for the Fent of Baylor.
Yeah, Noricam really likes to play the Terra track all the time. Just cruising with his Terra track here. He really likes to play that one. Tito's going to be getting the Ideal. The Ideal, that's a huge machine. I had the pleasure of seeing that at the Llama. Yeah. Because it was parked right to the next hall next to us. I was like, whoa.
It's right outside, too. We were out there earlier. It's going to be a fun weekend, of course. This is just the beginning of the weekend.
Can I drive it? The Ideal?
Yeah, maybe. You're asking the wrong man. If it was up to me, I'd say no. Lucky for you, it's not up to me, so maybe you'll get your chance.
Why no? I thought that you were on my side. Okay.
If they have a Valtra out there, because it is AGCO as well, I think that it would only be fitting, though, if they let you drive that, right?
Okay. Noricam's going to be crossing the bridge. Well, I'm just like very discreetly changing the topic now.
I heard his feelings,
Noricam coming, yeah. Yeah, 131 for Noricam, for Power Team Esports. So that's going to be the first bail. They're going to be beating New Holland. So New Holland has been having some, I don't know what kind of an action. So maybe they didn't get the most best locations to start to do the bailing. So we can see Fato now coming from the safer route. That's going to take a bit of a time. So they will definitely lose on the points. Crazy Tool and Bridges Raised will be here on the first drops. And let's see how this will go with the first bail. That's going to be like a 110 or something like on that ballpark. No, 102. Yeah. So they're going to be losing with 29 points at this point. So Power Team Esports is actually having a great start.
It's similar to how the last round started, too.
It's looking really good.
And it went in the way of Power Team Esports. So, yeah, New Holland, you know, it's not over yet, but that can't give them the confidence boost that they need right now. That's for sure. Wow. I'm kind of surprised with how this one's going. Like, no discredit, though, because Power Team Esport are a solid team, and they're proving it here. Any team that makes it into the World Championship this season is, you know, one of the best in the league. So the competition is fierce, and we've had, I mean, it's been crazy already. This is only the fourth matchup. We've seen crazy stuff happen. Helm was pushed to the brink. We saw Trellborg with a last-minute toss to win and advance. That was insane. My Insanity were like on the brink of forcing the third of the best of three, and now we've got these two teams playing a really good one too. So
yeah, let's see how this plays out. Well, Noricam seems to be heading towards some kind of an early delivery already because he's going to be getting the pipe nozzle. What's that called officially? He will be anyways getting that out, and this is something we have been discussing with Alex, that why do the players do it already that early? Because it just only increases the risk of getting stuck with the buildings when you are kind of like piloting around them. Because you still have the time just to do it on the straight here when you come here. But okay, they just want to prepare. Anyways, they will start pouring down a little bit, so they will get the multiplier all the way to 2.5-ish maybe. We'll just have to wait and see how far they will deliver. 2.6, and will they just go? They will go all the way to 2.7 actually. And now we can see Fato coming with the early delivery as well. We have 1 minute till the second wave of the drops, so then we'll see if there's going to be something disruptive. Silo closed and grain multiplier is still in the play, so we haven't seen those on the first round of the drops at all. Meanwhile, Noricam, the fan favorite here, once again. Maybe he gets to drive the ideal. Maybe Terminator will give him the permission to drive it.
Tita's certainly driving it at the moment in the game. I think there will be some tractor driving available at FarmCon, at least for some of the visitors this weekend. So you might get your chance.
Yeah.
Like I said, lucky for you, it's not up to me.
Yeah. I know. It's all good. No worries. So, yeah, we can see Power Team Esports, we can see Valo actually having a quite unusual route. I mean, it's a slightly wider, and of course with the combine you want to go from there. We of course love to see the sceneries a little bit, all the nice textures and the 3D modeling that the team has been putting in. In the previous FarmCon, I actually had the pleasure of spending some time with the landscaping team, who was actually doing all these landscapes and the sceneries and the rocks and the flowers and the trees, and I had some really nice discussions with those guys. So it was a pleasure. Anyways, meanwhile, 5 minutes on the clock, and did we see the second wave of the drops? We didn't see them where they are. Actually,
there
here they are.
now.
Bale drop and the bridge is lowered, so nothing disruptive on the gameplay. So we can think that the grain game, as we see it, is happening exactly as we can see the multipliers, and they can just freely do the deliveries as they wish.
Power Team Esport, if they could score some bales now, they would be getting a significant amount of extra points. The bale count is even. The multiplier currently in Power Team Esport's favor as Norcam gets the bridges lower drop at the right moment there, and now New Holland is answering back. So this should end up being just about even. New Holland probably, playing it safe in case grain multiplier showed up there, though it did not. So it should end up at 2-2. Actually, they're just shy, but I think he's got a little bit more grain. Now Power Team Esports delivering, so back and forth we go. And here soon, all the grain will be delivered, and it'll be time to start delivering the bales to score some points and figure out which one of these teams stays at the top part of the bracket.
Yeah, the whole multiplier situation, New Holland still having 14,000. So 1.9, I think, is the best they can reach here. So they will have the same problem with the multiplier, which they had on the previous game as well. They will stay with the 1.9, and Power Team Esports will be claiming that slight benefit on the multiplier. So
2 extra
they have
points.
a slight favor there.
Not as bad as it was last round, but still an advantage for Power Team Esport, and they started already strong on the first bale. It's a 10-point lead for them now as New Holland delivers their second bale of the match. Actually, they've delivered 3. They're currently on a 4-10 combo here. So Power Team Esport needs to be a little bit careful, paying attention. Don't let them get a bale-tastic. Power Team Esport got that the last round and ended up coming out on top.
Yeah, okay, let's see how this plays out. 3 minutes to go. So we are seeing the
multiplier
final
switch.
Yeah, that's going to help out New Holland a little bit. So the Super Drop's going to be picked by New Holland.
Power Team Esport actually picked it up.
Yeah, they want to make it slower to make sure that New Holland is not
do it quickly,
yeah.
Right. Go ahead and do it now.
New Holland is having that many bales ready, so they should be just utilizing it as we speak, because they only have a couple of seconds. I don't know what Obelix was actually waiting there for a while, but we're going to be able to get something out of it. Nope, the multiplier has already switched back. Those bales are not going to be reaching the barn before this stage.
New Holland is in the lead now, though. Briefly, now it's gone away, as Power Team Esport has 4 more bales already on the belt coming in. So, yeah, I think this one's going to be really close again. It's going to be tough to call this one. Power Team Esport, though, extending that lead a little bit. New Holland just now starting to get their bales onto the belt, 276 to 197 with 2 minutes to go. The lead's going to extend a bit briefly here in a moment for Power Team Esport. Now it's a 60-point lead and extending it to 297 to 216. Back and forth we go, and Velo bringing even more bales in.
Yeah, this is getting complicated for New Holland. It's less than 2 minutes, and they are losing with 100 points for the time being. So Power Team Esports actually has been playing this really well. And, I mean, of course, I'm not going to call it or anything like that, but Power Team Esports beating New Holland, that's the first upset of the tournament, if that's going to happen. Because maybe something that we didn't expect to happen at this stage. But let's worry about that later. Anyway, so the gap is now 90 points. Both teams are actually getting the bales on the belt. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. 7 bales remaining for New Holland. 8 actually now, so they're pressing some more. I think Power Team Esports is pretty much even with the bales. 6, okay, so they're a couple bales shy. But that's not going to be enough to explain the gap of 100 points as we are starting the final minute. So New Holland, they need to be pressing some more bales, and they also need to be delivering. So everything is now favoring currently Power Team Esports more or less. They have the multiplier, they have the bales, they have the lead in the points. 45 seconds to go. New Holland doesn't do any mistakes here. We can see also Power Team Esports getting a couple of the bales on the belt as well. 7 bales still remaining for New Holland. 35 seconds to go. And the nothing is, it's going to be so tough to actually, you need basically 5 bales to come up with 85 points. 3 or 4 is not going to be enough at all. So that's going to be way too much, and I don't think that New Holland has the way to come back from this one if all is going to be getting those bales on the second floor. We can see Power Team Esports still putting the bales. New Holland will need to put some on the first floor as well. 15 seconds to go, and the gap is going to be more than 100 points. They just don't have the bales anymore. It's going to be Power Team Esports for sure who's going to be getting the 3rd game of the series, and they will drop down New Holland to the lower bracket.
Wow.
Yay!
Look at that. What a performance. The fans were in chat for Power Team Esport. Sigh of relief there, and just like, confusion almost for New Holland. Not what we would have expected, that's for sure. So the 2nd seed is going to drop down and will play My Insanity. So we're talking about one of New Holland or My Insanity will be, one of the first teams to go out. That will come up later. That'll be our 8th match of the day. This was the 4th. So, 549 to 483. Power Team Esport had 1 less bale delivered in total and still won by that significant of a margin. Just a fantastic job by them. Of course, the first bale was a huge portion of those points, Maddie. But the way they played throughout the rest of the round, they just didn't really seem to have any mistakes. They were just solid and smooth throughout.
Yeah, it was a really good play from Power Team Esports, and definitely dropping New Holland. I mean, that's the 2nd place team.
Yeah.
From the FSL circuit points, so they placed 2nd on the league before the grand final. So that's a huge upset here. And of course, when we go to the lower bracket, My Insanity versus New Holland, so that one of those teams will be dropping down today already. That's going to be huge. But they are very well done from the Power Team Esports, and I mean, they didn't do anything that special. Right. I mean, they just played their own game. They focused on their own gameplay. Didn't try to pull any magical strategies or anything like that. They just did their job very well.
Yeah, it was very methodical, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had their strategy. No fancy calculators, no dices to throw.
The 2nd game, they had the Bale-tastic as well. I mean,
didn't think about the rainbows or anything like that, so it's all fine.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break here in a moment. We'll be back with the first one of the 2nd round now. We're going to round 2. We're gonna have Helm against Valtra. We'll have the highlights of the previous one between New Holland and Power Team Esport as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
And welcome back. It's going to be time to see how the matches are going to be, of course, proceeding on the second round of the grand final. But of course, we're going to be having a look on the replays in a while from the previous game, because we had the first upset of the tournament as New Holland was dropped to the to the lower bracket. And of course, Power Team Esports will continue on the upper bracket. They played very well, very steadily, and they kept their cool. And in the end, showed New Holland that their place is actually on the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, not only like did Power Team Esport win, but the last two rounds were just so solid from them. They lost the first one, and you may have thought, okay, New Holland, it's going to be business as usual. They're going to move on. Power Team Esport, their second round, super impressive. They got a Bale-tastic in it. They started off with 2 really strong first bales. New Holland on the first bales is like, I think we've seen some of the worst moments today, like on average, especially like with their scores. So yeah, it was unexpected from them. But Power Team Esport, great gameplay. They're pleasing their fans in chat. We've seen a lot of their fans in chat already today, Maddie. So we're going to see the highlights here in a moment. Here we go. So starting out, you don't see as much action at the pods as you used to, but you do see it starting here. This is already, as Power Team Esport was scoring their first bale, New Holland made a mistake on it. New Holland was able to win the first round, but then Power Team Esport just came back super strong in the other 2, Copter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's see. I mean, we didn't see that many mistakes. This we didn't actually see on the stream at all earlier. But yeah, I mean, the amount of mistakes, we had this weird traffic on the bridge at some point, and then some confusion after that at the end of the, was it the first or the second game? But yeah, oh, this we didn't see either. So there were actually some things happening on the background.
A little shaky.
This one.
This one, I don't understand what New Holland were thinking. Like, all 3 of their players trying to go across the static bridge at the same time. And, of course, with Bottleneck, you can't use the drawbridges. This is why we kept seeing Power Team Esports just going, look at this, he made it over.
Yeah.
Just made it over. We didn't see that live on the broadcast either. They did score the Bale-tastic. And, I mean, yeah, credit to Power Team Esport. They were phenomenal. Through especially the second and third round, super strong. And they'll play Trellborg coming up later on. That'll be after this one. We're going to first have Helm against Valtra. That's our first one at the top part of the bracket. So our first 2 winners squaring off coming up.
Yeah, this will be interesting, I would say. I mean, we saw Valtra to play with the telehandlers on the previous tournament, I think versus Helm as well. So I don't know what to expect from this one yet. But of course, I mean, Helm still, we need to consider them as the strongest team. There's no way getting around that. So of course, Valtra will need to show them. And I'm not sure, has Valtra actually beaten Helm this season at any point? I'm not completely sure about it. So of course, that's got to be something. But yeah, I mean, it's still the upper bracket match, meaning that nobody will be eliminated. Somebody might be dropping, well, will be dropping on the second, on the lower bracket as well. So, but of course, the winner will continue on the upper bracket and can chill for a while, because then we have a lot of matches happening on the lower bracket later on.
Yeah, I think Just Attracta did show in the very first match of the day against Helm. Like, they beat them in one of the rounds, and in the first round, I believe, and Helm had to bounce back from that. And honestly, Just Attracta was within, a moment or 2 of advancing, really. It ended up being closer than I would have expected. So I think for that, with that evidence, Valtra should have the confidence of knowing, look, if we play our best, if we execute properly, things go our way, we could advance here and knock Helm down to the bottom part of the bracket. So the best news, though, for anyone that won their first match is they have like an extra chance, right? Because even if you now lose, you still are in it. So it's good, I think, if you can win your first one, you feel really confident and know, okay, we have a little bit of margin for error now, because we can lose a matchup and still be in this contest.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there we go, Helm versus Valtra. Let's see how this will form out of this one. But the yeah, I would say that the of course, yeah, we'll see. What I want to see is the telehandlers, what's going to happen with them. Will those be allowed to play? We'll get the answer right away, because Monitor will be banned. So It means that Valtra doesn't want to play with the telehandlers versus Helm. And then we have John Deere. Do we have the Lexius maybe as a second one from the Helm side? Who knows? Could be a thing, and it is a thing. So I think these same bands we have seen today, I think in so many different matches already. And meanwhile, as I'm going through the what is happening on the screen, we have a Terminator actually battling with a fly at the studio. So he has some new friends here at the studio. So it's not just the American audience is going to be loving him, but also the local German flies are very huge fans of Terminator.
Yeah, now it's coming to you though. So it's an international fly.
Yeah.
We'll do our best to rise above. Yes, so Helm and Valtra are getting underway. Both teams going with Unstoppable here, both with the same combine, the same baler. Now we're into the player picks, and we're seeing a little bit of variation. Valtra going with Easy Stack for Søren. Linux with the head start. JK with the head start as well. Martin has gone with the runner perk.
Yeah.
Let's see what the last players pick. We got Beatmaster, and we've got Luca here. So runner for Luca, Archimedes ++ for Beatmaster.
Yeah, let's see. So there we go. We're going to be heading towards the arena. And we're going to be starting the first game of the Best of Try series. And I mean, Helm has the record of the first bale of 148 for the weekend. So let's see if JK, yeah, that is actually something we need to follow. JK's first bale. So I'm really hoping that the observers are going to be giving us them. Luca will be heading out. He's going to be heading towards the New Holland combine. And we can see Martin also going for the same, actually. So the X-ray would be in place. I think they're going to be challenging this now. And that's going to be claimed by somebody. And maybe it's the fly who's going to be actually in the end claiming us at the studio, because he was almost in my mouth. So I just got to be very careful with my speaking.
Well, if you eat him, at least he won't bother us anymore.
JK will be getting that New Holland baler. And we can see Søren also going for getting, securing the Fend baler, which you can maybe even see in live here at some point. And well, seriously, it's attacking me. It was coming to my eye. Like, what's going on here? The German flies are completely different, I can say for sure. Anyways, meanwhile, Helm is going to be going for the first bale, and from the timer we can see that these are still 140s are still doable. So this could be like a 141, 142 JK. Oh, he's going to reverse and even going to do a small mistake while he's doing so. 137, and Søren will be then getting a little bit lower points for Valtra. How much lower, that is a question that I cannot tell, but 127, so 10 points lower as we speak.
Yeah, a good start for JK. We saw his very first attempt at first bale today was an absolute catastrophe, but ever since then, he's been getting a pretty strong score. He had 148 after he scored, not getting it in basically and getting the minimum amount of points. He ended up with a 148. 137, not too bad either.
Okay, there we go. So, yeah, it's a good start. I mean, of course, Helm is in the driver's seat, and Valtra immediately needs to somehow protect themselves. Direct delivery is going to be picked by both of the teams actually as we speak. So we do have grain being collected all the time. So that was on the first wave of the drops. And then we'll see how this is going to go from here. And just the business as usual for the time, for this time. And now we'll just wait and see. But yeah, quite similar patterns for both of the teams. Similar equipment, similar trailers, tractors, combines, everything's pretty much the same as we speak. And yeah, let's see how this plays in a longer term. Helm, we can see that they're just collecting from both of the combines. They do have a baler slide on the way, and JK actually needs to snooze in a little bit just to be able to pass the baler that has been left on the side of the road. But Valtra actually has the baler almost on the same location as well, but just slightly closer to the actual road, which means that it's going to be easier to pass, and less interference from the baler is going to be closer to the path of the combine. So that's pretty much how we roll, and I think Helm's going to be heading towards an early delivery. It's going to be taking the trailer on that place. So yeah, somewhere around 6.5 minute mark, we have seen this to happen quite a bit actually lately. And the JK will just turn around, and let's see if he actually wants to deliver or does he just wants to leave it there. He's going to leave it there, and Sören will be probably doing the same as well. They will just take the equipment on the location, and they will start building the setup when they will finally come. Both teams are playing with the Unstoppable, but instead of leaving it there, Valtra will actually start to do the early delivery. So they will pour down some grain. They want to adjust the multiplier a little bit. They do have a decent amount of grain, and we can see JK at the same time battling with the baler. I don't know, does he have some kind of a personal beef with the baler or what's the case here, but he's kind of like showing to the baler who's the master here. So with those forks at the front, he will just attack the baler, more or less. So that's the case. Sören will be leaving, so he did adjust the multiplier all the way to 2.8, which is actually quite a bit of a delivery for this phase. And if the grain multiplier would be hitting now, of course, that is one of those things that could be backfiring quite a bit. But yeah, of course, it's not written in the stone to see if it actually will come or not. So we'll just wait for a while, and then we'll see what's going to happen. But yeah, the grain collection, bale multiplier, bridges raised. So yeah, no grain multiplier, which is great news for Valtra. The bale multiplier is actually really good news for Valtra because they have the perfect position to actually use the bale multiplier. The only difference is that they don't have any bale, so they can't use it, but they would have 2.8, and then of course collecting by that bale multiplier, it would give them a huge benefit at this point, but they don't have the bales to utilize it for, so we'll see if Helm will actually find a way of using it somehow, or what's going to be the case. The players, as we can see, very focused on the Valtra side, all having a matching shirts as well. We see these teams, I mean, Helm, of course, Valtra, they have, of course, and a lot of the other teams, they do have these team shirts and colors, but not all of them have the same. For example, New Holland, they have T-shirts and then they have hoodies. I think they have 2-3 different shirts. So kind of like they have the New Holland look and feel, but they are not like really unified as a 3-man squad.
Yeah, I like the uniformity for sure. Bale multiplier has been picked up by Helm now, and still in the lead. No more points than the first bale point scored so far. So we'll see how the rest of it plays out. All right, here we go. This is a chance for Helm to score these with quite a significant amount of extra points on top. They have 50 seconds left on the bale multiplier. They're also at the silo, and they're delivering some grain to increase the base multiplier. So with these two combined, this is going to be, what, 36 points per bale? That one's falling off, though. That's not what you want. With only 30 seconds left on it now. There, the first one did go in. Should be scoring at least like 4 or 5, I would say, with this advantage. Martin is not going to bother. He wouldn't get those in time, so he's just dropped them off nearby, making it easier to grab them later on. So almost a 70-point lead at the moment for Helm with 3 minutes to go. Sören now bringing in 3 bales and going to place them on the belt. Bottom boost, meanwhile, has popped up as the super drop. Let's see if either team can utilize this one. Valtra has 10 bales. I don't know if they're at the barn, though. Helm has 9. I don't think either team can utilize this like a bunch, but Helm has picked it up. So Helm has bottom boost. They don't have to worry about stacking them on the belt now. Bottom boost super drop gives you the same amount of points as you would score for the multiplied bales into the top by putting them into the bottom. So if you're newer to the FSL, you don't quite know how it works yet. Basically, you want to deliver your grain to increase your multiplier. You can see that with the yellow background, the number in front of it. It's a 2.1 in the favor of Valtra at the moment. So usually if you put a bale into the bottom, you get 10 points. If you put it into the top, you get 10 points multiplied by what your team's current multiplier is. So 328 to 190, 2 minutes to go. Helm are in a very secure position here to be able to come out on top. And they're looking good for the victory.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, Helm is definitely having a, well, I would say a comfortable lead. The 3 bale difference is not going to be, of course, enough to close that 100 something points of a difference. So Valtra will need to come up with something, and that's going to be very hard because, and this is something that I have told, I think, like 100 times this season, but Helm is just really good during the final minutes, and
Yes,
they are really hard to beat because somehow they have 9 bales currently. I think they just had like 7 bales just like a couple of minutes ago, so they are still pressing. And Alex actually knows the secret why they are so efficient, and he has told it on the broadcast as well. And maybe I'll leave it for him for tomorrow to tell. We'll see. And but it comes down to the vehicles which they are using actually, that they do have 2 front-loading tractors.
That is
in
a
their
huge
disposal.
benefit.
So they will use that because I was maybe a little bit afraid to say that because I'm not sure do I always get it right with the terminology. So I like
You got
it
right. What,
Yep.
You know what amazes me too is like we were talking about it in their first match of the day, like because I've been out of season 5 quite a bit,
Yeah.
so I got so used to in previous seasons Martin being one of the best people for first bale, like he was often the one doing it for his team, and then JK coming into this tournament has taken that over. So it's like it proves that there are some teams where someone's like a really good stacker.
But
Someone's
this is interesting. 4 bales for both sides, and the gap is just 15 points. So
it's
actually,
really
Valtra
close.
has
And
been
15
getting back
seconds.
on this
Valtra
one,
in the lead
and they have
briefly.
Yeah,
we're over here talking, and all of a sudden, it's gotten super close, and the time's running out. But now, Helm out of nowhere has extended that lead again and made it look a little bit more comfortable. Just overall, you got to be good at everything, right? It doesn't matter necessarily if you're super great at one thing. You need to be able to be flexible for your team and be able to be strong across the board. I think that's what the best teams in the league, like Helm, have at their disposal as well. Not just that, but also having an alternate that can step in, and no matter what your combination of the 3 is, it looks exactly the same as strong as well. So it was a close match though. That's the thing, is like Valtra played well. They had 1 less bale. They look, because of the bottom boost, the top bales number is kind of skewed a bit, so that's not much to go by on this one. But Valtra must be sitting there being like, what do we have to do? That was a pretty strong round.
Yeah, I mean, what puzzles me a little bit was that in the end, when they had the 4 bales remaining, what was the difference there was that Helm actually managed to score all of those on the second floor,
right?
And Valtra put all of them on the bottom,
right?
I mean, so they didn't have the time or something like that. That's why the score difference was suddenly increasing so much,
right?
As the Valtra wasn't able to follow with scoring those on the top, and so that was kind of like the reason why it suddenly just grew so big. But it was getting closer. I mean, Valtra was able to close the gap a little bit, so I think that was our achievement if you can actually close the gap towards Helm during the final 2 minutes. But of course, you need to close it more,
right?
To win it.
Exactly. All right, we're gonna have the next one of the best of 3 coming up here in just a moment. So Helm 1 win away from moving on into the 3rd round. You need to get past the 3rd round today. Once you do that, you're into tomorrow. So Helm, if they can win this one, they're right on the doorstep of moving on. And of course, they haven't dropped yet either of these teams to the losers bracket. So both these teams still alive no matter what happens here.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm not going to be expecting much of differences with the bans at all. So we can see John Deere's. Now we have the telehandlers coming from Valtra's side. They are not comfortable with playing with those at all. And let's see how this plays out. But New Holland, Manito, John Deere. Do we have the Lexion then coming from the classes side of things? I haven't seen Alex in the chat for a while, so maybe he has actually found the flight towards Germany. So that's actually good news. And it's going to be class Lexion for sure. They still have the mirroring going on. Yes, Bottleneck, New Holland, Revelation, Massey Ferguson, Baylor. So everything is exactly as it was. And then, of course, we'll see the player picks coming up as well. What's going to be there? Do we have any interesting changes? But I'm not going to be expecting much of anything that much different. We have Fend, Case Magnum, so pretty similar machines. And let's see, no perk currently at all for Søren, so he's gonna just leave that away. Archimedes under pressure and so on. So yeah, Valtra T255. Yeah, that is actually something we have seen being used lately as well. And then we have the final players. So let's see, Beatmaster and Luca and JCB Fast Track actually for the Helm side. So that's interesting for Beatmaster. But that's fine. Nothing that huge actually in the end. And I'll just wait and see how this is going to play out as we head towards the pods once again to see what's going to happen with this. What's going to be the case of the first bale? It's going to be the case of the Mondays, or it's going to be something else. That is something we're going to figure out. So that's going to be leaving from the gate, and we do have 2 players heading towards the same direction, but they're from the same team, so they're not going to be challenging. Oh my God! Søren will be going with 350 degrees, or maybe even 360 degrees, and he's going to flip that on. We can see JK actually claiming the baler for Helm side of things. And let's see what else we do have. Where's the combine for Helm? That's what I want to see. It's right here. It's going to be quite far away, but they probably have two combines, so that's why they have the other one on that direction, and then the other one going to be probably doing the work more closer to the barn. And but JK is actually here following, and this is interesting. What's going to be the plan here? He's going to have a very
that's a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way. It's an interesting first bale. And he actually has just only 1 bale, just to be sure, on the baler. There's no 3 of them for the time being. We can see Søren. He's going to be way much closer, as we can see. It's going to be still less than 140. The bale is going to be ready as we speak, so he's going to start accelerating towards the barn. And it's not going to be like a super first bale. It's going to be still less than 130, maybe 125-ish. If he's going to throw that in, something on that ballpark. But it's going to be reversed in, so it's going to be a 120 maybe. I would say that's the case. And yeah, 120 exactly for Valtra. And we can see JK, he's already here as well. It's going to be just a couple points less, 116. Yeah. So yeah, I would say that even though Helm didn't have the greatest distance and the greatest start, Valtra, yeah, they didn't match it, but just saying that they didn't
take advantage.
Yeah,
like they had the moment
exactly.
to, but they just, I don't know what happened exactly, but both teams kind of slow on the draw there for the first bale. Both teams now picking up speed limit. Both teams have big haul in play as their team perk. So long way to go in this round, and things are pretty even already. I think we're going to have a really close one when it comes down to it.
Yeah. But I love these starts when you actually have the first bale is like very close. In a way, it will keep kind of tension between the teams. I don't know why. I mean, in the end, we have seen that the team who have lost the first bale or haven't even delivered the first bale, they have still been able to win. But somehow, when it's close, I like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's so exciting to see. Being away from this season a lot, it's even more exciting coming in now and just seeing how the changes have played out. Like these teams just seem so close in the quality, even though like it kind of felt like a comfortable Helm victory the last round. It wasn't. We were sitting here talking like you know, this and that, and then all of a sudden you pointed at the screen because it was like 15 seconds ago, and out of nowhere it was a close score line.
Yeah.
Of course, then Helm extends it, but yeah, it's too hard to tell anymore, and I love that about it. The quality is great.
Yeah, the farming simulator is a really tricky game. I mean, because there's a lot of moments when not so obvious things are happening,
right?
And then we end up talking about something, and then we suddenly realize, oh, actually, this is the case, and then,
right.
then we just like change the whole momentum, and that's of course what I really love with the farming simulator. As we have so great commentary team as well, that we can have these lovely discussions and then immediately find the same tone when it comes down to the situation at hand.
Right, exactly. Here we go now, like these teams ready to deliver grain. Valtra at the 3-1 for the moment, but I have a feeling Helm won't be too far behind. They are still, they've got almost 50,000 liters of grain with the big haul in play, of course. You can bring a lot in at once, so both of these teams will be doing that. Here comes JK now, stalking his teammate Martin, who is harvesting. in this large field here. This is, again, you talked about it the first matchup they played with Big Hall. This is the route you want to take with the truck and the trailer with your teammates. If you can time it, they do a great job of this, because then now you just have a straight shot to get into the silo to deliver this grain.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Valtra has been delivering some already. They have the 3.0 multiplier. They have stopped the belt of Helm, and but they have been collecting some more. As we can see, they have 26,000 already. So they did the initial delivery, and now they're collecting more. So this is actually looking interesting. What's going to happen? We do have the speed up and the bridges raised. So no grain multiplier. That once again would have been, of course, pretty huge. But once again, the grain multiplier wants to stay hiding, and I think it's good. So just stay there for a while and come back when we do have the juicier situation. We can see Sören actually also having some kind of issues with the baler. So it's not just JK from the Helm side who's actually putting his anger towards the baler with the forks. It's also Sören, so he has something to say about that baler. But yeah, teams are just proceeding as they can. What I want to see is that when Helm will do the delivery and how they will deal with the situation, because most probably Valtra will be evening out after that one, and that's when Helm should be realizing that they actually have less grain. But they do have 75,000 already, so they are collecting more. So they are still getting into the combines as well.
See, in these moments, if I'm Valtra and knowing that I'm up against Helm, you know that they're going to bring grain in eventually. Take a couple bales in. Take a couple bales in at 30 points per bale. That might help you later. We see teams, listen, I'm not as good as these players. Like, their skills amaze me what they can do. But as a caster, I am often confused why sometimes when you have especially a 3-to-1 multiplier advantage that you don't just bring, they've got 6 bales pressed. Bring a couple in.
Yeah, now we have the unloading coming from the Helm side, so let's see how this plays out, because they had a huge amount of grain. So they have the big haul, they have the combines, they have the full setup here, as we can see. And Valtra, they did like a smaller initial delivery. Of course, they were not able to deliver anymore, but they have now 43,000, so I'm not sure how this will end up. So we're going to be seeing that in a matter of seconds, and then we'll see how the grain game is going to be ending up. Meanwhile, the count with the bales is the same, so 6 bales per team. And Valtra is still having the advantage. They still have 6,000 remaining. And how much there is for Helm? That's what I want to see, how much there is grain for them, because you basically need 50,000 to be evening out the multiplier.
And Søren's coming in
they
too
actually
late.
have less. So Helm is actually having a bit of a problem with the grain. Based on my calculations, they should be ending up with a 1.8 or something like that. And that is, and I don't even have the calculator, so that is only on my head.
But look at this, like Søren's too late bringing the bales in. It's now actually a disadvantage in the multiplier, and he's going to go ahead and put them on the belt. Like, you should have brought these in when you had 30 points per bale.
Yeah, and what I realized also that I made a huge mistake with my calculations. Helm actually won the multiplier with the 2.1. It's not 1.8.
Yeah.
They actually won it with the one single big delivery versus 2 small ones, which was coming from the Valtra side of things. So this is great.
I'm just amazed.
Yeah, and you're completely spot on with the delivery of the bales. That they should have used it when they had the something better. But the 3.0
opportunity loss.
Yeah, but then the belt was just so slow that I don't know if they would have made it. But still, you're completely right. They didn't use the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they had other things to do, right? We're not seeing like what all 3 players are doing, and taking bales to the barn takes away from doing something else. But if you have the chance, especially against a team like Helm, to go ahead and score, say you bring 3 bales in, that was 90 points. 90 points is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's a missed opportunity. It really is. It may not end up costing them. They may prove me wrong. Again, they're the pros. They know what they're doing more than I do. But sitting here and seeing 90 points left out there is kind of shocking to me.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, 90 points. Yes, they could have used it, and we'll see what's going to be the score difference at the end of the round. How this is going to end up, and then we can do the calculations. Basically, I mean, 60 points would be the normal, 90 points were available, so 30 points in a way, based on my calculations, is what they would have lost there. But that's a different thing. Let's not go there. 1.5 minutes to go. We can see Helm actually taking the lead. Valtra is about 2 bales behind. Maybe slightly more than 3 bales behind, but still not that far away. And we are approaching the final minutes, and we have the bale counts are exactly the same. We can see Martin putting some bales on the belt. That's going to be 3 of them, so that's going to be 63 points that they will be claiming from that amount of bales, and just more are going to follow. So Martin back on his job operating the bell. This is the domain where you don't let JK to become. So Martin wants to have things nice and organized, and the JK can just try to do the first bale and then need to handle the other duties. Beatmaster's going to be delivering some more. The gap is about 60 points as we have 45 seconds to go. And things are looking really nice currently on the Helm side because the bales are nicely organized there. They are easy to stack. Everything is going exactly as they are hoping for.
Yeah, Helm is just like, they were a little bit shaky in their first matchup against Just Attracta, maybe just some nerves of being at the World Championships. They seem to have been settling into their groove now, just so methodical, so smooth, not a lot of mistakes happening. Martin just doing what he does best, stacking the bales up, and they're just continuing to keep this lead out in front of Valtra. And Valtra are really going to regret leaving those points out when they had that chance, because I think they're going to be dropping now into the losers bracket as we have a couple of seconds ticking off the clock, and it will be Helm with a straight sweep of 2 games who will move on into round 3, and now they will await the winner of Trellborg against Power Team Esport. And then the winner of that one, that'll be our final match of the broadcast tonight. The winner of that one will be moving on to tomorrow's semifinals. So, wow, I mean, really solid performances by Helm, but if you're Valtra, like you have to take these opportunities when you're playing Helm, especially, or any team in this league.
Yep.
And they just kind of left a little bit out there. They're not out, of course, but they're going to have to clean that up a little bit if they want to, win the whole thing this weekend.
And this is exactly the Valtra that I mentioned when we had the previous game. I said that they are not good when they need to change the plan. They are playing statically. When there's an opportunity or strategy change, they are not really going for it. It's all like their gameplay is like predefined.
Yeah.
So when the opening comes in, they are not really great adapting to the situation and utilizing this. You're completely right on that one. You should take those. You should get the points, but that is unfortunately what happened here. And on the pictures we can see, I mean, does anybody else think that JK looks a little bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger? Like a junior version?
Look at that camera shot. He looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah, he can go lift some weights. Like this is the new Gladiator or Terminator.
We'll have highlights of this one coming up here in a moment, and we'll also have the next matchup, Trellborg against Power Team Esport soon. back. FSL Season 5 World Championships. We're at the Fint Forum in Machtoberdorf in Germany, ahead of FarmCon 24 starting tomorrow. I've seen people in chat, Maddie, talking a bit about Farming Simulator 25 already. Of course, we have revealed our newest title coming out November 12th earlier, but just so everyone that's watching knows, our focus today is on FSL. If you want news about Farming Simulator 25, more will start rolling out tomorrow. If you're already following us on our social channels, you'll see that information. Your favorite influencers might be here as well and putting videos out. So there's plenty more stuff to come as far as that goes. But our focus today is on FSL Season 5. We're going to crown a champion.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the winner will walk away with 40,000 euros, not to mention everyone else here just making it get you some prize money as well. So we just saw Helm knock off Valtra. So Valtra won their first game against Lindner. Now Valtra will drop into the losers bracket, and Helm just moving on at the top of the bracket still. And this was a really impressive performance from Helm, Maddie.
Yeah, it's been smooth sailing for Helm for the time being. So they have been pretty, they were looking really good. I mean, they lost one game versus Just Attracta, but now they were kind of like coming back to their usual Helm level of stability, self-awareness and everything. Of course, we can see a bit of a problems here as well happening, but that's a different story. This is what the replays are about. And okay, we didn't see this at all.
We're missing out.
And that was kind of, why did you cut that off? I want to see what's going on there. But yeah. Okay, but mistakes do happen even for the best as well.
Yeah.
I think that was, I wasn't sure, was it Valtra's side or the Helm side? We didn't get that.
No,
but
that was crazy,
yeah, some nice stunts that, you know, some people like bungee jumping, some people like hanging from the bridges.
It happens from time to time. You just got to hang out if you're not careful. So, yeah, Trellborg against Power Team Esport. So Trellborg beat my Insanity. I think it was 2-0 earlier on. And Power Team Esport, the upset so far of the day, knocking off New Holland, who New Holland dropped to the losers bracket. We'll see them later. But Power Team Esport, like, they lost their first round. And then the 2 rounds they played after that were just really high-quality play. No mistakes. They scored a bail combo. And they just really went through with a top level of gameplay.
Yeah, true. So yeah, very eager to see the next game, how this is going to go. But I think we have some footage coming in as well.
I think we're about ready to get started, right, with the next one. It should be coming up any moment soon. We'll have our next matchup. We still have a few more to go. This is our 6th of 11, I believe, that we're showing today. Is it 11, though, or is it 12? Because we also have to get, I think we basically have to get to the semifinals today, right?
I think it's 11, because we're going to have 3 matches tomorrow. So we have the games on the bracket marked 12, 13, and 14
okay, because there is
tomorrow.
Technically there's a semifinal both at the top and bottom part of the bracket.
That's what I think so.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll figure that out. So, but anyways, at least, like, I think 5 matches at least coming up. So let's not worry about it. So.
We've had our pizza. We very professionally and silently snuck away at any moment and consumed some pizza without anyone knowing until I just exposed us. So the good news is that we're good to continue on for a few more hours, right?
Yeah.
We're feeling good now. So we're just kind of hanging out. How's everyone in chat doing? I see NorCam fans are in the chat again, and they were having a great time when Power Team Esport were playing earlier. So welcome back into the chat to all of them.
I think we need some kind of a NorCam merchandise as well, like a flag or something. Yay!
Yeah, it would be great, right?
Go for it.
Don't forget about the giveaway. The link was put in chat a bit ago. You can do ! giveaway in the Twitch chat. I don't think it works on the YouTube if you're watching there. So if you want to jump over to the Twitch, ! giveaway, you'll get the link. We're giving away 5 copies of Farming Simulator 22 Premium Edition, which comes with Farming Simulator 22 and all of the Year 1 and Year 2 Season Pass content. So if you're missing out on some of the content or you haven't yet played the game, it's a good opportunity. Go enter. Maybe you'll be one of the lucky winners.
Yeah, I mean the giveaways and the FSL merchandise in general is always like so nice. Everything Giant software related is always like very high quality, and I still have a couple of the shirts from the first FarmCon that I attended to, and they are still
That was
very usable.
a couple years at years
John
ago at
Deere,
John Deere.
yeah.
Like we met in person for the first time.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone like really, at least on my side, we didn't know that you were coming, and it was a pleasant surprise at that FarmCon to see you and meet you for the first time. And now you've been adopted into the farming simulator community as one of our FSL casters, and it's always great to have you around. I know that the community enjoys having you around to chat with as well.
Yeah, thank you. I guess like people like my pancakes, so so
definitely that. I would say more for the pancakes and not so much for your singing.
yeah,
You know.
Yeah.
But the singing is, depends on the song. You can bring it.
No, I'll try to keep that down. It's just like a calling from time to time that okay, this would now fit here in this moment.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna start singing like
I like how
full songs. Don't worry.
Like our sound check before the broadcast was basically like you were just singing, and I was reacting to it. That's how we did our sound check.
Laughing.
Yeah,
laughing.
Yeah. Mostly laughing.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta open your sound with something, so
Right.
why not to sing a little bit?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
And who's singing now? It's Terminator. I don't even have to do it. I like to think that I worked as an inspiration for you to sing.
I mean, you put that song into my head, and then there was another one as well. You were like, I don't know the lyrics to this, and then I did, unfortunately.
But the funny thing is that it wasn't even raining here, so I don't know where that came from. But sometimes you just find these classical tunes in general. But I mean, I don't know if they still sell the tickets to FarmCon. I heard that there's going to be a big amount of people
anyway.
anyway.
The biggest amount of people ever, yeah.
But
I think over 3,000 tickets sold. So, if every one of those shows up, it's going to be an exciting time. But the venue is also, I think, the biggest, at least in my experience. This is my third.
Yeah.
We've actually been to the same amount of FarmCons because John Deere was my first one as well as a Giants employee. So, yeah, the size here in the Fin Forum is just absolutely perfect for the biggest amount of people ever. I mean, how many gaming stations were out there? Like 20 or some.
20 at
both
least,
with Farming Simulator 22 and 23. Note 25 is not playable here at FarmCon. We're just showing stuff off. I think it'll be playable for the first time at Gamescom. So if you can get to Gamescom and you want to see some gameplay, then make your travel arrangements now so you can check that out. That'll be your first opportunity to play it. It seems super far away, Gamescom, but I think it's like 6 weeks away or 7 weeks away at this point. It's going to be a crazy, like basically from now until the end of the year is just going to be nuts. Like the 25 launches on the 12th, and there's so much to do, so many events to go to, so many people to see, and it's exciting times at the moment.
I saw the trailer when it came out.
Yeah.
And the first thing was like, I want to get some Asian food. That was like my first thing. So I went online, I went to the food ordering service, and I just ordered some Asian food. The first thing that I did after it. So it had some vibes there.
That's great, though. I love it. Someone said, Mrs. Kerm said he can sing.
I think that's a biased comment.
True. There is some bias in there. I used to be in boy choir. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. So, yeah, I haven't done that in quite some time, just for fun.
Long time ago, I have a confession to make.
Okay.
Long time ago, I was singing in a punk band.
Really?
Yeah. Like a long time ago when I was a young boy.
Yeah.
But we had this band with my friends. We practiced in this band room in the a couple of kilometers from my place, and
Okay.
we played all kind of cover songs.
Nice.
A lot of
I can see a younger you in a
lot of
band,
punk
to be
there,
honest.
but then we did a lot of like a Green Day, Offspring,
Right.
because they were really hype at the time. They're not really punk, but we did we played a lot of those songs as well.
Awesome.
But that's a different thing.
That was a different time ago, different world, right? I can see that though. I can see a young Maddie in a punk band. I really can. I'm picturing it in my mind now.
Yeah, imagine the hair.
Confessions by Copter.
Yeah.
I like it.
We'll see when we get the part number 2.
Oh,
not
man.
today.
I think
not today.
We of course we have our producers, our technical staff in the background taking care in our ears. So yeah, we're still in a delay here. It's going to take a little bit of time to get things set up, but the good news is we get to hang out, right? Like we're here, so more screen time for us. And you know, as casters, as professionals, deep down we want as much screen time as possible, don't we?
I guess so, yeah.
You know, in the ego somewhere, you know.
You know, as long as I have a great makeup day. Otherwise, if it's a bad hair day,
Speaking of that,
then we don't want to have any kind of a camera
speaking
time.
of the makeup, though, like Stephen, one of the German casters, came to me and said, "Hey, where's the powder? I need some powder before we go on." And I was like, "We weren't offered this."
Yeah, that's pretty normal.
But
I mean,
we're just natural out here.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they were glowing a little bit on the camera, so they really need the makeup. We are not really glowing. I mean, we can see our picture as well ourselves, so we are pretty well. But so is the game. So we are finally getting on the Trellborg versus Power Team Esports, and we'll see who's going to be moving to the lower bracket after this. It's going to be best of threes once again. It's the second round. And we'll see how these will play. And do we have the telehandlers? I mean, it's a question that I keep asking all the time. I kind of miss them. And at least Trellborg seems to be okay with playing with them. So we'll see what the Power Team Esports wants to do.
What's next to go out?
Ooh.
John Deere 8R. That's a popular band today.
This is promising.
What else? Yeah, I think we might see some tellies. There
Yeah.
goes the Class Lexion. Yeah, I mean, we're going to at least see one, and often teams don't bother banning one. What's the point of banning one if you can't ban the other? So maybe the other manure fork tractor is what Trellborg is going to ban here. Yes, indeed. The John Deere 6120M is gone now. All right, here we go. So remember, this is at the top part of the bracket. This is match 6. It's the winner of the third match against the winner of the fourth match. And we are underway. So neither of these teams will be eliminated here, no matter what happens. One of these teams moves on to play Helm in the third round. The winner of that third round game will move on to the semifinals tomorrow. The other one will drop to the loser's bracket. And then the loser of this one also drops down. So here we go. So similar across the board for the team picks. Now we're into the player picks. Slight variation so far in the perks. Both teams have the runner perk. Now both teams have the Archimedes Plus Plus. By the way, you can go to the FSL website if you have any questions about what these things that the casters are talking about, what you're seeing on screen. If maybe you're new to the Farming Simulator League, you don't quite know what's going on. But basically, these perks that the players can pick give them a little bit of a boost. So, for example, the little icon that looks like a foot, that's the runner perk. That allows you to run faster than any of the other players that don't have it. So, Loiku on Trellborg and Obelix on Power Team Esport have that perk. Archimedes Plus Plus allows you to empty anything that holds grain, a harvester or a grain cart faster. And then we also have Head Start, which allows you to basically drive off immediately. You don't have to wait for your engine to start. And also we have out there, Noricam has Under Pressure, which allows you to press bales for less amount of straw. So here we go. Both teams have Big Haul as their team perk, and we're underway. And let's see the first match of the best of 3, who comes out on top. We're going to have our first bales being delivered in the next 30 to 40 seconds or so. Hayden now going over to where Loiku is with the combine and is going to start bailing up. Here comes Norcam in, and this is pretty quickly getting into the barn area and is going to attempt to drive by the drop-off. Oh, just mistimed it. I think the timing was right, but the way he swung at the end threw it off. That's unfortunate for Noricam because that would have been a significant advantage. And now he can't quite sneak it in. It's always tricky. 130 he ends up getting. So luckily for Trellborg and Hayden, they have a chance here depending on how they get their bail in of not falling too far behind. He's going to be able to complete the flick, and in the end it's only 10 points is the difference. So for Power Team Esport, that could have been a significantly larger gap.
Yeah, there was definitely a chance for, I don't know, I was calculating 146 maybe on my head before the mistake happened, so there was a chance of getting some more points out of it. So then the gap would have been more than one bale. But it is what it is. Still a great recovery, I would say, getting that 130 points out of that one. And they're still having the lead. So now it's all about the how we'll see the execution happening. And this is something that I'm not really struggling, but this is something that is catching my eye. I think this is the third game, or third series in a row when the teams are actually playing with the same perks. So we have, once again, we have the Big Hall versus Big Hall, for example. So it's completely the same. So I mean, it's not a problem or anything like that, but just something that we haven't seen happening this often lately. It's okay. Okay, then we go to the usual, let's say, grain collection phase. We're going to be waiting for the next drops to come in as well. Of course, the question is, once again, does somebody dare to go for the early delivery as well? That they might want to deliver something before seeing if there's going to be a grain multiplier, which has been hiding for a while. And that's completely fine, as we have discussed on the past. We could just leave it there for the time being. But yeah. So we are doing these circles, and it's not going to be that far away until they will start finally moving towards the silo. And as we can see from the Power Team Esports picture, they are moving on the same optimal path that we have discussed in the past. But Trellborg on the other side seems to be completely elsewhere with the Big Hall.
Yeah, there they are now, and shaping up in that same path now.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it's wild how we went from, we used to never see Big Hall picked at all in previous seasons. And now, of course, because you have to use 3 different strategies, that's part of why we see it. But it's interesting that even when both teams use Big Hall, we've already seen it today, that somehow a team can find a way to get a multiplier advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's just timing when you bring it in differently or you bring in a little bit extra somehow, whether it's in the combine or however you do it. It's wild to me that when you're matching like for like, you're both going with Big Hall, that you can still end up getting that grain advantage. So Trellborg is going to leave their trailer there for now, 3-1. So Power Team Esport has a chance to score some bales if they would like at 30 points per bale. It's interesting that Trellborg just happy to leave it for now. It's almost like daring Power Team Esport to go deliver some bales.
Yeah, yeah. These early deliveries have been a thing lately. We have seen this happening, and we can see Trellborg setting up here. Let's see if we have a multiplier or not. There's something very long that I can see, but let's see what the text is going to be on that one. Because the grain multiplier at this point would be very, very bad for Power Team Esports, and the Trellborg would be getting a huge advantage out of this one. But at the same time, Power Team Esports is collecting more as well, and we'll see the drops in a matter of seconds, I would imagine. Yeah, bale multiplier and bale drop, so no grain multiplier, which is completely fine for the time being. And now what I'm wondering, that as Power Team Esports, they already delivered and got a 3.0 multiplier. They are almost having the same amount of grain as Trellborg. So after the first delivery, they have been collecting quite a bit. And this actually could be a surprise to Trellborg that they actually have that big amount, because they should be having something like a 30,000 liters more in total when you count the amount they have delivered already. Well, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. We'll figure that out, how even that's going to be. But maybe something that we just need to keep in our heads while we are watching the situation.
Bale multiplier picked up by both teams meanwhile, and also simultaneously Trellborg now delivering some of their grain and evening that multiplier back out. With under 4 minutes to go, with the multiplier in your advantage and a bale multiplier up there, good opportunity again to decide to bring some bales in if the team would like to. Let's see here now, though. Power Team Esport now answering back with the grain. Back and forth we go between these two. And both teams, look at this, bringing in and attempting a toss at the same time. Almost simultaneously. Power Team Esports slightly further behind. We can't see because of the split screen.
Yeah, I think all of them went in from both of the tosses.
Both teams,
we saw none falling down at least. And yeah, we can see the points as well. So both teams actually got the tosses spot on. the three bales at the same time. They actually went in, and the final multipliers are on the display as well. So Trellborg ending with 1.9 and Power Team Esport ending with 2.1. There's going to be more points, and these are actually with the bale multiplier as well. So both are claiming those. Trellborg getting now 300, and Power Team Esports, they got that 90 point with the multiplier as well. And but they are now, they got something in, so it's going to be just 15 points of a difference. So they are catching up, and now the bale multiplier is gone. So suddenly the roles have changed. It's not, I mean, it is something, but we had Power Team Esports leading before this with the point from the first bale, and now Trellborg, they kind of like, took the lead with 15 points, so they kind of catch up 25 points
and they
at this stage.
They just deleted a bale too. They picked up the Bale Withering Super Drop, so that has removed one bale for Power Team Esport. So they're already ahead by 15 points. That is basically another 21 points that they've taken away from Power Team Esport. So this one definitely too close to call. Buckle up, everyone, with 2.5 minutes to go. A 15-point lead. This one could go either way for sure.
Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, having a bit of a problem. Baylor's going to be stuck. And he needs to wait for the bridge to do something about it. We can see that the tractor is somehow inside of the bridge a little bit as well. So that's going to be a hard one. He's trying. And now the bridge is going to start moving. And then he should be able to get away with it. And all the bales are going to stay intact on the baler as well.
Wow, that is a lot of time wasted for Power Team Esport. Unfortunately for them, it's a 30-point gap now. Trellborg in the lead. It still could go either way, but that was what, 15, 20 seconds wasted? That could be another bale or two that you could press and bring in.
Yeah, let's see. But yeah, Trellborg meanwhile just getting some more points. I mean, both teams are now shoving in the bales already on the belt, so the situation is living quite a bit. And we'll see how this goes. I would say that Trellborg is still having a slight advantage. I mean, they're leading by 1 point, but I think that they are in a different phase with the bale deliveries currently. But the Power Team Esports is actually getting closer and closer all the time. So we'll see how this is going to go. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Obelix just doing the job. We can see Loiko doing the same. We are actually tied with the bales, and Power Team Esports is actually having a lead on the points as well.
Nice.
This is, I mean, they upset New Holland on the first game. Can they do the same for Trellborg? I mean, this is only the first game out of 3, but still, this is looking very good for Power Team Esports. I really must like what I see here. And they are just doing the job as they need to be doing. They're keeping the lead. They have the slight advantage on the multiplier. So even if they deliver the even amount of bales from here on, there is no way that Trellborg can be actually catching them up as we have 30 seconds to go.
Power Team Esport are looking great, but Trellborg could still win this one. It could come down to a bale falling off, which it looks like that one's probably going to fall off for Power Team Esport. We'll see. It's just hanging on. There it goes now. It looks like, though, they have actually it's 2 bales apiece on the
What's
belt.
happening with Loiko?
Got
He's getting stuck somehow.
His fork is stuck in the ground. That's going to cause some problems. And now Power Team Esport in the lead by 4. He just sent him flying
What's
in the air.
happening there?
And it's a 4-point win for Power Team Esport.
That is something. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. That was going to go Trelleborg's way.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Until the fork got stuck in the ground. Most Farm Sim players will know the pain of this.
Yeah, 4 points of a difference.
Oh, man. And the 2 undelivered apiece. If you have to think if he doesn't get stuck in the ground there, he could probably put one directly into the top, and that wins it for Trelleborg.
Yeah, it is what it is. The funny thing is that while he was getting stuck, and then we actually saw somebody ramming him.
Yeah, he went flying. I hope we get to see that.
But that was on X-ray. If you notice, it was on X-ray. So we were watching what happening with the Power Team Esports, and at the same time, Power Team Esports also flipped some bales.
Yeah.
So they had bales actually in the air on the Power Team Esports side. At the same time, we had the flipping tractor from the or the telehandler from the side of the Trellborg. But yeah, Power Team Esports will get the first one at least for now. So these guys are definitely playing a very good game, as we have seen. I mean Power Team Esports. So yeah, the second game is going to be interesting for sure.
That was wild. I mean, you think you see everything at the end of a round. We've already seen actually Trelleborg at the end of a round snatched victory from the jaws of defeat with a toss at the last second. And then here at the end of a round, unfortunately for them this time, getting the fork stuck. And that probably cost them the win in the first. Good news for them is it's a best of 3. So they can go out now and try to win the next 2 in advance. That was crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so bans and then the picks as well. I guess we're not expecting much of a difference. So Lexia and John Deere 8R. And then we'll see what are going to be the 2 other ones that are going to be in play. New Holland. Yeah, so the same. So the telehandlers will be allowed once again. And it's not going to be much of a trouble at all.
6120M, most likely now. Oh, it's actually the Valtra, okay. But again, one of the triple stackers. And let's see what's going out here now from Power Team Esport. There's the 8R.
Yeah, the John Deere seems to be always going more or less hand to hand with the Lexian, with the bands, and
Both
then the other
now.
2 are going to be something else. Yeah.
Bottleneck, the New Holland Combine, the Massey Baler. A very popular combo so far today by all the teams. And here we go.
So now what I want to see is the first bale. Because we saw a great first bale attempt from the Power Team Esports. They had a bit of a mistake there, but they still claimed the 130 points. So what I'm wondering is that can Power Team Esports, or of course Trellborg as well, can they claim, let's say, a 140 plus first bale?
Yeah, do we have a 150? Like, will we see higher than 148 this weekend? I would imagine that when the stakes get higher, we might see it at some point.
I mean, it's possible, but then also what we have noticed is that the teams, they also realize that trying to go higher and higher and higher on the first bale is going to increase the risk as well.
Yep.
And
is it worth it?
Yeah, is it worth it actually? That if you play it safe, if you reverse that 148 in, it's going to be still like 141 or something like that.
Right.
So it's still a good first bale. So does it make sense to risk for those couple of points? Because you're going to lose probably like 20 or 30 points if you miss it.
Right.
Okay, anyway, here we
go.
We're going to be going for the pads. Obelix will be claiming the case. Bale are going to be crashing hard at the rear end of it. And but we haven't really seen much of a challenges going on, at least not for the time being. We can see Hayden going for the baler as well. That's actually not that far away from the barn. But we'll see how this is going to play out in the end. And here we can see Noricam, the fan favorite. Once again, he's sitting on his own Terra track. And he's going to go for the first bale. He does have it already, and he's going to be disengaging from there. And he's actually pretty close. So this is not looking bad at all. Maybe it's not going to be 148 for sure. It's going to be closer to just 140. Let's see when he gets closer. But something on that ballpark is definitely doable. I would say exactly, yeah, maybe, I don't know, 138 now. Of 137, yeah, that's going to be a good one. So Noricam will get the first bale on point. He has been doing a great job. I mean, not having like the highest scores, but always beating the opponent, which is the main point.
Yeah, and even maybe arguably more importantly, pleasing the fans watching at home. We've seen the Noricam fans in chat. So a 13-point gap. Reminder that both teams had picked bottleneck, so the drawbridges are not an option. Unless bridges lowered comes out, they are just going to remain up. So you'll see teams having to go that far distance to the safer route. And that's going to take them a little bit longer. Later in the round, you'll probably see teams intentionally driving into the water to quickly get back out to the field. But that's a long way away now. We've got several minutes to go before we get there.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 8 minutes to go, and we had the silo close, by the way, on the first wave of the drops, which means that it's not going to be available on the second one. I think it's one of those disruptive drops, so I kind of like try to keep somehow count if they are available or not. And then we have the direct delivery, or was it bridges raised?
And they picked up direct delivery.
Direct delivery, yeah.
Yep. Power Team Esport has picked that one up. Trellborg does not want to miss out on picking it up.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure they should be going for it, but they don't have much of a time, to be honest. So let's see. I don't think that they will go for it anymore.
This could be a huge early advantage, to be honest, because this is going to put directly onto the multiplier the grain that Power Team Esport is harvesting, not to mention they'll get more as well when they deliver it in a bit.
Yeah, let's wait and see. It's going to be hard to tell what's going to be the impact of this. I want to see kind of like what is the final, well, the multiplier with the direct delivery. And there we can see, yeah, it's going to be 2.1. Actually for Trellborg, 2.1. So what happened there?
I think it was actually Trellborg. Who picked it up? Now I'm confused.
I think it was Power Team Esports who actually picked that up. But maybe it was picked by Trellborg as well, that which didn't realize or something. Anyways, it doesn't make any difference. It's going to be used already, and the multipliers are what they are, because the Power Team Esports going for the early delivery 1 minute before the second wave of drops is going to be coming in. And Noricam, who else? Once again, kind of like making the fans to shout his name. So yeah, if you happen to be a Noricam fan, so you can just say that out loud. We're not gonna bite.
I love seeing fans in the chat. It's always an exciting time to see them and their reactions, and it livens things up. So thanks to everyone for hanging out with us and chatting and having a good time. That's the most important thing, having fun.
Exactly. So 25 seconds till the next drops, and then we'll see what's going to be coming out of there. We had a bit of a delivery, as we noticed, from the Power Team Esports. 2.6 is the multiplier for them. Trellborg hasn't done any deliveries so far, so they will be just waiting for a while and then seeing where the multiplier will be actually ending up and when it will be ending up there. But yeah, just a couple of seconds, and then we'll see the drops, and they are here. Bridges raised and Crazy Tool, so that's not going to be causing anything about the grain or the bale multipliers or and so on. So I would say that the yeah, I don't know if they can find a way to utilize the Crazy Tool. The location means quite a bit as well, and it's not really in a location where you're going to actually do any baling, because there hasn't been any kind of a combine moving on that area. So it's a bit of a tricky one, to be honest. And I wouldn't be surprised if these are going to be completely ignored. We can see Noricam heading at least towards that direction a little bit, but what's on his mind? He has a baler, so maybe the Crazy Tool actually could do something. There is a path, and we can see actually Trellborg going to pick up the Crazy Tool. Does he have the time still to take the one?
I think he's going to pick it up now, because
Crazy Tool, 12 seconds. Yeah, he's going to go for it, and because there was a path actually on the other side of that field where he can actually do some baling, so there was a way of using it.
I feel like he was headed in. Maybe he was headed for it and he just took that path, but I felt like he was headed into the barn, but he doesn't have any bales. So I guess this was his, he was getting lined up right to maximize it, like you said. So Crazy Tool, you mentioned it earlier in one of the other matches, like it lasts for 30 seconds. It's a powerful thing, but you need to be ready to use it. So when the person actually operating the baler is grabbing it, you're going to waste at least a few seconds when they're hopping out and grabbing it, and then you have to get reset. He's probably been able to press, 1 or 2 bales in that time that he had. Power Team Esport delivering some grain. Trellborg's about to start answering back. Let's see where we end up with the multiplier. 13-point lead based off of the first bale at the moment for Power Team Esport. Neither team have scored any more of their bales at this point. Is Oiku going for the toss? Looks like he's gonna. What'll happen? Does he get all 3 again? Yay. Boom! All 3 directly in. 18 points apiece, though, unfortunately for him. The multiplier was against him as he tossed those in. It's now at a 2.1 to 1.9. So losing out on 6 points that they could have gotten. But, hey, they put them on the board. They're into the lead. And now let's see if Obelix is going to go for. He's not going for a toss. Not with this approach. He is.
He seems to go for it. I mean, he takes the speed, and he finds the right angle, and there we go.
And that's 21 points per. So, even more extra points basically on top of what Trellborg missed out on. So Power Team Esport executing the toss slightly better. And Lord Baylor's out there now for 2 bales. So Lord Baylor, one of the super drops, will automatically score a certain amount of bales for you. And there it is. So it was 2 bales scored.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I can call a direct delivery, actually. I mean, this is something like that. That's going to be another great toss. It's going to be another 63 points. And so Power Team Esports has joined the group of teams who are also doing the tosses. So we need more names once again.
Yeah.
But a great job. And this is a little bit worrying, to be honest. I mean, Trellborg, they are not that far away. They are about 60 points behind. They have the bale, so they just need to get the work done. So we'll see. But they have more bales, 12 versus 6. So Trellborg has been really busy with pressing the bales, and that's something that they should be able to transform as their success. We'll see how the Power Team Esports will be handling this. And we mentioned about the crazy tool earlier for them, so I think that they actually pressed 3 bales during it. And if you think about all the distance they traveled and everything, I don't know, was it worth it actually, just to get those 3 bales out of it?
What about the Power Team Punch? Is that good?
No, I mean,
I couldn't come up with any better in that amount of time. If you got better, put it in the chat. Felton, we're counting on you. Don't let us down.
another
Here it goes
one.
again, Obelix. That one on the left has me concerned, though. Yeah. Oh, none of them this time. So he was 6 for 6 until that moment. I think that one on the left may have just set the rest off.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, one of them went actually on the bottom, so one of them bounced in from there, but that's pretty much it. So we'll see. And now Trellborg actually, they have taken the lead. They're leading by about 20 points. And there's going to be some more bales actually going inside. Yeah, it's going to be getting super tight.
A minute to go now.
Yep.
And yeah, this one's close. Don't blink if you can. You can avoid it, everyone. Do your best or you might miss it here. 455 to 399. Now Trellborg kind of extending a little bit, and the bale count's kind of even, so Trellborg has to be feeling good about their chances. They do have to get all these bales in, though.
Yeah, let's see. This, that one is going to go in, and we can see from the X-ray that there's going to be a Power Team Esport bale about the same place as well. So everything with the bales, including what is happening at the belt, seems to be quite even as we can speak. Same amount of bales are going in, maybe one more for Power Team Esports. They will get 2 points more per bale, but that's a very, very minor thing that is happening as we speak. And yeah, it's going to be 15 seconds, and we'll see. I mean, just 2 bales remaining for Trellborg, 3 bales for Power Team Esports. So yeah, they have the means to actually be very close to it. These are going to be from Trellborg's side. That's going to go in.
13
yeah,
points.
That's it. So Trellborg will take the second game of the series, meaning that we will be going to the third one of the series in the end.
Ooh, these teams are just so evenly matched. I mean, you could see it in the first game. It was like, you know, could have Trellborg have won without the mistake. Tractor flying in the air, and then this one again very close at the end. It just came down to Trellborg had 2 extra bales, and they delivered 2 extra into the top as well. Luckily for Power Team Esport, they did get the Lord Baylor, which helped them out and close that gap a bit. But yeah, good job by Trellborg, and I think that Trellborg were actually trailing after the first bale there and ended up coming out on top anyway. So yeah, let's just let this third one play out. I'm not making any predictions on this one. These teams have been so close.
Yeah, I mean, I will still stick what I said earlier, that Power Team Esports, they won the first game, they did it very well. I mean, the one on the round number 1, so when they played versus New Holland.
Right.
And then they won here as well versus Trellborg, the one. So let's see how this plays. I mean, I really like what I see from the Power Team Esports. They have been able to surprise in the past as well. So yeah, I really like what I see here. And actually, if Trellborg would be dropping on the second or the lower bracket at this point, of course it would be a surprise. Everybody's expecting that Trellborg will win this one, but the Power Team Esports putting them down there would give us a nice spice to the whole tournament.
If Power Team Esport win this round, they will have sent the 2nd and 3rd seeds into the losers bracket already today. Yeah. So that's what's at stake for them. And of course, like Power Team Esport, if you would have told them like they had a chance to be moving on into round 3 at the top of the bracket coming in, like they would have been like, you know, I don't know what you're talking about, but they've looked really impressive so far today. Now, of course, they still have to get it done here. Neither of these teams is eliminated, though. The other team will drop down, and the other team will be playing Helm in round 3. So, like, there's either of these teams. Honestly, I think I could see Power Team Esport making it to the final this weekend if they keep up their play. Maybe this is I mean, their fans want to see it, right? And the NorCam fans in chat want to see Power Team Esport make it. Who knows?
If they go forward from here, they just need to win Helm on the next round where they're playing. I mean, on the match number 11, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this game, no matter what, then has to play Helm. Then if they can win that, the winner of this game is in. They're in the final four no matter what happens tomorrow.
Yeah.
They can kick back and enjoy the rest of the day. I doubt they kick back. I bet they prepare more for tomorrow. That's just me. A lot on the line, isn't there? 40,000 euros going to the winner this weekend. Nothing to, bat your eyes at either at the positions behind it. Just making it here gets you some prize money too. Being one of the top 8 teams. All right, this one's going to decide it, Maddie. I don't know who's going to win, but I have a feeling it's going to be super close at the end, and it's going to be a wild time.
Well, NorCam is going to be there with the Just Attracta. They're actually not even battling. They're going to go for the different pads. Maybe they think that, okay, I don't want to lose my face here. I want to go for another one. So, and Valo will just go for the combine. And then we'll see how this is going to play out from here. We can see that, this is actually looking so good for Trellborg now.
This is the ideal spot to get a 150.
This is the ideal spot. And, I mean, they are here. They have the spot. They have the vehicles. They have the time on the clock as well. 9:25 on the clock. 25 seconds until they will reach the 140. We can see Holland just getting away from there. Loiko's going to stay there. He's going to go all the way to the first bridge. And this could be a massive first bail. This could be 151, I would say. He's going to toss that in, and it's going to be 151.
Whoa.
Let's go.
Nice, Hayden. Nice, Hayden. Well done. Amazing job. 151. Wow. That's a way to start it with the online. On the line is trying to make it into the next round to play Helm, staying at the top of the bracket, and an absolute great start. Nearly 30 points at the beginning here.
Oh, that's a great start. Fabulous first bail, 151, and they're leading almost by 30 points already.
Yeah, amazing. Silo close and Crazy Tool out now. Maybe not the best at this point of the game. You just saw, in fact, a little swoop and just leaving it was NorCam, because this does not do them any good. Maybe Silo closed towards the end of the window, but I don't know. We'll see if they even bother picking it up.
Yeah, this is great start. And as the audience maybe have been hearing, I have a bit of a cough, so sometimes when I get excited I need to be careful with my voice. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but I'll try to do my best here at the FarmCon. We'll be okay. But it's a great first bail. I gotta be honest. I mean, Trellborg exactly at the moment when they need it the most, they are actually making it happen. And I just got information from from our director that they think that is the highest first bail score ever. I'm not completely sure, because 151 we have seen on the past, and 152 is something that I'm still wondering if I have seen. 151 we have seen on the past. So yeah, it could be the highest, but then it's equaling a previous score from the same amount.
Yeah, for a while I think 150 was like the pinnacle, right? And then it was, I think you're correct that it was reached in the past, matching it again here. You know what JK from Helm told me one time, that it would be possible for them in the right conditions to get a 155. And I said, and he's like, we're doing it in practice. I'm like, okay, do it in the game then, JK.
Yeah,
do it when it counts.
Show yourself. Not only in practice, but but I still got to think about the score. So, but 151 is super good. I'm not going to lie on that one. It's just like one of the best for sure.
To get that score, though, Maddie, a lot of things have to go your way. Not only the machine, but the location.
Yeah.
And you knew, and I knew right away, that's the perfect location, right? That near side where you can get to the smaller field closest to the barn. Because the closer you are, the quicker you get there, right? But you also have to have the right machine that gives you enough speed, enough power. So the right things have to fall into place to be able to get above 150. So it doesn't happen often.
Yeah, the spawn locations, they just need to be right. And this time they had the right mixture. And you also need to win the challenges as well. So even if the spawns are there, you still have to claim them. So a lot of things need to go right. And this time they did. Anyways, so here we are. We are already reaching to the second level of the drops, or the second wave of the drops, and that's gonna be happening in 15 seconds. So we'll see what's in the end coming out of it. And let's see Hayden. Just he's gonna be just delivering some bales. Couple of seconds, then we know what is available on the drops. The grain situation, we can actually see some deliveries happening from Power Team Esports. They have been getting a 2.7 bale drop and direct delivery. So yeah, maybe they will go for the bale drop if it's on the way. I don't think that direct delivery at this point, I don't think it's going to be a thing, but who knows? I mean, why not in the end? If they use that at the start of the game, why not on the second half as well? But so let's see, we have the unloading happening for the Trellborg side. Power Team Esport did the delivery, but how much grain they still have remaining, that's a bit of a mystery. We'll see that in a matter of seconds. Then we can see 40,000. So they're pretty even actually as we speak. Maybe a slight advantage. No, I think it's going to be 2.0 actually for the both of the teams when these are going to be delivered. Power Team Esports maybe have maybe a couple of thousand more, but that shouldn't be enough to put it on the 2.1.
Yeah.
On a permanent basis, I mean.
Right. Yeah, temporarily Power Team Esport with the advantage on the multiplier, but yeah, 28,000 liters of grain still outstanding. Yeah, those drops came and went without being picked up. No surprise there. Both teams were done harvesting, so direct delivery wasn't going to be picked up. Now we'll be getting to the super drop next, and this is the beginning of when the teams start to bring their bales in, making sure as well, of course, that they're pressing more. But with 4 minutes to go, you want to start bringing your bales in, getting them around the barn, start scoring some points here soon, as Trellborg is now putting some grain into the silo. Power Team Esport has a little bit of extra grain too to still deliver, but I think when it's all said and done that it should end up being 2-2 here. And in fact, it is. So that's the way we're going to proceed the rest of the way, Maddie. 2-2.
Yep.
That's unfortunate, I think, if you're Power Team Esport. They could have used a little bit of a multiplier advantage after being so far behind after the first bale.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, but 2.0. It was almost 2.1 for Power Team Esports, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately. And now it's all about just starting to stack. Just get the job done, start stacking the bales on the belt, and Loiko will immediately follow. We'll see if there's going to be any tosses. Loiko has been quite successful with his tosses, so he's going to fall one of those bales. We'll see if there's going to be anything more. I think at this point, as long as he just has the bales available, and with a reasonably speeded belt as well, he will just, put them on the belt. But if there's a situation that, the belt is full, couple bales, I think he can do for a toss as well. Yeah.
Obelix rather looked like he was coming in for a toss there. It just looked like the posture of someone who was doing a toss, and I think he has, because their score has now jumped up to 182, now 202. So they are closing the gap a little bit, but that's going to extend now the lead, as there's, 4 bales there on the belt for Trellborg, 2 more about to be stacked on. It's going to be tough for Power Team Esport to win this one. That one's falling off, though. That's what they need, is Power Team Esport. Looks like they have one sitting that has fallen off, too, though. Here comes Obelix now. Obelix could really do that. One on the left is not going to go in. None of them are.
None of them. This is almost like a repeat.
Yeah,
it seems like they did on the previous game, and then 10 points once again.
It seems like that time, you're right. The one on the left, if it's crooked, it messes with the other two when they land. So, yeah, brutal. I think that they're probably hoping, hey, if we can start tossing these in, we have a chance. But other than that, I don't think they do. They're down by 120
in now. Loiko's going to do a toss as well.
Obelix getting 2 in.
Yeah, he's not done with the tosses. And now we can see Loiko, oh no, he's not going to toss that in. But there, you see on the Power Team Esports side, they actually have so many bales under the belt currently.
Yeah.
There's almost like a stack of bales just waiting to be put on the bottom, to be honest. And 1.5 minutes on the clock. I don't think that they have the time to organize them anymore on the belt either. So that's going to be some points lost for sure. And yeah, there's got to be some more bales. This is something that I have been wondering also. We did discuss this with Alex, that what if you would have 6 bales there? You would have 3 of them and 2 stacked on top of each other. Could you actually throw more than 3 inside?
No, no
even
way.
just 4, having 2 of them on the side by side. That is something we're wondering. I think we need to be trying. Maybe I'll put the challenge to JK. So JK, if you're listening, just try that out. I will forgive
I'm not
you.
even sure
I will
JK can
forgive
do that.
all the missed first bails if you do that.
471 to 382, so just around 91 points is the difference at the moment. 40 seconds to go. Power Team Esport, I think this is like the weakest performance they've had in all of the rounds they've played so far. Unfortunately for them, it's going to come at the wrong time. But their journey won't end, even if they do lose this one. So the loser of this one, Maddie, will play the winner of our first game in the losers bracket, which will be the next one on the broadcast. That'll be Just Attracta against Lindner. And then the winner of that one will play the loser of this one. The winner of this one moves on to round 3 and will play Helm for a chance at a spot in the semifinal.
Yeah, we only have 5 seconds, and the Trellborg is looking very strong. So Power Team Esports, they will lose this one in the end. So they had a great streak on the first round, the second round as well. They played really well, but in the end, Trellborg will be advancing, and they will be facing Helm actually on the final game of today.
Yeah.
And before that, like what's mentioned by Kermit, we have 4 matches, which are all from the lower bracket. So we're gonna be losing 4 teams, like a tick, 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 tick. They are just gone.
Right.
So yeah, a couple hours from here, we only have 4 teams remaining.
Yeah, we'll see some eliminations starting with our next one on the broadcast. You're right. So like it's now getting to be crunch time. So if you're Trellborg, if you're Helm, right now you're feeling pretty good about your spot in the semifinal. If you're any of the other teams, luckily for Power Team Esport, they have the easier route in the bottom part of the bracket, right? They can sit and watch now the next match and see who their opponent will be later on in the broadcast. So, yeah, lots still to play for, but we're going to start knocking some teams out here very soon. So Trellborg takes the best of 3 and 2-1, winning 2 straight games after Power Team Esport won the first one. It's been an exciting day so far. Trellborg and Power Team Esport are just 2 of the teams that have provided us some really exciting moments. We're going to take a break here in a moment. We'll be back with highlights of this one, and then we'll have as well Just Attracta against Lindner coming right up.
And welcome back, and we do have actually a
tractor
show.
on the move.
Yeah, they're going to be moving the tractors a little bit. So here at the Fendt Forum, we of course have the real Fendt tractors. And
Whoa,
unfortunately,
JK, what's that move? Like, imagine if they were in the real thing.
they didn't let me to drive it for now because I heard that I'm needed at the commentating duties. But they're going to be moving that a little bit. So and they will change the other one, I think, on the other side as well. So they're kind of like, yeah, look at that. You can see the engine, and
that one's like right behind us.
Yeah, it's like a 3
that one's
meter.
vibrating.
So we are
table.
basically behind that Farming Simulator League logo there on the wall, so we can definitely hear it. And I did have actually a look on the front weight yesterday. On the game, it looks so easy when they drop that off and they lift that back in. But that's massive.
It's huge.
It's huge. I think it's going to take a bit more effort than on the game, like just 2 seconds to get the front weight. So let's see where that's going to be heading at. Yeah, I can smell it.
So that smell in the air. Yeah, we're literally. If you're looking at this tractor right now, we're like hidden behind that Farming Simulator sign.
Yeah.
We're like in that same corner.
Yeah.
So if you had X-ray vision, you would see the back of our heads right now.
And if we're gonna go silent, then I think somebody needs to call help because we get all the gases from the tractor.
If you see the tractor back into the wall, worry about us.
For the time
she
being,
knows
it looks
what she's
okay.
doing. She's a pro.
Yeah, I think these.
She's not like some of you Farm Sim players that are in chat. I'm not going to say any names or anything.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if it would be DJ Goham on that tractor, this is Monster Madness. I can drive over these things.
He wouldn't actually be driving it, I think, at that point. You know, his whole thing is he doesn't actually play the game.
Yeah, they actually just. They're gonna reverse that from there. Oh, really? Yeah, they will really reverse it. Front of the chairs.
This is this is a cool look for you all. You're getting to see this is just the main area, right?
Yeah.
Of the
work in
Fendt
progress.
Work in progress. Well done, Maddie. And then like outside of the doors to the right of where the tractor is, there's like a long hallway. There's several rooms. We have like a huge room set up where the goodie bags will be. There's a bunch of gaming stations out there with Farming Simulator 22 and 23. But here on the stage as well is where we'll have all of the talks for FarmCon. It won't be streamed. The FSL is, you won't really see any of the announcements coming out on stream, but all of our social channels, you'll see them. You'll see all of our influencer partners here. We have, again, the same 6 English-speaking community creators that were here last year. Argsy came back from New Zealand again even. So, yes, there is going to be plenty of information coming out about Farming Simulator 25, so don't you worry. This is an awesome, this is a very different kind of technical break than I think any other esport can have, right? Like, you've done a lot of different esport casts over the years, but have you ever had to pause for a tractor during one?
No, not really. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little bit bad because I was yesterday helping with the chairs.
Yeah.
And I did line all those chairs in front. They had to move them, so somebody needs to do that again.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a very small thing. And
Poor copter.
we can see these reversing in. But yeah, this is so you saw the bigger picture. So of course, this big hall is still like a little bit of work in progress, but we are opening tomorrow in the morning, and there is another hall next to it where we have a lot of things there as well. So it's a large. It's the biggest FarmCon ever. So for sure, you're not going to be running out of space. And
this is so impressive, though.
Yeah, there we can see that they are just moving there. We can see the German caster is going to be hiding behind the tractor. Luckily, the players
look
are
at all
still there.
the players though are just amazed. Look, Marcel out there with the crew shirt on, filming for us. And then it's not open to the public today, so all the people you're seeing, you see like some of the Trellborg players waving at the camera there. Lindner players standing nearby. Power Team Esport. We've got some family members of staff in the shot.
Yeah. And there we can see a nice front shot.
Just super strength it, says Debbie. Yeah, use easy dev and super strength and combine at them, and then we can
like
just teleported the tractor
so
over there.
It can barely fit from there, but it can. That's the main point, that it can fit from there.
You know, if I would have known they would have done this, I would have been like, can I sit on the weight? They wouldn't have let me, I bet.
Yeah.
But you know, I could have been sitting on there waving like I'm in the homecoming parade.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, they did swap the side already. So they said that they will swap the sides of the tractors, and they have done
Someone
exactly
put the tractor
that.
in the wrong place. Something else that has happened quite
Yeah.
often, I'm sure, to our players in chat right now.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not going to name names, but you know
Imagine
who you
if you would drive this to the river.
Yeah.
Are you going to flip that somehow with the breakdancing? and something on this tractor tells me that if it's going to get stuck on a tree, the tree is going to be gone. Not the tractor having a problem. It's the tree that's going to have a problem.
Now what I want to know is where's the drawbridge that she's going to drive over, and will it be lifting as she drives over it? Because it's impressive so far, but can you do it on a drawbridge while it's raising up in the air?
I don't know. Maybe we can simulate that. I think we need to talk to the Fend people, and we can maybe try to somehow lure them to prove us wrong, because I think we said at some point with Alex that in reality, I don't know if that's going to work. But who knows?
This is a beautiful little town, isn't it? Machtoberdorf.
It is. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it though.
So, Machtoberdorf. That's my best.
Machtoberdorf.
I'm not a German speaker, but
Machtoberdorf.
There you go. Like I want to say Mark, you know, like the person's name, like Mark Toberdorf.
Mark from Oberdorf.
Yeah, yeah. But no, yeah, that's what I was told. Macht. Yeah, Machtoberdorf.
Yeah, it sounds like a place which has great food.
The food's been good
Yeah,
so
the food
far.
was great.
The pancake soup, if you missed out on that, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
If Chalky's still around, he can tell you the German name of it. Don't remember. But it was delicious. I've had it before. Of course, we had to bring it out for this event.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's really cool. You know, for us, we've been in Mannheim 2 years ago. We were in Lauingen last year at Deutschfahr. And now this year, we're in Machtoberdorf. And this one has like, Mannheim was a bigger city, right, in comparison to these two other
Mannheim
towns.
is different.
But this one is like, Lauingen was a small town.
Yep.
Still nice.
Yep.
Liked it a lot. This one though, like I feel like we're all centrally located. Like you're in the staff hotel with us. The influencers are all staying 500 feet away.
Yeah.
Just close enough that it's not taxi distance for DJ Goham and Farmer Cup, you know. They can walk 500 feet in between hotels.
Yeah.
But they have been like doing such a great job for the taxi economy in Machtoberdorf already. In the 2 days they've been here. Someone just said in chat, this is totally FS25 gameplay we're seeing now, isn't it? Odd choice to pick the FSL arena for a map, Veldon, but, you know, maybe.
Yeah. I really like the town. And the only question that I have is that, you know, last year at Deutschfahr, they had the song.
Yeah,
they had the Deutschfahr song. So do we have like a Fend song? And how does it compare it to the Deutschfahr song? But anyways, we just heard that we're going to be heading to the next game finally. But now the tractors have been finally moved, on their final destinations on the sides of the stage. So they swapped the locations. They wanted to show how well these can be controlled and what is the level of maneuverability of these things. So, but yeah, there we go. Just Attracta versus Lindner. So this is the first game from the lower bracket.
Yep.
One of these means, one is going to go home.
Yep. One of these teams is going home, and unfortunately, like, I like all these teams, but these two teams are the two that have like a lot of fun. So to see one of them be the first to go out is going to be kind of sad. But here we go. We're going to find out. Just Attracta or Lindner. It's a best of 3, but one of these teams is out. The other will play the loser of our previous match, and we'll be moving right along. We're going to start knocking teams out now and get ourselves set up over the next couple of hours for tomorrow. And we'll have the semifinals and the final tomorrow. We'll crown a world champion for Season 5, and the winner will be walking away with 40,000 euros.
Well, what we can see now is that we have the telehandlers once again banned, so we come back to the normal gameplay. Well, not normal, but I mean the gameplay without the telehandlers. So this is the other scenario. And then, of course, besides that, we actually have the 8R and the Lexia now in the play as well. They were not banned, so there was just a couple of different tractors which were. So I would say that the bans are completely fine. I would say normal. And of course, Lindner versus Just Attracta, this is a tough call. I mean, we had a Just Attracta having a great first game versus Helm
They
earlier
played
today.
very well.
Lindner also had a tight situation. It wasn't a sweep. So actually, this is the one that because both teams have their ups and downs, it's very hard to say how this is going to end.
It really is. I'm excited to see it because we've already seen some really, really exciting matches when elimination wasn't on the line. And now with it on the line, like, what do these teams do? We know that Lindner has pulled out surprises a time or two, and their backs against the wall. Maybe they pull out something crazy again. Maybe Just Attracta, you know, as the 8th seed coming in, is going to stay alive by playing really well. I don't know, but we're going to find out. In about 20 to 30 minutes worth of gameplay, we'll know which of these teams is moving on and which will end their journey here. Here we go.
Yeah, Apollo's going to go for the pad. We'll find a bailer.
Apollo on the pad, ready for launch.
Yeah, exactly. Lift off. And Heiva's going to go for the ideal. So we'll see. What I'm interested in is what is the location. And for Lindner, I think both teams actually have a quite decent utilities at this point. So we can see that the Lindner is already pretty close to it. It's not going to be like a 150 something points, but this actually is looking to be a quite good first bail for Lindner. Of course, pending how the actual toss is going to go or the swing. So we'll see how that's going to go. Now the bail is ready, and he is just about ready to leave. So yeah, I think like 140 is still doable at this point. Maybe a little bit more than that, so we'll see. But yeah, very close to 140, I would say. That's the thing that can happen, and it's exactly 140. So Lindner will win the first bail. Janka is approaching also from the safer route, and looking to have something like a 127-ish or something pending from the toss. I would say it's going to be a less than that, 124 maybe, 125. So yeah, 15 points of a difference. It's not a one bail, but it's let's say a difference that can be noticed.
Yeah, I mean, any amount of point advantage can make the difference in this contest, especially how close these teams are matched. So 15 points could decide it in the end. We'll find out. And our first drops are up. What do we have? Silo closed and direct delivery. So Janka's going to go for direct delivery. And so is Apollo.
Yep.
No surprise there, because there was no reason to close the silo because they weren't even ready to start delivering grain yet. So it's better to pick this, increase your multiplier a little bit.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I mean, yeah, the direct delivery is going to do the job, but it's going to be quite even with the both of the teams, of course. So it's not going to give like a huge advantage, especially when the both of the teams are having it. So they should be ending up with pretty much the same, and they're going to be wearing it off. So yeah, maybe Lindner getting a slightly more, I would say like a 5 pixels more of a grain or something like that. So it's a very, very small difference in the end. Of course, we have a big hole on the Just Attracta side and the Unstoppable on the Lindner side. So that explains the differences on the belt speed at the same time as we still have the same multipliers more or less. And now it's just all about just getting the job done, collecting the grain, and then waiting to see, let's say, what's going to happen during the next 1.5 minutes and before we have the drops coming in. So maybe some early deliveries are possible.
Completely even so far, except for the first bail. That one was close enough as well, but the grain is like basically even at this point. Here comes Janka now, having a look at Janka bringing in the big hull, the Optimus Prime, as Maddie said. And this is about the point where you want to deliver this grain for sure. And we're going to be approaching, though, like it's a gamble to just start delivering it now. And I think that's why Janka's going to leave it, because you never know. You could have the grain multiplier popping up, which would be absolutely huge. Let's see what Apollo does.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? Well. Sometimes you want to play the Russian roulette.
Yeah, sometimes you do. You know, it's a gamble. It really is. Like, it could give you an advantage now. It could give you a huge disadvantage later. It's just about making that decision and hoping it goes your way.
Yeah, I think it's all about I mean, in a way, if you do it early, it's not about the grain well, yeah, it's about the grain multiplier as well. But then the silo close is the other thread, of course. That's
Right.
something. So that's in the same equation, more or less. So we need to find the balance, and I guess I don't know how the players are going to be deciding how they do it. I don't think that they will just trust the gut feeling on this one. So they have maybe something more, maybe a calculator to back up the whole selection process.
Yeah,
Who knows?
maybe.
But yeah, we have the drops now coming in, so we should be seeing that in a matter of seconds. Bale drop and the bridge is lower, so nothing that disruptive.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to go for it even. I mean, Bale drop maybe makes sense a little bit
Maybe
if it's on the way, but it's pretty far away. I mean, they still have some. They still have some straw there, so they can basically do the baling there, and maybe on the side of the baling, maybe get something if they want to get the
It
Bale
looks like
drop, for
Janka
example.
might make the circle now and then maybe grab it on his way as you were kind of leading it to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely Just Attracta is going to be able to grab it. I don't know about Lindner, though. We don't know what they're up to. So, actually, he's going to keep going. He's got time, though. He's gone with bridges lowered. Okay.
Yeah, then he can deliver the bales easier, for example, from that part of the map. That's one thing.
Same thing picked up by Lindner now as well.
So yeah, they didn't see that the bale drop is going to be that much influential, so they thought that it's going to be a better help to have the bridges actually lowered. And yeah, I completely understand it. Why not? I mean, they just need to deliver something right away.
I would like to see bale drop give you like 1 or 2 extra bales each time. It would make it a little bit more worth it than just 1, right? Like if it was 3, that's probably more worth the grab than just 1. Because 1, at this point in the game, you don't really want to drop a whole lot of bales on the ground. We can see like Janka has some on the baler and some on the front. So, but you don't want to drop too many. As meanwhile, Just Attracta's belt is sluggish. It is going the slowest speed. They do, though, have a 2.3 to 1.7 multiplier advantage at the moment. But yeah, you got to be careful, I guess, in those moments, like with what you do. Yeah,
you're completely right. Let's see. I mean, we had some deliveries for the grain as well, which seems that Just Attracta is with the 2.3 multiplier as we speak, but Lindner still sitting on 31,000 liters of grain. And also 14,000 remaining for Just Attracta. We can see Janka trying to figure out how to finish this puzzle, and that looks awfully unstable. I mean, look at that.
Slow.
I mean, maybe it's gonna stay there because the belt is slow. I don't know. Now we can see more unloading for the grain happening. We can see Just Attracta getting all of it
so
down.
Slow.
And let's see at the Lindner side what's gonna go with that. And
they did score 1 with extra points, I think.
Yeah, they are getting something done.
That's wild, though. Like he put the first ones on.
Yeah,
they had like 6 bales on there, and they had a 2.6, but not a single one of them got in at that because the belt was going so slow.
Yeah, it is a little bit complicated, to be honest. So let's wait and see. But we can see that the final deliveries have been done. So Lindner will end up with a 2.1 multiplier. Just Attracta will end up with 1.9. And then it's all about just delivering as many bales as possible. But for the time being, Lindner, let's say, I mean, they have multiplier advantage. They have more points.
They got the Lord Baler just now as well.
But they have less bales, only 2 bales. That's the problem, that they need more bales in the end.
Yeah, luckily for them, they're in the lead. The Lord Baler scored them too. Like, that's why I think with the bale drop, Lord Baler is a super drop, so it should be more powerful. But Lord Baler, it doesn't matter if you score those immediately. You don't have to bring them in. Bale drop, if you could bring in more and drop them near the barn for later, I think it would be more beneficial. All right, so Janka now getting 2 on the belt. Those might just stay. I don't know. It's a little bit shaky. The finest margins sometimes make the difference.
Yeah, to me it looks like they're going to stay. He was driving very fast towards the belt and kind of crashing into it to get them as far as possible. On the belt, because it Just Attracta at the same time claiming some points.
11 points lead for Lindner now.
Yeah, there's a lot of bales actually there. So
yeah, this is going to be, end of the lead here in a moment. Just Attracta, but now Zerzeris for Lindner answering back. So who knows, people? Get ready for the final minute. Briefly into the leader, Just Attracta, but that will probably change here in a moment. 302 to 287. Lindner's about to score another one. They're now ahead by 6 points with 105 remaining.
Yeah, it's a very close battle, and the final minutes is just about to start. So, yeah, Zerus maybe, I don't know, maybe, well, not really spending too much time with the bale, but he was maybe considering for a while that how shall I actually place this on the belt and how this should be played in the end. Meanwhile, because it's just going to arrive into the scene as well. 10 points of a difference, by the way, on the score, so Lindner's leading by 10 points. And 9 bales for Just Attracta and Lindner's side. We don't know how many bales they have, so a lot of bales for the Just Attracta, and they just need to start delivering them as we speak. 30 seconds on the clock. We can see Lindner getting some points, so Just Attracta, they still need to be catching up. The count, the bale count is actually pretty much even. Just Attracta is currently on the lead. Yeah, the Lindner belt is super fast compared to Just Attracta's belt. That could be the final advantage, which will give them the points to put the bales on the second floor. Lindner putting the more bales in. It's going to be 480 points because Just Attracta catching up a little bit. 455, 5 seconds to go, and it's going to be awfully close. Still a couple more points to come, but it's going to be in the end Lindner who will win this one.
Wow.
The first game out of 3, they will win it by 26 points, if I saw correctly.
Something like that, yeah. That was quite impressive. I mean, it was close, but then in the end, it felt, you know, a little bit more comfortable for Lindner. They don't look too comfortable, though. They were fired up after that one, pulling that one off. They know what's at stake here, you know. The loser of this one's going home. So for Just Attracta now, they're facing elimination. They can't lose another round here against Lindner. Like, they have to bounce back and win 2 in a row to be able to stay alive here. It's going to be a shame for either of these teams to go out because especially Just Attracta, how they played against Helm earlier. They won the first round against Helm, and they really took Helm to the brink in the second and the third. And then, yeah, for Lindner, continuously a strong team, always pulls out a surprise. If they've got a surprise now, if they've got something that they've been saving in their back pocket, Maddie, now's the time to pull it out because otherwise this may, you know, be the end for them too. But they win the first one, so they're in a good position for Just Attracta. They're sitting there. You can see it on their faces. They know we've got to win now. We're up against it.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they had such a great match versus Helm. I mean, they lost it, but still they won 1 run out of 3. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. I'm curious to see how it plays out. I mean, of course, not everybody can win, that's for sure. So somebody needs to drop. But yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to say. I mean, this is a thing with Just Attracta. They have been upsetting teams on the first round in the past, and then kind of like when they move forward on the tournament themselves, then they kind of like struggle a little bit to find their way.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not completely the same, but there's some same elements as we have these bands who have only one hit wonders. So I think there's some same elements, and there's nothing wrong. I mean, Just Attracta, they're handsome guys. They could be easily doing some records as well. They just need to sing like Terminator in a tour.
You know, sometimes their poses, they look like they're a rock band and not a FSL team. That's for sure. We were talking about the poses that we did as well, or you and Alex did last year. You know. Yeah,
we've been posing.
Here we go. All right, Just Attracta against Lindner. We're going to have Unstoppable for JDT. We're going to have Bottleneck for Lindner. And we're just about ready to get underway for the player pick phase. Let's see what we get here. Both of the teams picking the Kloss Combine and the Massey Baylor. All right, both with runner perk.
Yeah, the telehandlers, they are once again out of the play. So that was the Just Attracta's ban.
Sorry, telehandlers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice to see you. Come again.
Easy Stack and Head Start picked for the second players. I've noticed Just Attracta does go with Easy Stack quite a bit. I think Easy Stack is a good perk to pick if you're a little bit shaky with your stacking. It can help you by widening that hitbox a little bit more of a margin for error. But like, it also, I feel like, is maybe wasted points. Like if you didn't need it, you'd be better off putting the points elsewhere, you know, because it doesn't give you it used to be a huge advantage when I first started casting the FSL because you would have the bale loader trailer and you could back it up with Easy Stack and deliver all of the bales off of it at one time. We used to see combo points like crazy back then. But that's not the state of the FSL that we're in now. Crashing into the Kloss is Zerxerus, and that's up on the hood of the tractor. I wonder if he can get it out of there. They've switched the camera now.
Yeah.
Maybe he's driven off now. I don't know. But that was a little bit sketchy to start.
Yeah, every time when they crash so hard on the other ones, it kind of like feels bad, to be honest. I don't know why. It just feels sorry for the utility that it's somebody's like treating them that way. But anyways, we can see Apollo now going to get the first bale done, pressed, and they actually once again they have a great place of doing it. So let's wait until they have the bale now, and I think they are looking to have 140 something. 140 is doable definitely from this place. And 140 was the last first bale. This could be actually slightly higher, like 142 is maybe doable here.
Oh,
but he's going to miss that one, unfortunately.
Too late.
So yeah, it's not going to be 142 for sure. And let's see if they can still recover it somehow. We can see Janka having a lightly... Yeah, he's
went for a swim.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be thirsty for water, so why not? Let's go there. Mr. Wet T-shirt is going to be coming in towards the barn.
All right, Janka.
Yeah, one...
Oh, and Janka misses!
Oh, he's going to miss that as well. So both teams actually will miss the first bale. 116 for Lindner. And it's Just Attracta. Bale is actually that far away.
They just left it.
I don't think that they... Is that area that can you actually drive there? Why? Because we have seen that a lot of teams are abandoning the bales, that they don't have the front forks, so it's going to be too complicated or something.
Just Attracta should have just played it safer there because Lindner had made the mistake to start with to give them a chance. And then they went in a little bit too aggressive, I would say. Especially when, elimination is facing them here. They could have really done with just a safe approach, deliver the bale, and they would have been neck and neck in first bale with Lindner. Instead, they're going to end up getting the minimum amount of points and be behind by a significant margin when they're facing elimination.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see. I mean, Just Attracta, definitely the greatest start for them, especially when Lindner won the first game. So this is not really playing towards Just Attracta now.
No.
And yeah, Unstoppable versus Bottleneck. I think there's definitely some benefits on the Unstoppable. And yeah, let's wait and see how this is going to play out. But yeah, I would say that Lindner, I mean, they don't have their backs against the walls. They can maybe smile a little bit as well while they are playing. So everything is looking pretty good and shiny for them.
Yeah, they got to make sure they don't make any huge mistakes like getting stuck on a bridge or having your tractor completely flip upside down. Your baler, even more so, unable to recover it would be disastrous, and it wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen. So, yeah, right now the 116-0 with 650 left. Just Attracta are going to have to just press a whole lot more bales or end up with a significant multiplier advantage to give themselves a chance. Otherwise, I just don't see how they'll pull it off.
Yeah, it will be very difficult, of course. I mean, but you never know. I mean, we have seen Lindner to pull some crazy moves on the past, and then they have kind of failed on those, and then it would have opened something. So, I mean, of course, I'm not expecting they will do anything like that for now, especially when they're sitting on this kind of a position. But yeah, they have to be careful still. I would say that there is still a way to come back here. But
plenty of time, which is good. The scoring hasn't really started. The bulk of it will be under 4 minutes. But I would be concerned right now if I was JDT that I only have one more bale than what Lindner have pressed. So you need to start getting some bales pressed. More importantly, you need to press them and bring them in and score them. But both teams still need to deliver their grain here as well. So Apollo is now in the baler and looking like he's going to start bailing up in this direction. So this is good news for Lindner. The only problem is they'll leave some of those bales quite far away. Oh, look at this. Oh. Well, the two best you could hope for, which one do you go for? I think it's gray multiplier here because neither team really are ready with their bales.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 and 4 bales, so, but yeah, I would take rain multiplier, play something on the longer. longer term, but you never know. I mean, we might see some differences here as well. But the grain multiplier would be kind of like sweet. I mean, for both of the teams actually.
Justicon just hanging out over here, waiting for his teammate, presumably to pick up the grain multiplier before he delivers any.
Yeah, they're trying to make the decision. What will we pick up?
Here's Janka now heading that direction. So about 15 seconds. I don't think Janka's going to grab this immediately.
Well, I mean, it's like a 10 seconds, so he's going to go for the grain multiplier,
Yep, of course.
So that's going to work better for them, and we can immediately see a bit of an unloading happening as well.
They did get a 1.6 to 1.5 advantage since they're behind so far on the score. So maybe that helps, but it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, both sides picked the same grain multiplier in the end, and now we'll see how well that's going to be utilized in the end. And that is going to be unloading it for the time being.
I think it's going to just end up being pretty darn even, and the bales Just Attracta just has one extra at the moment, and that. So, I mean, 2 players for Lindner now spending a lot of time at the silo. Yeah, this is going to be close because they have 27,000 roughly liters sitting there, almost 31,000 for JDT. Here comes Janka now. And they're delivering the grain now, and Janka is going to put these, and their belt is going pretty fast, so I think they're going to score some at extra points. We're not seeing what the multiplier is now. Both teams actually now at the barn. 50 points came in for the first bale, and then another 20 points for the second one that went in for JDT. So a decent moment for them, but it's not really enough to close that gap. And now Lindner with 2 bales on the belt, one of them falling off. I mean, it could go either way. Here's multiplier switch. It lasts for 15 seconds, and it's probably not worth going for here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be so much having a difference. I mean, the grain has been delivered, so Lindner will end up with 2.1. We have less than 3 minutes to go. And yeah, changing from 1.9 to 2.1 is, I mean, of course, it's 2 points more per bale, but it's going to be so small change on the multiplier that I don't think that teams are going to be more or less interested from it at this point. So they will just leave it be there. And then we can see Justicon a little bit like a wandering here on the field, just trying to pick up some of the bales and trying to come up with some kind of a strategy how to play them as well. And Just Attracta is going to be starting to prepare their bales around the belt area. So they have been pressing a couple more now than Lindner, but they still have, of course, a long way to catch them up, especially as they are also suffering from the lower multiplier, as we can see. So final 2 minutes are starting, and something needs to be done.
Yeah, so far, like, a heck of a time for JDT's worst round of the entire day. And it's just unfortunate for them. I don't think that they're going to be able to bounce back from it. I mean, it started with the first bale disaster. Now the multiplier is against them. And even if they get all these bales on, it's going to take a mistake from Lindner to help them get back into it.
Yeah, 1.5, and we haven't much seen anything. I mean, we can see Just Attracta building up the bales a little bit, but we haven't seen any big moves here. Now we can see Just Attracta finally starting to unload them inside. There's a bunch of bales inside of it. That's going to be, what is it, like a 38 points? That's what my quick math is telling. And
they're in the lead briefly.
Yeah, they are in the lead. So, I mean, everything is possible. Now they're just missing out a little bit on the bale side, and there's going to be more points scored. We can see the doors moving a little bit there.
Oh, they're 2 away from a combo. Push him into the bottom.
Yeah, there's going to be a combo coming
push him
up.
Into the bottom. No.
And it's going to be in the end Lindner who's going to get that counter.
They got the counter points.
They will get the counter points from the combo. That's going to be so many points missed for Just Attracta, unfortunately. So
they could have scored 50.
Yeah, they could.
But Lindner got 30
didn't.
instead.
Yeah.
So it's almost like missing out on 80 points in a way.
It is what it is. Unfortunately, I mean, they have the early bird catches the
7-point lead though for them still. 30 seconds. Now they're behind.
Yeah,
5-point lead.
Yeah, it's so even.
It's coming down to the stacking.
12 bales compared
and
to something
the belt
else.
is so slow for Lindner at the moment. That is helping. JDT's
But
case.
Lindner needs to get those bales in. They're trying to push. They're preparing a push actually. They're preparing a combo there. They are trying to do.
JDT might pull this off.
Yeah, but they are actually. What is happening with Lindner? They are trying
I
to
don't
prepare
know.
something.
10 points.
They are missing out of the bales.
It's
They're
even.
not getting them in, and it's going to be
2
actually
point lead
Just
for
Attracta.
Lindner.
Lindner so close,
Wait,
and in the end,
JDT did it, I think.
Yeah, I think they did
No,
it
they did.
somehow. Did
they?
they? We don't know what happened on the final moments of the game, actually.
I think they did because otherwise the teams would be getting up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened
JDT just got
But what
it
happened
over the
there?
line.
Lindner was preparing some kind of a push. They had 12 bales available. They had 12 bales, and they stalled them. They tried to push them in, and they didn't get the pile moving.
384 to
7
376.
undelivered bales. There's a huge failure from the Lindner side here.
Lindner.
Something was not working as they were hoping
They
for.
were trying to push in more than they really needed. They just needed to get one more in to win, and they were trying to get all of them in instead. And look at like head and hands now because they know, like they beat themselves there. I think that is a costly mistake, and could be the difference. Like they'd be moving on right now. They'd be up, shaking hands, walking off the stage, like okay, we're still alive. But now both of these teams are facing elimination in the third of the best of 3. So everything's still to play for both of them.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, Lindner had all the keys to the victory. They could have done it,
right?
But they decided to start playing fancy there.
Yeah, it was hard. We only saw the X-ray, right? I would like to see in the actual replay what they were actually doing, what happened, but they needed one bale.
Yeah, but I mean, if they would have been just scoring the bales normally, they would have been okay. They were even with Just Attracta to like 30 seconds before, but then they started to prepare this setup, and they kind of like stopped delivering the belts normally, which they would have just put them normally on the belt. They would have been fine, but they started to play this whole fancy situation.
Their belt was so slow that I get why you'd want to put it in the bottom, but just put one in the bottom and you win.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Let's not worry about it.
I'm actually I'm happy for both of these teams because I feel like it deserves this type of conclusion, right? One of them is going to go out, but at least we've made it with both of them to a best of 3. So it's going to be everything to play for. It's going to be exciting to see.
That's definitely a Lindner kind of a resolution. I would say it somehow just represents the whole how they play so well, that they wanted to do something different a little bit from the chains, and unfortunately it didn't work out. But anyways, we're going to be heading for the last game of the best of 3 series for now. And yeah, we're going to be getting on the ban phase. So Just Attracta 1, Lindner 1. I'm not going to be expecting anything too fancy happening with the bans, all the picks or anything else here. So I would say that we'll see how this will start advancing when we get the first bale in from the both sides.
Just Attracta was so far behind on the first bale in the last one too. I mean, just incredible. It was like something like a 40 or 50 point gap or more. And they overcame that at the end. They got one in at the final second to win when Lindner, I don't know what they were doing with their bales, but no matter what happened there, now it's about what happens here. It's going to be crazy. We've got bottleneck for JDT, big haul picked for Lindner. So we're going to have 2 different styles going against each other here. One of these teams is going to unfortunately be the first to be eliminated. The other will be moving on.
Yeah.
Man. So the winner of this one will go on to play, if I remember correctly, Power Team Esport, which will be interesting to see as well.
Yeah, that should be the case, yeah.
And the loser, they don't have to go home. They can still enjoy FarmCon, but their journey in FSL Season 5 will be done.
That's true. Well, there we go. I'm just waiting for the final picks for the players. We have Fence, JGBs. Yeah, everything looks exactly as it was on the first game as well. So no big changes. We have once again big haul, but this time it's going to be versus the bottleneck on the side of the Just Attracta. So we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out.
Interestingly enough as well, Lindner has chosen to spend their points on the machines themselves, and so that meant that Bull had no points to pick a player perk. So going for the machine over the perk is an interesting strategy. Let's see what Lindner's going to do. All right, here we go. There's so much to play for here. I mean, this is the biggest match we've had today, and we've had a lot of big matches already.
yeah, this is the one where somebody's going to be walking home from the tournament. So yeah, it is pretty meaningful, I would say. And let's see what else we have here. So we had a bit of a challenge here. We can see actually the combines going exactly on the same area on the fields. Not going to be a problem at all because Apollo at the same time.
Apollo is a long way away. Apollo was at the moon, basically, and he needs to be at Earth at this point. He had to go all the way across the map to find Zerzeris. I don't know where JDT are at the moment and how this is going to shape up. So
there they are.
It's going to be close. Here we go, Janka.
Yeah,
let's see what you can do.
Yeah, 140 is doable here. So let's see if he's going to toss that in or what's the case. He's going to swing it. Seems a little bit early to me, but it's going to be 145. It's going to be a great first bail. And Apollo at the same time will be just coming from the safer route. It's going to be a slightly narrower angle. It's going to be about 135-ish, 136. So 9 points of a difference. It's not going to be huge, but it's a difference definitely. So great start for both of the teams. And Just Attracta with 145, they can be really happy about that because they were just basically in the verge of losing this on the previous game. And now they're actually leading the third game in the series.
Yeah, good start from both of the teams, really. JDT, that's our third best first bail of the day. We've had a 151, a 148, and now a 145. As Herbicide and Bridges Lowered are our first drops of this round. I could see Bull stopping as he passes by and picking up Herbicide so that he can just keep on harvesting, doesn't have to worry about avoiding the weeds. That's what I would imagine would happen. Maybe, though, they would go with Bridges Lowered because JDT has Bottleneck.
And they will just ignore them completely. Is that the caster curse?
Maybe. Maybe they still go back for them. I don't know. That is surprising.
Yeah, please go back just to please Kermit.
Please.
Please.
I beg of you.
We're really hopeful.
It'll ruin my entire farm con if you don't go
we
back.
made a bet about it, and now Kermit lost. No. Okay. It happens, you know, even for Americans.
Yes. What? Okay. Here we go. We're seeing Hapax and Zerzer. By the way, I say Zerzeris. I quite like how you say it better.
Zerzerus?
Yeah, that sounds so good in your accent.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like music to my ears. It's lovely. Janka now with the grain cart headed in.
I can record a tape for you that you can listen when you go to bed.
Just Zezerus. Maddie ASMR or something. Copter. ASMR by Copter.
Yeah, that would be something. I don't know. I do have a pretty strong voice, so I don't know how it would work. But if you get me one of those microphones which has the ears, I can try.
Yeah, that'd be good. Felden, I like that suggestion. You know, I was just thinking earlier about bail drop, how to make it more effective, and Herbicide is one as well. As like, how do you make it more effective? It is the team perk now that is not picked. In Season 5, you have to pick a different one each round, but you rarely, if ever, see Herbicide picked as a team perk, and then you rarely see it picked as a drop. It was picked early on, earlier in the matches, but yeah, it would be nice maybe if it gave you slightly more yield as well, something.
Yeah, it's completely true. I mean, we see that so rarely. At some point, we had Helm actually playing it as a team perk, but they were just baiting us more or less with it. But I mean, they took it from time to time. But yeah, we see it very rarely. And if it's a drop there, it's very rarely actually picked at all. It is what it is. Meanwhile, 5.5 minutes to go, so we are waiting for the second wave of the drops to arrive once again. And then we'll see how this will be ending up from here. So yeah, a couple of seconds. We can see Justica moving towards the silo very carefully.
So
just trying to find the place.
They make it look so easy.
There we do have the drops are there, and now speed up and bail drop. So yeah, it's a bit of a meh. Bail drop maybe, but when you look at the location where they are, they're actually inside of the barn island or whatever you call that area. It's pretty hard to get there, so it's going to cost some time. So I don't know. Does it really make any kind of a sense to go there? But we can see Apollo now at least coming with the bail, so maybe he has an idea that he will take the speed up. Maybe that's the only thing that I would imagine. I would imagine that it would make more sense. That's all I'm saying. And yeah, Apollo's going to go for it. He wants to get his flight with double speed to the moon. Together with Tom Hanks on the capsule.
We've been bringing out all the Apollo space-themed dad jokes today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. We might have sometimes a little bit bad sense of humor, so hopefully everybody has been okay today. And yeah, cast by copter whisper mode. If anybody remembers Blue Thunder.
145 to 136 is still just the first bale is the difference. It is now a 3-1 advantage for Lindner. The belt has stopped for JDT, but Just Attracta ready to reply. Starts unloading the grain for them as well, so should be about even when it's all said and done. Lindner has one, just one singular liter of grain left at this point. I don't think I've ever seen, like, where is it? Where did they leave it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. I can easily do the whisper mode, but there's only one thing. To get to the right atmosphere, we need to shut down the lights as well. So they cannot be vision at the same time. Anyways, that's a completely different topic. But yeah, the score situation is, I mean, what Lindner has been doing is that they have been pressing those bales. Of course, Just Attracta has been doing the same, but we haven't been much scoring any of the bales. So we can see that this whole pile is nicely building up right in front of the barn for Lindner. Just Attracta now, we can see they're like 2 bales behind Lindner. So it's pretty much even, I would say, more or less. Maybe even a difference that doesn't make much any kind of a difference. Yeah, Janka is trying.
Time.
Yeah, he's gonna lose one there.
Just go with the 2, man.
Yeah, no, he wants to have his Y later.
Yeah, just go with the 2.
Yeah, well, the 2 it is.
So much time wasted.
45 seconds.
Okay, this could be interesting because Lindner have a bunch of bales already sitting
and
there.
Apollo's going to go for it immediately.
Like, they just need to grab these and start throwing them in. Unfortunately, they only
have the one already from the baler.
They only have the 1 stacker at the barn, or they can push
6
more
out of
in.
10 from the combo.
Here comes Zerzurus with 4 to push in.
It's going to be not going to be coming up as a combo. It's 5 out of 10 for the time being.
But man, they scored a bunch easy, and now Janka, meanwhile, has to actually load them on the belt.
Yeah. It's I mean, for sure, it's not going to be a combo for Lindner, but the
JDT has to play catch up now, basically, right? That's the advantage there. Lindner can take their time, get some more bales in. They have a 209-point lead at the moment. So it's not over with 2 minutes to go because they've scored a lot of their bales now while JDT had them sitting there. So they could still make it up, no problem. But let's see what happens. I think one's about to fall off from the look of it.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean, yeah, Lindner made a nice gap there with the points, and yeah, it's also a psychological thing for sure, because when you are, let's say, 200 points behind, it seems like a big amount of points, to be honest. And especially on this season when we have these shorter matches, it makes a difference.
Zerzurus losing a bale, went flying. He hit the fence coming in, and that bale is kind of hidden in the trees there. Able to recover and get it. Look at this score all of a sudden. I was over here watching the action and not the score line. All of a sudden, JDT's brought it back to within 15.
Yeah, they are catching up.
They're going to be in the lead here in a moment, maybe.
And they are about even with the bales as well. That's going to be 2 more bales coming for them. Lindner has a slight advantage on the multiplier. Just Attracta is going to be taking the lead. We have 1 final minute starting up.
1 minute stands between these teams in elimination. Come on, this is going to be a crazy minute.
Yeah, 2 bales are on their way, and that's going to be for Lindner. So this is going to be very close in the end. I do have that feeling. And a couple of bales are lying around right next to the bottom. Let's see what Zerzurus wants to do with them. He wants to push the other one a little bit further away, I guess, and maybe we'll put that on the belt. That's going to be costing a lot of time, to be honest, but they don't have much more other bales on the area. And let's see if he can get that 1 bale. Yes, he can. So that has been moved to a perfect angle. Just Attracta is going to be quite
JDT doesn't have any bales. They don't have any more bales at the barn.
They have 4 remaining, but they are not there. So this is a chance for Lindner, but they are still pretty far away.
Lindner's coming in with some in the baler as well. 15 to go. It could be like it's either team's game. I have no idea how to call this one, and there's 10 seconds left. 5:39 to 5:20. JDT is in the lead. Now 5:40, 5:50 to 5:49 to 5:50. Now JDT in the lead by 25. I think JDT takes it. They do. Just Attracta, the 8 seed.
Yep.
Moves on. They eliminate Lindner.
Yep, Lindner is out of the tournament, unfortunately. And
Incredible!
This gotta be one of those moments when they need to be questioning what they did on the previous game as well. They basically had everything available for them already on the second game.
Yeah, that was insane.
And unfortunately, that's gonna be backfiring pretty badly for them. So Lindner will be the first team that's gonna be eliminated from the whole tournament. And that will mean that Just Attracta actually will make it to the top, well, not top 4 yet. But yeah, top 6 at least, if nothing else. So
you said
that
it,
is
though,
something.
Lindner in that second round.
Yeah.
They just needed one of those bales in. They were trying to score like 7 when they only needed 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Would be nice to see.
It's hard to sit here and say that completely cost them, because then they could have still won the third round, right?
I hope we see the replays from that one.
Yeah, me too.
If we actually have the replays,
I want to see what actually happened.
Not from the X-ray point of view, but from their point of view, because we saw that they were also they were reversing, and they were also, I think, unloading something from the bale. But okay, that's gonna be too far away. Anyways, Just Attracta will win it. We'll drop down Lindner, and at some point, well, after the break, we're gonna be going for the break at some point.
Here it is. See you soon.
Okay, see you guys.
Hello, everyone. We're back. Season 5 World Championship of the Farming Simulator League, live from the Fint Forum in Machtoberdorf in Germany, ahead of FarmCon, which kicks off tomorrow. Kermit with Maddie here. Maddie, we just had our first team eliminated, and Lindner, unfortunately for them, they have the unfortunate title of being the first team eliminated. And Just Attracta like, we thought they were eliminated in that second round. We thought that it was just done for them. And then even in parts of that third round, I thought they're done.
Yeah.
And then, man, it was an incredible set of games. We're hoping to see the highlight of the second round. Lindner needed to deliver one more bale, and they looked like they were set up to, like, unload a bunch into the bottom of the barn. We don't know exactly what happened, but it cost them, I think, moving on. So we want to see. We want to see exactly what happened. Maybe it'll be in the replays. Maybe it won't be. We're about to see them here now, Maddie, coming up.
Yeah, I really want to see these replays if there's going to be anything regarding this. So let's see what we have here. This is from the first game. So this is the one which actually was won by Lindner already. And Apollo missing the first bale here. Let's not worry about these. Yeah, young guy's going to be getting something out of it. No, he's going to miss that as well. So this was the game where they missed both of them. And this is almost like what we saw just before the game when they were, okay, we didn't see that, but what we saw when they were moving the Fendt tractors in real life, because that's the same tractor which they actually have on the hall. If you notice, it's exactly the same. Meanwhile, we are still on in the first match. So
yeah, this one, like, so much time wasted here by Janka. I believe this is, if I remember right at the time. And we're not going to see the highlight of what happened to Lindner. Maybe you can go back, guys. Unfortunately, on the broadcast, it was showing the X-ray though. But Lindner should really be walking off that stage still alive, I think. So, unfortunately for them, and fortunate for JDT, they did make that mistake. So we're going to have My Insanity against New Holland now, and this is another elimination match. So one of these teams is going home, which is huge for like one of these two to go home, especially if My Insanity were to win and send the second seed home. That would be wild.
New Holland, it was seed number 2, and My Insanity was 4 or
something like that,
5 or something like that. So it's anyway, it's a quite tricky situation. But the
6 actually, My Insanity.
Okay, but still, so let's see how that goes. I mean, either of these teams going home is, of course, it's somebody needs to go home. But the which one? Of course, New Holland kind of is the not the fan favorite, but the let's say that based on the stats, they should be having a better one. But then on the other side, My Insanity won the tournament this season, when I don't think that New Holland did.
Yeah, it's like New Holland have been really steady at the top. My Insanity, you said it earlier about them. They're like, they have the highs, they have the lows, right? They're a team that is always within the conversation, but tends more often than not to kind of fall near the final hurdles. So let's see if they have what it takes. Power Team Esport knocked off New Holland already earlier, so maybe My Insanity has the recipe for doing the same here.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We got the information. We're waiting for one player to join, so he's going to be joining in a matter of seconds. New Holland, of course, all the players are at the venue. They are not missing, but I guess they're waiting to connect to the server, so they're not to connect to the table, more or less. And My Insanity is ready as well, so we are just waiting for a while, and then we should be kicking it off. We have those paper sheets once again on My Insanity, but this time they don't have a calculator against them. So that is not a thing at all.
Who was that with the calculator now? I forget. Was it Trellborg?
It was Trellborg, yeah.
If you missed that earlier, one of the players for Trellborg with one hand was driving the tractor and with the other was doing some sort of calculation to help their gameplay. I don't know what he was calculating.
I missed to do my school exercise.
Maybe that's
calculating something like, I have this special task that I need to do in the summer holiday, so I'll just calculate this right away now. Otherwise, I will be thinking about them tomorrow when we play on the final.
That was really funny when we saw that earlier, for sure. So yeah, just bear with us while we're in this temporary break here to try to get both teams connected and smooth. We want to have the most level playing field as possible. Just got word meanwhile from our third English caster. He has finally landed in Munich. His flight was delayed this morning, so now just a few more hours away from Alec. He'll show up just in time for the end today, and he'll be ready to join you tomorrow.
We'll see
for the finals.
Yeah,
I mean, tomorrow is going to be a big day. You guys are going to basically shut down FarmCon in a way, because we'll have we'll have all day of talks, and then we'll get to 4 p.m. and we'll have the semifinals and finals, and one team will be walking away with 40,000. What a way to cap off a day where, yeah, if you're sitting here right now and you're like, Kermit, I want more Farming Simulator 25 stuff. If you watched the pre-stream the other day, you know that Martin has to keep things from me from time to time. They can't trust me with all of the information right. But I do know that you want to pay attention to our social channels.
Yeah.
Because there is going to be some stuff dropped tomorrow that's going to blow some minds.
Yeah, I mean,
I can
the
say that
only
much.
thing that just keeps wandering in my mind, I mean, yeah, we get the close this Saturday at 4, but then I was looking at the program and there was something marked with the yellow, something German about LS25, something, I don't know what that is.
I don't know underneath that. I'm not sure. But I do know that we'll also have the European Championship on outside for the people tomorrow after everything is all said and done as well. Germany, of course, not just hosting FarmCon.
We're hosting the Euros.
Yeah, the premier farming simulator event, but they're hosting the European Championship for football or soccer for my fellow Americans and Australians.
There we go, My Insanity versus New Holland. So we are finally getting back to the game. All the issues with the game, connection, whatever there was, has been sorted out, and we'll be starting the game. So we'll see how this will go. Do we see the telehandlers? At least we can see My Insanity is going to be banning the John Deere 8R.
Shocker.
So it's all about New Holland, but they have been pretty keen to ban the telehandlers though. And yeah, Manito unfortunately will be the first one, so we don't see them on the play. And it's going to be in the New Holland one, probably the second one that's going to be banned. Yeah, so TH 7.42 Elite. I mean, TH telehandler, yes. The 7.42, it's almost like a caliber. But the
get your calculator out.
Yeah.
Figure out what it means. All right, big haul for both teams. The Kloss Lexion 8900, the Massey 2370. I know that Hendrik hasn't been here yet today because he hasn't said anything about the Massey Baylor being picked by almost every single team. And if he was here, we'd hear about it. That's for sure. The Fendt 942 Vario and the Case Magnum 400, both with under pressure. The runner perk now for each player. I like how popular the runner perk is now. It used to not be that popular in the FSL, and I quite like it because, yes, it is about the machines mainly, but being able to run quickly on foot is quite an advantage when it comes to the Farming Simulator League if you use it at the right moments for the right thing. So, this is about to kick off our first of the best of 3. One of these teams moves on, the other's journey ends. The 6 seed My Insanity against the 2 seed New Holland. Here we go. Let's kick this thing off. There goes PB out of the gate immediately, making his way. There's going to be a fight here for the New Holland Combine. Will New Holland be beaten to the New Holland? No, indeed. Tita snags it. It would have just not felt right if New Holland didn't claim the New Holland Combine there. So good job by Tita. I miss the old Fiat tractor being driven in reverse out of the starting gates. Yeah, you know what? I hadn't thought about that, Felden. That is one that we're missing, but that was quite fun to see because it would go faster in reverse, which is just bonkers, isn't it? It really is. Jan now going up the hill, trying to get to the Krona Baylor. And I think My Insanity are going to be quite off the pace here for first bale. Let's see. I'm not sure where New Holland is either, though. Fatu is already on his way in. This could be a good one if he times it right on the toss. 147, the second, or third best, rather, of the day now. 147 by Fatu. Great start by New Holland.
Yeah, that's an amazing first bale at this point.
Phenomenal.
And I'm wondering what's going to be happening with the My Insanity because they're so far away still. And this first bale is going to be super bad, to be honest. I mean, I really hate to say that word, but still, I got to be honest.
Yeah.
This is going to be at least one bale
and
behind.
Having to drive all the way to the static bridge as well.
It's going to be so long. So it's going to be something like close to 100 points at this stage.
Yeah, if it's more than like 2 bales, that is a significant gap to make up. Let's see.
They will reverse that in as well. So it's going to be 105. So yeah, it's got to be 42 points. Yeah.
That's a significant gap.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have to press slightly more than 2 bales of just a 2-point multiplier.
Yeah.
So
2.1 bales.
yeah, there you
That's
go.
the difference, more or less. So that is for Alex.
If only you could deliver 0.1 bale, though. It's just not possible.
So you said that he's in Munich.
Yes.
So that's only just like a couple of 100 kilometers away. So he still needs to do the train.
Get through the customs, get his bag.
Oh yeah.
Get on the train, and maybe with the Euros going on this weekend, the customs line might be pretty tough. But we'll see him. We'll see him, I'm sure, in a few hours. Safe travels the rest of the way, Alex. Get yourself here, so we can enjoy your company at FarmCon. I know that he's super excited to call the finals with you tomorrow, Copter. I'll be out, babysitting some influencers most of the day, making sure that they have what they need. I love it, though. I'm just joking, by the way, in case I know people in chat, some of them know me and some don't. Yeah, I am joking.
Here's your Kodak film.
Yeah.
For the camera.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love FarmCon because for me, it's about like the community coming together. Granted, being the guy for the U.S. office, it's unfortunate that more of the people on that side of the world can't make it, but we do have the returning suspects that were here last year. And we even have now Luis from Connect Modding coming from Brazil. We have Miguel, who is one of our moderators, both here on Twitch and on Discord as well. He's made the journey from Uruguay. So, like, FarmCon, even though it's been in Germany the 3 years I've gone to it, it's becoming more and more international every year that I go. So that's cool to see. Yeah,
it's really fun always to come here, and I'm really waiting for tomorrow as well. I mean, yes, we're going to be closing the show about 4 with Alex, but then of course I get to enjoy the FarmCon before that. So I'm really much looking forward to it, and I will try to get to drive the Ideal. We'll see if they will let me. I need my negotiation skills though, but let's see. That's going to be a different topic. Meanwhile, we are closing on 6 minutes on the game already. The time really flies when you have some great discussions. And that means that we're just 30 seconds away from the next wave of the drops. So we'll see what's going to be coming out of that one. Mindsanity is over 42 points behind. They have been pressing just 1 bale. They have been collecting about 60,000 liters of grain. I guess it's pretty much the same which New Holland has been doing at the same time as well. Yeah, they just have a slightly less grain. But on the other hand, New Holland has been delivering some grain as well, because the multiplier is 2.8 for New Holland for the time being. And there we can see grain multiplier and speed up. This could be a thing that I can actually turn this thing somehow around. Maybe for my insanity.
A baler on the side.
Yeah, Tita is having a bit of an issue with the baler, but that's going to be fixed easily when you have such a strong hands and the forks. So you can just easily play around with this equipment and just, turn them to their rightful positions, more or less. And let's see the drops, because, I mean, grain multiplier, of course, should be the one that's going to be picked. But I really want to see how the grain game is going to be, in a way, moving from here. We can see New Holland, by the way, at the same time also pressing some bales as well. So they have 7 now, as mines, and the last time we saw only had 1, but maybe they have been pressing so now some more as well. But I think that New Holland is actually leading with the bales. So there we go. And now we're just waiting. Yeah, 4 bales for my insanity. So that's 3-4 bales of difference. And now Hannes.
Grain multiplier has been picked up by both teams as well. And just in time, we're seeing both of them already in the first person view. This is probably the right view to take when you're coming through that narrow gap with the big haul. The Ideal sitting there already. I've noticed that the big haul trailer is slightly too tall for most of the spots of the combine's pipe to be able to reach. They've got to get it just right to get it in there. So where did we end up? 2.3 to 1.7. Still some grain though for my insanity to deliver, but Hannes is struggling to get it over the trailer. There you go.
Yeah, it's got to go in, and we'll see. That's gonna be. I mean, with the grain multiplier, they could actually, I think they can get 2.1. At least I think that there is a chance for the My Insanity if they can still pour it down. Yeah, they can. I think they will get the multiplier. Yes, 2.2, 2.3 even.
Wow.
So they will get it for sure. Yeah, because it would have been 2.1 without the multiplier, and then you add that, so then it's going to be 2.3. So that's
they had
well played by My Insanity.
They had a 1.6 against a 1.5 too on the gray multiplier, so that little bit helped them. So if you're newer to the FSL, these types of drops are slightly weighted to the team trailing. It's not like weighted so much that it kind of makes it uneven, but it does give you a chance, if you miss out on that first bale, for example, to be able to bounce back throughout the rest of the round. Our super drop has popped up. It is multiplier switch. My Insanity are going to grab it here, even though they had the multiplier in their favor. I think this is a smart thing to do because more likely than not, New Holland aren't ready to score bales at that point.
But they have been scoring bales, 232.
You're
I don't
right.
know when that actually, I mean, probably not during this multiplier switch, but they have been scoring. It kind of caught me just a couple seconds ago as well, and I realized that they actually have been scoring some points. So New Holland actually has been scoring some bales. We're just blind as the commentators.
There's so much to look at, you know, that
Yeah.
that's why we do this in pairs. Good catch by you, because I was too enthralled by the action. I'm just like eyes locked on the bales, what the machines are doing. As New Holland now, we're having a look at their bar and some more bales going in, some more points being scored. They need to score the points now because of the advantage against them. The more they can score now and worry less about in the final 30 seconds or so, the better off they'll be. It's actually really surprising that they have the lead they do right now, but a minute 50, like, this thing could completely flip the other way.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's wait and see how this will play in the end.
Slow as well for My Insanity. Not super slow, but slow enough.
Yeah. But yeah, 1.5 minutes to go. So My Insanity is catching up a little bit, but also New Holland has been scoring about 100 points. So slowly but steadily, kind of like behind the curtains. We are not really focusing on them that much. They are just scoring. New Holland seems to be just grinding the job, doing the things exactly as they should do it. And, you know, they don't make a big show out of it. So it's quite, well, not transparent, but the, you know, there isn't any great bells and whistles happening meanwhile. So they're just doing it. And now actually the scoreline is going to be getting even closer and closer because My Insanity was just about 20 points away. They have 10 bales and New Holland has 9 bales. So the score situation is actually very close when you think about what is going on with the multipliers and everything.
Yeah, it's going to flip again.
Yeah.
45 seconds to go, Maddie. 436 to 404. It's gonna, the lead's gonna change probably 3 or 4 more times before this is done.
Yeah, this is getting so close as we can see, and the multiplier is gonna make a big of a difference. I mean, it's gonna be 6 points every bale, so New Holland in a way needs to be playing a little bit of a catching here, and My Insanity already has a 1 bale advantage here, so there's all the chances for My Insanity to actually take this one.
The belt
New
speed
Holland is trying to do something
too.
about it. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty even, but there's a slight advantage on the New Holland side. 15 seconds to go.
504 to what now 519 New Holland in the lead, but there's some more bales. I mean, My Insanity in the lead rather. Now though, New Holland
10
in the lead. Now My Insanity is going to go into the lead.
So close. Yes.
5, 4. It's a 20-point lead
New
for My
Holland can
Insanity. Are
score,
they going to keep
and
it?
They cannot. 555 for New Holland, and it will be My Insanity winning the first game of the best of 3.
New Holland looked like they were seconds away from bringing 2 bales into the bottom that I think would have tied it. They needed another second and a half maybe to get those in.
Yeah.
Wow. So My Insanity I mean, now we're talking about, Maddie, the 2 seed is now facing elimination in their next match, the next round rather. Like,
yeah, these are some really great matches that we are seeing here today. So, yeah, they need to do something so we can see New Holland. They have their backs against the wall.
New
they
Holland
can't
seems,
lose at all.
Is it me or does New Holland just seem like way more tense than any of the other teams? Like, yeah, of course they just lost, so they're not going to be like super happy about that round like My Insanity are, who we're seeing on camera now. But even earlier, New Holland just don't look like they do usually. They look a little bit off it, a little bit out of sorts. And while all the other teams seem a lot looser, you know. We're going to be going to the next match in about 10 to 15 seconds or so. So we'll be getting right back underway.
Yeah, Mindsanity is clearly very happy about the result. As we can see that they felt that they were really at the edge there, and they still managed to come back. So we'll see. This is, I mean, this kind of victory will give you some kind of moral boost for sure.
Right.
So we'll see how much they will be now enjoying from the second game of the series. For sure, they will want to keep everything exactly as close as it was on the last game. I mean, with the pep bands and the picks and everything, I don't think that Mindsanity wants to change anything. Of course, they need to change the perk, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that was just crazy how many times like the lead was changing back and forth, and you thought one team had it, and then the other team was in the lead. It's crazy. I think that'll probably happen again between these two. But yeah, my Insanity is one win away from knocking out the 2 seed now. Like the 2 seed could be the second team eliminated today. That's wild to me. That New Holland are facing this. So let's see what they've got in their tank now. They've got to find those reserves. They've got to be able to bounce back. They've got to bring their A game. Maybe they've got something up their sleeves, because it's now or never for New Holland. They have to win this one and another one to continue on.
Yeah, let's wait and see. The player picks are here. I'm not going to be expecting any trouble or any kind of surprises with these. John Deere's, they're going to be actually mirroring each other, as we can see, under pressures, runners, and what's going to be the final decisions here. And we have a slightly different amount of points available. So we have Archimedes, and then we'll have the Valtra and JZP Fast Track. That's where they have been differentiating on the past as well. So we'll see how this plays out as we are starting to load into the game. We're going to be preparing for the early challenges at the pads or pods. What is the right way of saying it? Pods.
I think either one works. Either one
Okay.
works. Why not?
Yeah.
You know.
Pods or pads or paddles. That's not going to work, I know. Anyways, Fato is going to be heading out. We can see Ticha heading out as well. They're going to be rushing towards the pads. And we don't see, at least for the time being, any kind of a challenge. It's going to be build. We can see Jan here is going to change the target. I think the teams are slightly avoiding the challenges, as they have seen how much damage they can do if it goes very badly.
Right.
So when they realize that somebody else might be going for it, they are changing the plans on the fly. We can see Fato getting a Baylor. We can see Ticha getting a Combine. And that is not a bad placement, I mean, where they're getting from these. They are not that far away. They're pretty close to the fly that is once again flying in the studio.
He's back.
Yeah, the super fly. And look at this, Mindsanity. This is actually looking very good for Mindsanity. They have the best possible location for pressing the first bail. Maybe John is going to be slightly far away, but now he has to bail down because Fato is actually very close with the first bail, as they are both just crossing the bridge, because Fato going from the right-hand side, and he's going to do the flip. It's going to be too early for him, to be honest, but it's going to be 140, and Mindset is going to reverse that in. It's going to be about 135-ish, 136, so 4 points of the difference. So that's for Alex, 0.2 bails.
Yeah, good play by both teams on the first bail there. Not a bad way to go about it, for sure. 4 points is not too bad to make up. That can easily be made up by my Insanity. Still a lot to play for. We're going to see our first drops coming in now. Let's see what we get. Speed limit and bridges lowered are our options. So maybe speed limit will be picked by the teams. There is bottleneck in play, so maybe one of the teams will go for bridges lowered. We'll see.
We'll see.
All right, so we're having a look right now. Both teams loading up the Kinsey grain cart from the class combine. And they'll be setting off once it's full for the silo. If you're newer to the FSL and you don't know exactly how it works, this is how it works pretty simply. You harvest your field. You see that they're leaving straw behind with the combine as well. You deliver the grain to the silo. That'll increase your multiplier. And then your points will be multiplied for any bale you deliver into the top of the barn. So basically, harvest your field, bale the bales. There's a lot of other things that can happen, crazy stuff, obstacles. Also, of course, drops and super drops can kind of impact things. The first bale points are all based on speed. You can go to the FSL website, fsl.giants-software.com, and you can go to the media tab and look at the stat sheet for all of this kind of information if you're curious.
Who wouldn't be curious? I mean, we want to know everything, and you have your sheet, Alex has his sheet. I have the digital sheet usually in front of me, but yeah, we want to know the stats. Meanwhile, we can see something happening around the silo. So Jan is coming with the trailer, maybe an early delivery. Yep, there we go. So it's going to be pouring it down a little bit. We'll see how far it's going to take that down. It's going to be 2.2 for the time being, but yeah, 2.5, 6, even 7 we have seen being the target of the early deliveries lately. And because at one point we only had like they put like a 2.2, 2.3. That's like a very small first delivery. But now this has changed, and the more grain is going to be poured down. Also from the New Holland side, so both sides are actually doing some early deliveries 1 minute before the second the second drops are going to be appearing. So who knows if it's going to be too early or not.
Can you believe we've already been doing this for 6 hours? Like, time has been flying by, Maddie. It's crazy. How many, this is what, our 8th matchup that we've done in 6 hours, and it seems like it's been maybe half that amount of time that we've been sitting here. It's been a great time so far. Lots of exciting action to see, lots of crazy moments already, and we still have so much more to play for here this weekend for the Season 5 World Championships. One of these teams is going to be eliminated. If New Holland loses this round, they'll be the next team out. That would be the biggest upset of the day so far. New Holland, the 2 seed against My Insanity, the 6 seed here. Both of them lost their first round games. That's brought them to this point in the bottom part of the bracket. So they're facing elimination. One of them has to end their journey here. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Grain multiplier and bale multiplier popping up. I don't think it would be grain multiplier. Maybe, though, because both teams have a lot of grain still. I didn't realize they've only delivered a little bit.
It's got to be a grain multiplier, to be honest, I think.
You're right.
I mean, My Insanity has 3 bales, so they could utilize the bale multiplier. But what they could be gaining at best is like a, let's say with the 3 bales, like some tens of points in the end. And if the other one's going to pick the grain multiplier, going to make the multiplier 2.5 versus 1.5, they're going to lose a whole lot more with all the remaining bales. So the grain multiplier, I would say, is the only sane choice out of these two.
My Insanity needs to make sure they also grab it. Now they're heading towards it.
Yeah.
Should get there in time. 10 seconds to go. Going to be able to get it as well. I do think that it's one, since they're even pretty much in the scoreline, it's... No, actually, I think New Holland has a 1.6. Did both teams? Yeah, actually, New Holland has the slight advantage in the grain multiplier, surprising enough.
Yep, it seems so, that they are pouring it down. And I don't know how much they're going to be collecting more grain. All the grain is not going to be in these vehicles. So we don't see the final multipliers yet. So when they will stop pouring it down, doesn't mean that this is going to be the end. But it will give us some kind of an indication. So 17K and yeah, 2.6.
I think My Insanity will have an advantage.
Yeah, it seems that they are pretty much even currently, and they still both have something to pour down. They just need to use the time with the multiplier. And Heliodar is going to start pouring down for the New Holland. And they will end up with the, what is it, a 2.3 maybe with that amount? Yeah, 2.3.
Tita now with some bales.
They will stay there. And now we have the final grain coming from the My Insanity side as well. And that's going to be then where we're going to be setting down the multipliers. They will have an advantage at least of 4 points, maybe even 6. Yeah, they're going to be barely getting on the 6 points. So 2.3 versus 1.7, those will be the final multipliers. And things are really going to the way of My Insanity for the time being.
They are playing 2 really strong games so far. There is time for them to mess things up in this one, but so far so good in their matchup against New Holland. And yeah, very nice job by controlling the multiplier there. I mean, 6 points per bale. It's quite significant. The super drop has popped up. New Holland could really use this. And meanwhile, though, My Insanity has grabbed it, and it was Lord Baylor. So a couple of extra bales going to be scored more easily now for My Insanity. 182 to 191, 240 to go. Who the heck knows what's going to happen? We've seen all kinds of crazy stuff already today. And yeah, 2 minutes 30 seconds for New Holland to fight for their survival in Season 5. I mean, to have finished second behind Helm is quite the achievement. But basically, once you get here, the only thing that does for you is your seeding. And we've already seen them go out in the first round to the 7 seed. So they have lost to the 7 seed. They could now lose to the 6 seed and be eliminated in 2 straight matches, which is crazy. They are into the lead now with 2 minutes to go, 242 to 205. And we have seen teams today with the multiplier against them win, but more often than not, I would say the advantage is in the favor of the team that has the multiplier advantage in their favor. And it's now an 8-point lead, slightly more now for New Holland as they just delivered another bale. 293 to 274, a minute and a half to go. Maddie, this one's going to be wild in this last minute, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really scared about the multiplier, though. I mean, 2.3 versus 1.7, and 6 points. So at the end, when you start really stacking the bales, it's just like starts to grow the gap so easily at that point. You don't even realize it. At this stage, okay, they delivered 3, but then the final 20-something seconds, the multiplier starts to creep in, and then you might find yourself in trouble. We're going to be starting the final minute, by the way, and we do have Mine Insanity already in the lead. And if I'm not completely mistaken, they do have the benefit of the bales as well. 7 for New Holland, and 10 for Mine Insanity. So everything is currently on the side of Mine Insanity. The time, the points, the multiplier. I think blue is cooler color than the red as well. And the guys are younger, as we can see from the camera shots. So Mine Insanity has put everything into the play, and they are going to be trying to crunch everything out of this final 30 seconds that they can. They're leading by about 50 points at the time we speak. PB is going to be putting some more bales. PB 400, which is one of the best stackers in the business, as we can see now from the X-ray view that also New Holland's going to be trying to catch up something. 15 seconds to go. The bales are there, and we can see from the X-rays that New Holland, they don't have the bales. They're in trouble. 4 bales remaining. I don't know if they have anything more. 10 seconds. And the points are coming in. New Holland seems to be heading out.
Serious?
They are going in circles, and they have nothing they can do. It's going to be Mine Insanity.
Wow. And the 2nd seed goes down in 2 straight matches. They lose to the 7 seed and the 6 seed. They lost to Power Team Esport in the 1st round, to My Insanity here in the 2nd round. My Insanity now will move on rather to our 10th matchup. They'll play the loser of who was that earlier? Can't remember now. It was I don't remember. Valtra lost, I think, is who they'll be playing. So one of those 2 teams will be fighting for a chance to survive coming up later. After this one, though, we're going to go to the bottom part of the bracket. So much terms, it gets confusing at this point. Teams are moving all around. But My Insanity, that was a very strong 2 matches, very good performance by them. They saved their best for that moment. And they're moving on. We're going to take a short break here in a moment. We'll be back with the highlights of this one. We'll be back with the next matchup after those highlights. So get up and stretch if you need to. Grab a little snack. We'll be back in just a little bit. We'll see you soon here at Mocktoberfest for FarmCon 24.
And welcome back. And there we have the Fend logo actually on the screen. So welcome back. Back to the grand finals of the Farming Simulator League Season 5. Straight from FarmCon out of the Fend Forum. And of course the venue will be open for the visitors tomorrow as well. So that's going to be the plan of the day. We're going to be having the replays from the previous game where we did have a bit of an upset. So New Holland has been eliminated from the tournament, and that's going to be done by my insanity. So we're going to be seeing the replays, and of course after that we do have the Power Team Esports versus Just Attracta, which is going to be the next game where we will see somebody going down once again.
Right, yeah, I mean, I can't believe we're talking about New Holland being out. You're talking about the second seed. So now, you know, Helm have to be liking their chances even more. Of course, they got to continue on winning and doing their thing too. But I asked a colleague of mine the other day, like, who do you think wins the season? And they were like, Helm, definitely. But maybe New Holland can upset them. And now New Holland are out. So we see the highlights now. Tita early on claiming that combine. Lots of crashes into other machines were kind of the theme of the round. Nothing too costly, luckily. But, like, honestly, I'm not even sure how we're sitting here talking about New Holland being out. My Insanity played 2 really strong rounds, though. They did really well.
Yeah, I mean, they did. I mean, New Holland, I mean, I do have a bit of a mixed feelings about them. I mean, of course, they were the second place team, but they have been, like I said, very steady during the season. They haven't been reaching out, I mean, not all the time to the grand final. They have been, getting third places, fourth places, a couple of times on the grand final as well.
Right.
And if you think about the performance on the, let's say, the last 4 tournaments, for example, I think that Trellborg is still the closest rival to Helm. So if it's not going to be Helm, then I think that Trellborg, at least on my books, is the team that's going to be challenging them the most. But we'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see them play as well. They're
I know.
They're the 2 teams still at the top of the bracket, right?
They are.
They haven't lost yet, so we'll kind of get a glimpse of maybe how good of a chance they have here very soon. But first, we have to eliminate now one of these 2 teams. And Power Team Esport has looked pretty strong today up until the end there of their last matchup. Of course, the fan favorites, and I mean it's too tough to tell here who's going to come out on top of this one. I mean, there's so much quality going around from these players so far today. He's back with his controller, the fan favorite,
the controller.
Norcam. Yeah, with his nice orange controller there, ready to go. The information sheets by the computer as well. And, I mean, we were just talking about it during that last match. I can't believe we've already been sitting here for like 6 hours because it's just been kind of like action after action after action. Crazy moments already happening.
Yep.
I think I would sit here and argue so far that I think Trellborg has been overall the most impressive. Like, we saw them win that we've seen them win in different ways. They got that last second win with the toss in by Loiku. But yeah, it's still so much to see and so many awesome moments to have.
Yeah, eventually we'll get there. I mean, of course, there's a lot of things to talk about Trellborg versus Helm, but I'm going to wait for a couple of matches. But I'm first going to see how this is going to go. I mean, Just Attracta and, of course, versus the Power Team Esports. And the Power Team Esports were very impressive on the upper bracket as well until they dropped here. So I'm kind of curious to see what's happening here. So here we have Power Team Esports versus Just Attracta. And, we'll see how this goes in the end. But it's going to be a tough one. I mean, Just Attracta kind of has the surprise element. But then the Power Team Esports, I mean, they played really well. Of course, they lost, but they played really well so far. So I don't know. I mean, Just Attracta has been having more of this random, but then they actually came back on the previous game. So it's really hard. And these are both French teams as well. I think. Or is it?
No, you're right. They are. Yeah, we have a few French teams in the league now. We also have New Holland as well. So you are correct. These 2 teams squaring off against each other. But yeah, they've been part of this rise over the last few seasons of the French team coming in. They were able to get some assistance and some focus, I think, from their government actually to get some interest into promoting this, which is quite cool. So big call against Unstoppable, it looks like. New Holland and the Massey picked. No surprises as far as the equipment goes. Noricam is the youngest one. Okay, thank you so much. I go by like how they're sitting on stage, and then they swap how they're sitting. So thanks for the correction. All right, so we now have Archimedes plus pick. We have Runner and Easy Stack. What's going to be the other choices here? Probably we'll see Archimedes picked by JDT. Under Pressure picked by Noricam.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, we should be fine. I mean, the telehandlers are banned. That's the most important thing to know. And then, of course, we have the class Lexicon. But then, yeah, the 8R is actually not. But it's not something that the teams are using that much. So in the end, I think it's going to be fine that the 8R is in the play. So we'll see. I think this is going to be setting the stage now, how the first bale is going to fall down between these teams. And then we can see if the gates are going to be opening. Noricam is going to make a mistake. What? So he's going to be just folding immediately. Maybe getting a little bit too excited, as the young guys usually are. Slightly too excited about this kind of situations. So they are coming fast. And meanwhile, Noricam's going to be reaching to the pads as well. And I mean, it's not going to be costing that much because they didn't get the combine as fast as they were kind of like hoping for anyways. So having the payload just a couple of seconds later is going to be completely fine for the time being. Janka, and here we can see, yeah, Noricam perfect. I mean, even despite that he actually made a small mistake at the gate, he's going to be right on the spot, and the fans are going to go nuts if he's going to score that huge first bale, and it's going to be going. And there's all the ingredients, the recipe is set for the 140 at least. That should be the thing. And if he's going to toss, it can be up as 47, I would say. That's going to be doable. And it's going to be 48. Missed. 148.
It somehow I thought he had missed it, and it like bounced in almost.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that like crashing out of the gate, he's still able to get a 148. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, that is very impressive. So that's, I was actually looking myself as well that it's not going to go in the end, but then it somehow, yeah, bounced in, and it was actually even 1 point more than I expected. 126 for Just Attracta, and that will be 22 points of a difference. And the Power Team Esport is looking really, really strong here.
Yeah, great start by them for sure, and they've been pretty solid on the first bale in most of the rounds they've played so far. But a good start there. Nice little early advantage for them. Bridges raised and bridges lowered here. So, yeah, if your opponent goes for one, you got to go for one.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay. So, yeah, a bit of an action here on the field. Janka trying to pinch in and just find the spot where to get the grain somehow to the trailer. But he's going to find that eventually. Bridge is raised and the bridge is lowered. We're on the drops. I don't think that anybody's going to be picking anything up from those, so they're going to be left just as they are. They're not going to bother to do anything with them. Meanwhile, Power Team Esports going to be working with Noricam, who has the big haul. So we'll see how the grain delivery and the strategy in general will be happening. And the drops are still there for both of the teams, as we can see they're disappearing at the same time. So nobody took anything out of that one.
Yeah, still way too early to tell at these points. This is like, it's quite wild now that like each round is only 10 minutes, but you spend about 5 to 6 setting yourself up, and then you spend about 1.5 to 2 minutes getting yourself like ready to score, like bringing the bales in as much as you can, and then the last 2.5 minutes is just point after point being scored by delivering the bales. There's hardly ever, like this is like the calm before the storm, these early moments where you can't make mistakes. You still need to do the job, do the work. But yeah, it's not as crazy, not as fast paced. And we're gonna have some grain. Is he gonna start delivering? He is. So Noricam delivering with the big haul and gonna stop at the 3-to-1 multiplier advantage. The belt has been shut down for Power Team Esport for the moment.
Yeah. So there we go. 3.0 and Just Attracta. They have the unstoppable. So, I mean, they don't have the big haul, so they're going to be delivering the grain a little bit by different means. So we'll just have to wait for it. I think they will wait for the drops as well. I mean, there's nothing to lose for them for the time being, and just waiting for the extra 30 seconds is going to be not a problem for them at all at this point.
Having a look at Janka now, just bailing away. We have our next set of drops showing up very soon. This is where grain multiplier can really become a huge advantage if a team can get it. Let's see what's going to happen. We're seconds away from it now. What will we get?
Yeah, that's the question.
Here we go.
Will
Let's
it
see.
be there? But the
show us.
Yeah, it will come.
There it is.
Have a little bit of patience. Direct delivery and speed up. So no grain multiplier. So in a way, the early delivery of Power Team Esports. Now they just need to utilize it somehow. We can see Just Attracta immediately starting to pour down the grain as we speak. So Justicon, a slightly lower method than the big haul as we can see, but that's completely fine. And they're getting the multipliers even and beyond that as well. And there's going to be for sure another, let's say, more deliveries from the Power Team Esports side as well, because they have 41,000 liters of grain still remaining. So that's going to be unloaded in the near future as well. And then we'll see the final multipliers.
Yep, this is the moment. So you got to start bringing these bales in soon. We're seeing Obelix doing that now.
Yep. There we go. Janka at the same time also delivering some bales. Going to be catching a couple from the field. We'll take them towards the barn. Do we actually have some deliveries starting? That would be interesting to see before the 4-minute mark. But at least they're getting the bales there. The Power Team Esports hasn't yet used the grain. And I'm wondering how much grain there's left for the Just Attracta, because they are now even with the multiplier.
Oh.
And Valo having a slight issue there, but he's going to be recovering. Yeah, he got away with it so badly, actually, that they are slightly lucky as well. And now we can see how much grain there's Just Attracta side as well. So the Power Team Esports actually should have the advantage when it comes down to the multiplier in the end. So that is what I'm currently expecting. Obelix is going to climb all the way there and going to be scoring some points. 2 bales are going to be climbed with the tractor all the way from the belt. And that's going to be some great job. And now we'll just see how it's going to advance from here, because the final multipliers are actually, I think they are in now. And it's going to be 2.2 for Power Team Esports and 1.8 for Just Attracta.
A huge moment, really, for Power Team Esport to be able to be within, be able to get that advantage for the rest of the round. 4 points extra per bale could really be a significant advantage for them.
Yeah, it can make a huge difference. I mean, they are leading on the points. Also, Just Attracta has been scoring some points. So just 16 points of difference. So in a way, when we compare it to the starting situation after the first bales, Just Attracta actually has been catching up a little bit, because I think the gap was 20-something, 20-something points, 22 or something like that. But now it's going to be just 16 points. But still, we can see Power Team Esports on the lead. They are tied with the bales. So the multiplier and the slight difference on the points as the Power Team Esports actually scoring some more, it's going to be 60 points of a difference. So yeah, Power Team Esports is actually looking very good here as we have 2.5 minutes to go.
Obelix circling back around to get ready to pick up some more bales. And they need to keep stacking them on, because their belt is going so slow that they need to get them on as early as possible. Because Just Attracta now are going to be able to close this gap a little bit because of their speed of the belt. They have the max speed, and Power Team Esport has the slowest speed at the moment.
Yeah, that's going to be a factor, definitely. That's a good pick. So we'll see who's going to be able to utilize it. I mean, I think it just needs planning, a lot of planning from the Power Team Esport. You cannot be so agile when you don't have the belt. But luckily, we saw Obelix climbing all the way up there. I think we have seen maybe a Noricam to climb there as well. So if they have multiple players who are actually capable of climbing all the way up, and let's say a good stacker who can actually do a static job with the bales, getting them early on the belt, then they should be fine. And Obelix is going to be putting that 1 on the bottom. 2 is going to be going on the upper belt, or the only belt that's going to leave on the upper floor. Maybe that's going to be better. And yeah, meanwhile, Janka is just, I'll just put 1 here. He can just do it 1 by 1 because the belt is so fast, doesn't have to play any tricks, but he still wants to stack them a little bit. And now the gap is only 22 points. 7 bales remaining for Just Attracta, and the Power Team Esports side the same. 7 bales are still remaining. So yeah, Interesting. The final minute is just about to start, and
Oh,
I would say that both
Obelix.
options are still there, but this is going to be great. Obelix is going to be climbing, and all the 3 bales are going to go in. That's going to be 66
points like
yeah,
that, yeah.
that's going to be doing some good for sure.
They needed that at that moment, too, because JDT had just briefly gone into the lead right before he did that. 45 seconds now, and it's a 16-point lead for Power Team Esport. That's probably easily just being made up by the extra 4 they're scoring. That's the 4 bales right there is making up the gap of the points. Now it's a 20-point lead, though, for JDT at the moment. Another one about to go in for them. Now they're up 486 to 448.
Only
But Power
3
Team
bales.
Esport has brought some more bales in. Obelix climbing up again, 66 points just like that. 15 seconds remaining. Norcam putting some into the bottom now. And a 2-point lead
close,
for Power
actually.
Team Esport.
What's going to happen with the final seconds?
There's no
Power
bales
Team
for JDT.
Yeah, but Power Team Esport, they need to put something in. It's going to be just a couple seconds. They don't have the time. They don't deliver. It's going to be Just Attracta in the end who's going to get the first game of the series. They will turn the whole situation and the setup upside down, and they will claim it.
JDT are like looking at each other. They're confused. Like, what happened? Who, you know, where were you? Almost. And now calming themselves, getting ready for the next round. But yeah, we only could see the one team there, and I was like, you know, at this point, JDT needs more bales to come in. But they went ahead at that moment because their belt was slow. They scored it, and then Power Team Esport were nowhere near with their bales, 3 undelivered. If they had just gotten one of those in, they would have been walking away winners of the first round of the best of 3.
Yeah, that was tight. I mean, Power Team Esports, they had the bales, but the bales were so far, so they were picking the bales from the field, and as we saw that they were just storming through the safer route all the way towards the barn, trying to get the bales there, but they just didn't have the time anymore at that point, and I don't know when they realized that. Was this the plan? I mean, not the plan, but, you know, was this something that they just, like, overlooked, or what was the case there? But yeah, it just didn't go as expected in the end.
Yeah, Power Team Esport has been like on the end of like some really exciting finishes today. That's for sure. I think they've had it go both for them and against them already. They're now 1 win away from advancing. Remember, one of these teams is eliminated here. So it's a best of 3, so not over by any means. We have at least 1 more round to play, if not 2. And we'll find out here in about 10 to 12 minutes or so if we're going to need that 3rd one.
Yeah, we're going to figure that out. And of course, yeah, Just Attracta winning this one. So Power Team Esports 1 loss away from actually dropping out of the whole tournament because they have their backs against the wall. It's a lower bracket, so the losing team is going to be out of the tournament. And that's Power Team Esports currently, who doesn't have a win. So Just Attracta, if they can, well, not force it, but take these all the way on the 2nd one already, that's going to leave Power Team Esports out of the tournament. But yeah, who knows what's going to happen. It could be that they will just bounce back and force it on the 3rd game of the series, and then it can happen anyways. Big Hole versus Bottleneck seems to be the case. So Big Hole on the side of the Just Attracta, and then the Bottleneck on the side of the Power Team Esports.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell. Like, there's definitely strategies in the pick and ban phase, but it's hard to tell anymore. Like, because you have to pick a different team perk each time, and you're having to be flexible. These aren't where like the games are won and lost, of course, anyways. But the real action starts once we get into the arena. We'll be there in just a moment. The NorCam fans are back in force again in the chat. Thanks everyone that's been hanging out with us. Thanks for joining us here today. So if you're just tuning in, good news, there's plenty more FSL to come this weekend. We have a couple more matches coming up today. We have the semifinals and final taking place tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll start at 4 p.m. Central European summertime. That is basically like now, in 24 hours we'll be 30 minutes in. We may or may not already be done with the first matchup depending on how it goes. So tune in tomorrow. Copter, who's with me now, will be joined by Virtual Farmer. I'll be out doing other stuff around FarmCon, but I'm super excited to see one of these teams is walking away with 40,000 euros this weekend, which is absolutely insane. The prize pool this season was doubled basically off of what it used to be. A little shaky from the start, as we see Hapex now for JDT with the ideal combine. and Noricam following behind as well with Baylor. Here comes Janka now for JDT. This could be a decent one. They're in the right spot.
Yeah, they still have 30 seconds, so it's going to be great, to be honest. So Janka, I think he's getting the bail. It's going to be pretty good for both of the teams. Noricam maybe slightly further away, but there's still a chance for a decent first bail. And now he's going to be getting that done. Now we can see Janka crossing that bridge. Let's see the swing from here. So yeah, maybe 146 is going to be the thing. 147.
Nice.
So that's a really good one as well. And then Noricam coming from the other side. And that should be sort of like a 38 maybe. Yeah, 138. That's going to be the case here. So the gap is going to be just 9 points. So that's going to keep the whole situation very, very excited.
Definitely. Don't forget about the giveaway in chat, everybody, as we see Noricam having some issues getting the Baylor. That is just stuck there, I think. It's just kind of hanging out. He might have to go grab a different Baylor now. What I was going to say before that was don't forget about the giveaway. If you're on YouTube and you're watching, make sure you go over to Twitch and get the link if you want to enter the giveaway. I'm not sure if it's been dropped in YouTube, but we're giving away 5 copies of the Farming Simulator 22 Premium Edition, which comes with the base game, Farming Simulator 22, as well as all of the Year 1 and Year 2 Season Pass content that we at Giants released as well. So lots of value there, especially even if you have the game and you don't have all the DLCs, or if you haven't played it at all. Perfect moment. Go enter. We'll be giving 5 of them away.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan for the rest of the evening. Let's go and play some Farming Simulator, actually. Why not? I mean, we have the equipment here, so we can just go and play. Yeah.
I almost played a little bit in my hotel room last night because it's the first. I have a Steam Deck that I bought recently, and I bought like a travel dock to use. But every hotel I've stayed in Europe since I've had this thing has like the HDMI ports locked. This one, finally, I could access the HDMI port. It was working. And I was tempted to put FS22 on last night, but I had to get up to work, so I knew better than to start it up because I would have lost some hours to it.
Yeah. It is what it is. Sometimes but yeah, the HDMI ports and the televisions. What I have noticed is that the HDMI ports are sometimes available, but then they're blocked from the remote.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have on my phone, I have the IR sender, and I have the app that I can actually control any television, so I can just bypass the hostels with the phone.
All right, we need to talk after.
Yeah, we saw that's the way. So I always carry HDMI cable and then my phone that I can use as a remote, so I can just do it. Okay, nice. Completely different topic. But that's just a tip for the frequent traveler, so maybe a couple things to think about when you're on your travels, especially if you want to play some Farming Simulator. Of course, the bigger thing might be to carry the wheel and the shifts and the pedals and everything. But that's going to be a different thing. Okay, meanwhile, 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go still on this one. And we have some deliveries, as we can see. So the multipliers have been changing a little bit. So currently Power Team Esports having 2.7, Just Attracta with the 1.3. And they do have the faster belt. They have the super fast belt. It's the fastest belt you can actually find on this game. So something has been happening on the delivery front. And of course, Just Attracta having the big haul. So they are just collecting the grain on it. And to be honest, I think that they don't have the greatest amount of grain. This looks that Power Team Esports actually has a huge amount of grain against Just Attracta, because Just Attracta, they had like a 50,000, Power Team Esports only has like a 10,000 less, and already having the 2.7 multiplier. So this could be ending up badly for Just Attracta if Power Team Esports actually manages to use all that grain, and Just Attracta isn't going to be finding any way of coming around it, because it's just moving it on the big haul. Got to be waiting for the drops coming in a couple of seconds, and if there's going to be a grain multiplier, let's see if that's going to change anything. No bale multiplier and bale drop, so no grain multipliers in this case. I would say that bale multiplier makes most of the sense, as both teams actually. Yeah, at least Just Attracta has a lot of bales done.
Yeah, 7-0. Like, that's huge so far. JDT has been just working at pressing bales.
Yep. And now they're unloading at the same time as well, so they can have both of the advantages. They can have the bigger multiplier from the grain, they can have the bale multiplier, and then we'll see what they're going to score, if they're going to score.
Yeah, they got to take advantage of this moment, though, because, now Power Team Esport are pressing bales. They have 2 now. But yeah, JDT has a nice head start on bales, but they need to bring those bales in and score, because it won't matter if they allow Power Team Esport to catch up with them.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Bale Multiplier has been picked up by JDT. Now they need to bring them in. Here's Noricam coming in for Power Team Esport, also grabbing Bale Multiplier.
Yep.
But dropping the bales and having to leave because he has no front loader. So both teams have it. They haven't yet utilized it. Now JDT, we're seeing on their belt, they have a couple of bales, so they're going to score some extra points here. Yeah, that was 22 points they just scored.
Yep, let's see, 209, and that's got to be more points to come. They got to be putting some more bales on the belt. So yeah, because it Just Attracta definitely taking the advantage of the multiplier. We haven't seen anything from the Power Team Esports side of things. That's got to be 27 points. Look at that! Look at that flip. Is it gonna that was such a trick shot, to be honest. But it's gonna be getting it in. It's gonna be 54 points out of those 2 bales. That was maybe a slightly lucky as well, I would say.
Power Team Esport did deliver a little bit more grain. Meanwhile, they are going to have the multiplier advantage the rest of the way. Now Obelix is bringing 2 bales in, so they're going to score quite a significant amount of points per bale here. But that's the only 2 they have in, and with 23 seconds left on the bale multiplier, that's probably all they're going to score with that drop bonus. So they're at 175 now, and now at 212 to 290. And the bale multiplier is about to expire. So a much better job by JDT there with the bale multiplier than Power Team Esport.
Yeah, now it's good. I mean, they will claim some points. Of course, in the end, the normal multiplier is going to be favoring Power Team Esports, as we still have 3 minutes to go. But I would say that Just Attracta, they played it definitely really well. We do have the super drops coming up as well. And that's going to be a bottom boost. That's going to be helping either of the teams.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, who does it benefit the most, here, because, yeah, it would save you a lot of time, basically. You wouldn't have to waste putting them into the top, and so it looks like JDT is going to grab that as Hapax has grabbed it.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Look at all the bales that Power Team Esport has sitting nearby. They could have used that bottom boost, but hey, they've got plenty of time to score them via the top anyways. This is going to close the gap. We don't know, it looks like these are the only 2 now that JDT have coming in. No, they have a baler there. No, they have a few, yeah. So about even with the amount of bales at each team's barn.
Yeah, let's see how they will play it. I mean, Janka has plenty of bales, so they should take the use of the bottom boost, but they haven't used it since at all. I mean, none bales inserted with the bottom boost at all, and that's going to be the case all the way till the end. So, no, okay, 1. They managed to do 1 with the bottom boost, and that's it. And Power Team Esports at the same time took the lead because it Just Attracta now getting some more points, but they're going to be claiming back the lead. But this is going to be tricky. They do have about the same amount of bales, and the Power Team Esports has the advantage on the multiplier, so they will claim 4 more points. And that will be a problem, because that in the end means that Just Attracta should be scoring 1 or 2 more bales than Power Team Esports, pending, of course, how this will go in the end. And just 1.5 minutes to go, so I don't know if that's going to be realistic. But yeah, they are currently leading still. I mean, Just Attracta, so it's going to be very close. If all the bales are going to be delivered, the scoreline is going to be very tight.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is like it just seems like JDT is just staying far enough away. Whenever Power Team gets close, like they're 20 points behind now, JDT scores some more points. Now they're at 488 to 454. A minute to go. If Just Attracta win, they advance, and Power Team Esport are eliminated. Power Team Esport need to win to force the third of the best of 3, and we've got 50 seconds to decide that. And it's now a 10-point lead for Power Team Esport.
Yeah.
We got 45 seconds of chaos coming up, Maddie.
Yeah, this is going to be nuts, because I mean, I honestly think that the Just Attracta doesn't have the bales. So if Power Team Esports going to be claiming all
4
those bales, I think they are just catching one by one. I said
Janka's
that the multiplier is a complicated issue in the final
tied
seconds.
now.
They're going to be catching them 1 by 1. 2 more bales for Power Team Esports. I think that Just Attracta, they cannot secure this on the second game. They don't have the time. They don't have the bales. There's going to be 3 bales on the Power Team Esports belt, and all those 3 bales will go in, and that's going to be actually enough. There's nothing that Just Attracta can do anymore. They have the multiplier. They cannot score 60 points. It's already gone for Power Team Esports. But Obelix wants to flex a little bit more, and they will win it by 92 points.
Wow.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. So Power Team will force this all the way to the 3rd game of the series. And if you think about the first game of the series, it was already so close for Power Team Esports. So I would say that this is deserved.
Yeah, very well deserved, and I think both of these teams, I always like seeing them get to the third of the best of three, especially in the lower part of the bracket, because now we know that it's going to come down to which team gives it their all in this third one. You know, lay it all out on the line. One team's eliminated, one moves on. A lot to play for. We're going to see what happens. We'll have that one here in just a moment. As you see another heart there, Power Team Esports showing the love to all their fans watching today. And yeah, that'll make the PWE fans happy.
Yeah.
Or the PTE fans.
Yeah, NoriCam fans, they are definitely happy. And yeah, it's a good claim from Power Team Esports. I mean, they managed to tie the series. They will force it all the way to the third game of the series. Just Attracta. I mean, they were not so excited about the win either. I mean, they were like, okay, here we are. We're doing just fine. And now when they lost it, they are having kind of like the same. Okay, let's just think about this. Let's focus this. I saw these guys in the morning. And I mean, I haven't met them in person before. So, but I have seen them, of course, on the footage.
Yeah.
And then they just walked in the morning here. And yeah, then we just shake hands. And oh, yeah, these guys. Oh, yeah, they're from Just Attracta. I was thinking for a while, like, who were these guys?
Here we go. Okay, I mean, this is wild, people. Get ready for this one. We're talking about Power Team Esport, the 7th place team, and Just Attracta, the 8th place team. So these are the two lowest seeds coming in. They're now facing each other in what is the 9th matchup of the day. In fact, Power Team Esport upset New Holland earlier, and so they stayed in the top part of the bracket until they lost to Trellborg, who will face Helm for the first spot moving in to the semifinals. So it's going to be wild to see what happens the rest of the way, as the telehandlers are banned, and so is the Lexion 8900 and the JCB 4220. And here we go, now into the player pick phase. Bottleneck against Unstoppable. I mean, we don't even have to say what Combine or what Baylor picked. If the Lexion's banned, the New Holland is being reserved as the Combine.
Yeah, that's true. But the telehandlers, they are still keeping them once again away from the gameplay. But yeah, of course, we're not expecting any changes on this one in the middle of the series. So that's not going to be the greatest news. What I actually wait to see quite a bit, I mean, I know that I'm going ahead of things, but of course I'm thinking about the Helm versus Trellborg, which will be the final game, because I think that they are actually playing with the telehandlers. I think they will allow it. So that's going to be exciting to see. Yeah. But that's going to be our way forward from here. So let's focus on this game. So we'll see who's going to be eliminated, who's going to be not. Either of the teams will win, and the other one is going to be losing, and the losing team will be out of the tournament. So it's simple as that. And of course, just as a reminder, so it's the grand final of the Farming Simulator League Season 5, and we do have a €80,000 prize pool, and just 40,000 will go to the winner directly.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty crazy. So
it's been wild. Like when I meet people at events, and like last week I was at TwitchCon in Rotterdam, and we had people that came up and like read this flyer that we had. We had like actually one of the sticker books that had information about the FSL in it, and they were like, "What? This is the prize pool for this?" Like, not only are they surprised that there's Farming Simulator Esport, but then they see the prize pool for Season 5, and they're like, "This is crazy. I would have never imagined that." But look at the support that it's been getting by our sponsors. So it's just been absolutely wild to see, and the action's been great already this weekend. I'm sure we have plenty more crazy moments to come, including probably this match, as Obelix is getting in the tight spot. This is a bad spot with the Combine.
It is a bad spot. He's definitely in trouble, but he's going to be finding his way out of it, I think, now, finally. But that's going to be costing some time, so definitely going to be affecting the first bale on the side of the Power Team Esports. But he's finally getting away. Noricam's going to follow. And we'll see what is happening on the Just Attracta side. Younga's going to be crossing the bridge already. So the first bale, it's not going to be 140, but let's say 136 maybe is doable, something like that. Yep, 136 exactly. So that's how the Just Attracta is going to be starting it up. And now we have Noricam, the superstar of the team, the fan favorite. The guy who's doing a 300-yard driving shots on the golf range easily. He's going to be approaching towards the bridges and will be trying to score the first bale. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be a more than one bale gap for sure. The drops are coming in as well, so we can see Crazy Tool and Bridges raised here. Norica will be just barely getting on the other side. It's going to be super slow, but it's going to be 100-something points at least, I would say, still. But not by much. But yeah, exactly 100. So 100-something is, I think 100.
Ooh, 36-point gap. That's kind of tough.
That's going to be something.
Bad news for Power Team Esport. Bad news for them.
It is, but let's see how it goes from here. And I guess the whole incident with the combine was something. And I killed the fly.
You got one of them?
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
His friend will be back for revenge soon.
Okay. Yeah.
One down, one to go.
You notice how surprised I was even myself, because you don't catch flies with your bare hands that often.
No, but
it's almost like being a cat who has caught the mouse, and they will bring the mouse to the owner to show, look how well I did.
Yep.
So that's why I will bring you the fly, Kermit.
No, thank you. You can keep it. Here we have a look at the fan favorite again, Noricam collecting the grain from Obelix. Yeah, bad news for Power Team Esport on that first bale. They can make it up, though. There's plenty of time, but 36 points, yeah, it's going to be tough to make up. They've got to figure out how to make it up with the multiplier or with the drop or super drop or something. Maybe JDT makes a mistake in the final 7 minutes. One of these teams moves on, and in fact, I think the winner of this one is moving on into the semifinal stage, and the loser will be eliminated. So this is a big moment. You're talking about top 4 are going home.
I just saw on the camera when they showed the players that there was a fly flying around the players as well. So we are not the only ones. That makes me happy. Sorry about skipping the topic maybe a little bit,
good.
but because I saw it. So it was happening, definitely. Meanwhile, we do have some initial deliveries, so we can see that Power Team Esports, they did the same as what they did on the previous game as well. They did the initial delivery, 2.7 multiplier for them, Just Attracta with the 1.3, and now it's all about the grain. There's no big haul in play on either of the sides. That's going to be doing something, so about 60,000 for Just Attracta, and we'll see what has been collected meanwhile on the side of the Power Team Esports, because the Justicon, he will find this nice maneuvering route towards the silo. Imagine if somebody would have parked the Audi on there, on the road. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I can't access this with my
That would be an
combine.
interesting drop to get to mess with your opponent.
Yeah.
You know, like a traffic jam at the silo.
Yeah.
Drop a bunch of cars in the way.
Yeah, we had a discussion about this with Alex at one point, and we came to a conclusion that maybe the silo in a real farming environment wouldn't be placed on that that you actually need to go through all the buildings there.
Oh, but it definitely would not be, but you gotta make it challenging, right?
Yeah, I know, but I kind of like the idea. I'm just worried about the poor handymans of these buildings, because they need to fix these scratches from the walls from all the time. Like, oh, again, I need to paint that again. It's missing some bricks
took out
again.
Our plants.
Yeah, yeah. I just finished the garden, and somebody decided to come with the combine and drive through it. And you know, these small machines as they are, as we can clearly see, almost the size of a house. So it is what it is. Meanwhile, we can see more grain is being delivered. So we saw a delivery from Just Attracta's side. Now we can see also Power Team Esports doing something. Bale multiplier is going to be picked. There was a Bale multiplier and something else. Nothing good. So Bale multiplier is going to be picked by both of the teams. And then now it's going to be the hammer time to get some points in.
All right. Well, we'll know. We'll know in 4.5 minutes, just under that, who's going out, who's staying in. This is a massive 4 minutes for both of these teams here. And soon we're going to see some more points than just the first bale scored. I don't know what to expect.
The winning team from here, by the way, is going to be true for tomorrow.
Exactly.
So that's going to be the final appearance of the winning team from here. So we don't see them today at all. And the losing team, yeah, they will be just out. So it's going to be the last performance of the whole event.
Yep.
But the winning team is going to be going all the way to the lower bracket semi-final.
Right.
from here.
Yeah.
Just as a side note. Meanwhile, the multiplier game is still going strong. Just Attracta is going to be unloading some of the stuff more. Janka, look at the setup with the bales there. They are like sideways. That's nuts.
He's going up.
Yeah, he wants to go there. He's using that little, maybe, you know.
He has easy stack, so it's going to widen for him. You see.
Yeah, that's going to be 60 points, by the way, because he had the bale multiplier at the same time, so that's going to be definitely worth it.
What are you doing?
So Just Attracta is going to be collecting. Obelix is going to be trying to collect something as well. That's not going to be as easy as he was hoping for, but nicely it will spin.
What a gap right now.
And it's going to drop as well. So we'll see.
277 to 100, Maddie, with 3 minutes to go. Power Team Esport are up against it here.
Yeah,
I don't know if they can come back from this.
Yeah, it's going to be complicated for sure.
And Bale Withering now has gone against them. Everything going against them in this elimination
and let's
round.
see. I mean, there's 5 out of 10 bales for Just Attracta as well, if you think about the combo. So they're not that far away from that either. We can see a Valo doing a jump at the same time. Going to be 6 out of 10 for now for Just Attracta. Can they get another nice delivery? Obelix going to be putting something on the second floor. That's going to be blocking the combo for sure. Not going to be getting the counter points though, because it's going to be still too far away, but just saying that it will reset the counter as we speak back to 0. But 140 points versus 297, which is 150 points between them. It's not going to be enough for the time being.
No, not at all. I don't think there's a route back for them. I've been wrong before, so they can thank me later if they do come back and win. But 297 to 200 right now, and 2 minutes to go. The multiplier is even. The bale count is not in their favor. They need JDT to make a huge error here. They really do, and they need to get these bales scored and quickly.
Yeah, they definitely need to get some points. I mean, they still have a chance, but the 2.0 multiplier is going to be something. And let's see, 9 bales for Just Attracta, and then on the Power Team Esport side, I think it's to be quite even. I hope at least it's going to be even, because they should have basically 5 bales more, and to be delivering 5 bales more if they want to catch up that gap, more or less. And 1.5 minutes to go. So yeah, it's going to be getting pretty tight. The gap is at just 47 points, by the way. So they were just catching up with quite many points. And yeah, 6 bales versus 4. So yeah, they still have quite a way to go. I mean, they need some more bales, definitely. Power Team Esports and Just Attracta, of course, they need to follow with the bale production as well. So either one failing on those duties might be then deciding something. And Janka putting those 2 bales doesn't have anything to do for the time being. They have 5 bales coming up. I think the delivery is right there, as we can see. There's a tractor skirming from the other side of the river. Let's see if he has the same speed as we saw in the previous game. You remember how fast the Power Team Esports was coming with the final bales, which they didn't deliver. So you need to have that kind of a speed. Young guy is just basically like a listening MP3s or something, like Billie Eilish on her headphones or something like that, and just jamming meanwhile. And yeah, this is definitely Just Attracta having the upper hand. I don't think that there's a way for the Power Team Esports anyhow to get back from this one, especially when you have Obelix having a mistake as well. The gap is going to be 60 points, and they don't have the time. Valo's going to be stuck as well. These small mistakes, unfortunately, are costing way too much. Obelix going to be running there with a 40 points on his hand. That's going to be something, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. It's going to be almost more than 100 points of a difference, and in the end, it will be Just Attracta who will claim the spot on the top 4 and will send Power Team Esports back home. But they played well, they fought well, and they can be proud about what they accomplished.
They can, yeah. I mean, they played some really great matches today. They were super exciting to watch. They were the fan favorite in Twitch chat, of course. We have a lot of people sad in chat now, of course, that Power Team Esport are going out. Great performance, though, by JDT in that one. I mean, 22 bales to 16. They just had everything going their way.
Yeah.
And they've earned their spot. I mean, what do you know? The 8th seed is going to be in the top 4 tomorrow. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. And they started off the day by playing really well against Helm. They won the first round of the best of 3 and maybe could have taken the whole thing.
Yeah, this will be interesting, definitely. And here we can see some of the German commentators as well.
There's Red Cat.
Yeah,
Steven
Red Cat is going to be having a break from the duties because they have 3 German commentators present at the venue. And these guys, Valtra, they're going to be playing next, but we're going to be heading for a break. And then we do have Valtra versus... Can't remember. We'll have it.
It's been a long day and a lot of matches.
We'll get it.
We'll see who
you
it
guys
is when
soon.
we're back. Hey there, we're back. That's not us, but we're back. We're happy to be here. There we are. It's been exciting. We've got 2 matchups left on the broadcast today. We're going to have Valtra against My Insanity and then Helm against Trellborg coming up. But before that, we're going to have the highlights for Power Team Esport against Just Attracta coming up in just a minute. And wow, Power Team Esport, they've played well this, I was going to say this weekend, but today they've played really well, but they're going out now. The second team, I believe, eliminated, right? So
I mean, it's really a shame as they are showing the German commentators from time to time, because I thought that I will surprise you guys with the Farming Simulator 25 surprise. I had a huge content here, but then they just didn't take this camera. So I'm really sorry. I really tried to give you some information.
Yeah, we're going to see the replays here in just a few seconds, and I really I can't pick out any like key moments where it went wrong for Power Team Esports in that one. Like that last round was a huge gap. Of course, it went wrong for them in the first bail from the get-go. But there's Norcam from the beginning, hitting the opening gate, but then he got a 148 on the first bail anyways.
Yeah, that is not a game which they actually won in the end as well, even though they made the mistake. So the games where they didn't do any mistakes, like a bigger ones, those are the ones which they lost, and then the others.
Here's one
Yep.
getting stuck. This was Valo getting that Baylor stuck for Power Team Esport, and that was definitely a costly mistake. And yeah, unfortunately for them, it just they came up short. But the 8th seed in JDT are advancing to tomorrow, and wild enough, they have advanced basically into the semifinal stage. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, there we have, let's see, there we have the problems which we had at the start of the 3rd game. So we got the combine stuck with the trees right after the start. That's going to be costing some time for the first bale for Power Team Esports. And in the end, of course, I mean, there was a chance for the Power Team Esports to actually claim this one, so it was a quite tight one in the end. But the Just Attracta, in the end, they did manage to win it. And I think there was some small mistakes for the Power Team Esports in the end, but I think that they didn't have the bales all the time to do it anyway, so I think they were just fooling around a little bit at the end. And there we have the replay. So we're going to be, of course, focusing now on the next game. Nope, we're going to be focusing on the German commentators, and then we're going to be focusing on us finally. So we have Valtra versus My Insanity, which is the next one. And once again, one team is going to be sent back home. So we know already for a fact that in our top 4 for tomorrow, so we have Helm, we have Trellborg, we do have, of course, the team who just made it there, which is Just Attracta, and this is the match that's going to decide which is going to be the last team on top 4 who will play tomorrow. And then after this one, we still have one game which will be from the upper bracket to see who will be the winner of the upper bracket and who will be then facing this team actually from the lower bracket who's going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, coming up after this one, the team who wins the final match on the broadcast between Trellborg and Helm, they're into the final. So a lot at stake when it comes to that one, that's for sure. But for now, Valtra against My Insanity, I would say probably between the two teams combined, youngest average age probably in the Farming Simulator League. Valtra and My Insanity, one of these teams will advance. One will go home. My Insanity was the 6th seed this season. They had 240 circuit points. Valtra, the 4 seed, finishing with 290. So, telehandlers out again. John Deere 8R out again. Also, the Claas Axion is out. Let's see what we get. Big Haul picked by My Insanity. The Lexion is in, so it's being reserved. The Massey Baylor also reserved. And Unstoppable picked, meanwhile, by the captain for Valtra, Soren. And now we're into the player pick phase.
Yeah, so let's see what we're going to be finding from here. But no surprises with the bans. We have the telehandlers being banned, yeah, John Deere, and so on. So nothing that huge going on there. And yeah, Unstoppable versus Big Haul. But I don't know, this is an interesting setup. I mean, the Valtra versus My Insanity, we have spoken about these teams in the past. I have told that Valtra is not really that agile, who is, you know, changing the plans on the middle of the game. My Insanity is a bit of like a hit and miss, I would say. They have their great moments, and then they have their, let's say, not so great moments, but I think they have been today pretty strong in the end. And of course, getting all the way here has been showing some level of gameplay for sure. So, I don't know. It's really hard to pick either team over the other one.
I would argue that like the same could be said about Valtra too, right? Like they're a good team, but they have their moments where they just make a lot of mistakes and kind of you know, go missing from the quality that you can see from them from time to time. So these two teams want to make sure they avoid that here, because it means the difference between advancing to tomorrow's semifinals or going out here. So definitely a lot at stake over the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. We're going to decide this one and see who moves on, as we have Surin grabbing the Fent Baylor. Meanwhile, Jan for My Insanity went with the New Holland Baylor, and we're going to get started on the first bale points here in just a matter of seconds. Here goes Jan, following behind the John Deere as close as possible and trying to get set up. We'll be heading towards the barn. Look at this. You can see the X-ray of the blue team just slightly further ahead. So Let's see what happens.
They're almost like following each other, as I would say.
Søren's on his way.
Yep. There we go.
Jan's not too far behind. And here we go, coming into the barn. Not going to be, by any stretch, the highest first bale we've seen scored today, but could still be a pretty respectable one for each team here. Here comes Søren.
Yep.
Let's see, Søren's going to take it easy, going to back it in. Looks like the flick, meanwhile, being attempted by Jan. Nope, never mind. He's going to take it easy as well. So 5-point difference, 132 to 127.
Yeah,
Not
that's
bad.
pretty fair, I would say. I mean, the other one took it easy, and the other one took a bit of a risk there, but they managed to get it in the end all the way inside. So yeah, 5 points it shouldn't be much of a problem, to be honest. So we'll just have to wait and see how that's going to go in the end. And yeah, what do we have here? Jan is I know he's going to go for the direct delivery.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's maybe a little bit like our Jan here on the production, that he's just like living in the ditches.
Having a look now at Linux and Søren for Valtra, the team formerly known as LSA and now playing under the Valtra name. Søren and Linux getting the grain cart filled up, and Søren will be headed towards the silo very soon. Meanwhile, My Insanity already delivering grain and has a 2.5 to 1.5 advantage.
Yeah, that is something definitely. Although the belt has been stopped already from the My Insanity side at the same time because of the exact reasons.
Close.
Yeah, that's going to be something interesting. I mean, but they will go for the direct delivery, which is available as well.
Needs to get silo closed, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're too late because now Valtra are delivering grain.
Yeah. I mean, we have some very early deliveries happening here, so I don't know if it's going to be how meaningful it's going to be in the end. But let's see what they will pick up. But just saying that they are doing delivery now, or let's say like 5 minutes, or well, okay, 5 minutes, but let's say 3 minutes later, how much of a difference it's going to bring at this point. But of course, if the other one has been already getting some kind of an advantage, that of course makes the difference. But let's just wait and see how they will play this out in the end. So should be okay. So meanwhile, we are back on the actual grinding phase on the fields. Luca and PB, and of course having their delivery truck drivers from either of the sides. Now they will start moving, I guess, actually towards the barn a little bit. Maybe that's the case because both of the drops have worn out, so they are not active anymore. So Søren, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some kind of a delivery happening. I mean, otherwise we have 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier, slight advantage on the amount of grain for Valtra. Søren has some self-destructive thoughts there with his utility, but yeah, he's going to be managing just fine. And let's see how that's going to go. But nope, no delivery for Valtra at this point. So they want to build some kind of a setup, maybe mask a little bit how much grain they actually have collected meanwhile. And 6 minutes to go, which means that we have about 30 seconds where we'll see the next wave of the drops. And meanwhile, we do have the angry sister of the fly. Meanwhile, flying here around and doing the revenge.
Yeah, they're multiplying. But hey, you know what? Flies and farming, they go well together, don't they? So we're just setting the mood here, aren't we? It's not the same feeling you get when you're sitting at home playing Farming Simulator probably most of the time.
Maybe we need to have some new kind of fan merchandise, like a 50 flies in a jar.
50 flies in a jar.
Yeah, then you just open it when you are like at a certain point. Maybe like I have a USB.
A little bit of manure in the
USB connectivity that it will open it up and release like certain amount of flies. So then, yeah, okay, today we are doing this kind of a job, and it usually involves a lot of flies, so we'll just release like 20 of them for now.
Felden says an official farm sim fly swatter. Maybe.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know, though. I think, someone told me the first year I came to Germany, there was like a wasp flying around my head. And someone told me that it's illegal to, like, kill a wasp, this sort of wasp. So I wonder if flies are protected. Maybe we need to be careful. I don't know. If I was at home, though, fly swatter, no doubt, would be in hand, be taking care of this problem. Or if you don't have a fly swatter, just use like a towel from the kitchen and just whap.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have the drops coming in. Bridges lowered, going to be picked by both of the teams, so there was no grain multiplier or anything that influential in the end. So yeah, the drops are a little bit like the influencers, not so impactful. Okay, joking of course aside, we love our influencers, but yeah, sometimes there's a couple of stabs coming from the other side to the other one and so on. So small arrows are flying from time to time between the different parts of the community, but I guess that's just healthy. Who knows? Maybe there can be small flies flying around the between the community as well.
4 minutes to go, and too early to tell which way this one's going to go, that's for sure. We have the first bales coming in now to be scored. One's going off. One's being scored for Valtra. 150 to 127 is now their lead. Meanwhile, as well, Luca is at the silo, and with 3.5 minutes to go, they have almost 34,000 liters of grain to deliver still, and My Insanity only have 23,500. So I think Valtra are going to end up with the multiplier advantage here when all of this grain is delivered.
Yeah, it could be a thing, definitely. At least to have a slight advantage. Yeah, I think that's maybe doable. It's going to be pretty even, though. 1.7. And let's see. No, it's going to be actually ending up here. Yeah, so My Insanity will have the advantage. I think Valtra is going to be running out of the grain. Meanwhile, we saw Valtra delivering 1 bale. Bale points are going to be available as well, so 20 bale points are there. So you can go and pick them up. And yeah, less than 3 minutes to go. So it's a little bit...
One of these teams needs to get this because like they're so close so far that this could make the difference. It looks like Jan might be getting it for My Insanity. And so remember that moment, 20 points for the super drop. And that brings them within 3 points now of the lead. So that is definitely something they needed. I haven't seen how many bales My Insanity currently has, though. Valtra has 14, and they have 7 or 8 sitting at the barn. Those two are going on, and the belt is so quick. It's going to be scored quickly. Yeah, 16 bales to 13 now, but Valtra's in the lead. My Insanity getting 4 points per bale extra.
Yeah.
Surin's going to put one into the bottom there.
Yeah, just out of fun, it seems. But yeah, the belt speed is definitely a thing for My Insanity for the time being, because they have so slow belt that it's going to be definitely causing some problems for sure. And we can see how much
going off. That might cause the next
one is going to go
well.
off. The other one
it actually
might
helped
stay.
that one, I think.
Yeah, it could be. It could stay.
Knocked it back on.
And I mean, PB is one of the best stackers. So I mean, when you have a belt that is slow as this, I would say that then you need a stacker like PB.
Yeah, you know what, though? Like, the thing about the belt being slow, it definitely will impact them when we get down to, like, 30 seconds left. But for now, it makes it easier almost to, like, take your time. Just set them on there, you know. But it's gonna turn to crunch time here very soon. And then all of a sudden it gets a lot tougher. So let's see here. It's a 3-point lead for Valtra. 1:05 to go. Now My Insanity into the lead by 19 points. Now it's a 1-point lead. And back and forth we go. Valtra in the lead. But look at how many bales just sitting there on the belt. 6.
Yeah, both teams have a huge amount of bales still remaining. 13 for My Insanity. So it's all about how many bales
Valtra
they can
doesn't
actually
have
deliver
them at the barn. My Insanity does.
Yeah, that's a problem, definitely.
Even if My Insanity has to put some of those into the bottom, at least they're there.
See. My Insanity bales are getting in, 411. They are leading by 40 points because it's certain. Not struggling, but definitely doing the work. And the final bales are going in, 30 seconds to go. There's going to be still 3 more bales on the belt for My Insanity, at least for the time being. And the rest of the bales, they either need to drive in or they have to shove them on the bottom floor. Those are the options. PB is going to be starting to climb, yes, with the JCB. He wants to get that 1 more extra point. My Insanity, they are leading by 100 points as we speak. And PB will do the heroic move, and they will go all the way to 561. And Valtra, they are completely toothless on this situation. There's nothing they can do. And in the end, it will be My Insanity showing who's going to be standing on your way.
Yeah, winning the first round. Good momentum for them. Valtra now has to bounce back or they're going out. Still the best of 3, so they have a chance. But it was close. It was close there until 3 minutes 30. My Insanity was delivering a significant amount of grain. They ended up with, what was it? Yeah, almost 11,000 extra grain with multiplier delivered, 8,000 delivered without. Like, That's insane. And they got the free, like 20 points for the super drop as well, the bail points. So for Valtra, it was just too tough of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. It's the first game. So they still have the second one. So Valtra will need to put the A game on to see if they can survive till tomorrow. And if not, of course, then they will be out of the tournament. But yeah, this is the time when you need to shine, when you have your back against the wall. And we have the second game starting in about 10 seconds. So we don't have to wait for long before we can see how the second game will go.
Seeing some of the players now, it's always great to see the shots of them. Like, you see the excitement, you see the anguish, you see all the emotions out there, just definitely coursing through their veins. Some nervous moments, I'm sure, as well. And for Valtra, they need to keep their cool and bounce back here. We're going to find out in about 12 minutes whether we're going to go to the third of the best of three, or if My Insanity are going to be moving on into the semifinal. So the winner of this one will play Just Attracta in the semifinal. And yeah, it's wild to think that this is, we're getting to the point now, of course, where the rest of the bracket is starting to take shape. But basically, one of these teams that is advancing is basically facing the prospect of having Trellborg or Helm drop down and face them in the semifinal. So, man, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how that's going to go. But yeah, first you need to solve these matches and then we'll see. But yeah, I would say that My Insanity played it very well. And yeah, Valtra was maybe a little bit, I mean, not hiding, but not that visible. They were playing, but there wasn't like any specific moment when they would have shined or so on. So they were doing things, and they lost like a 70 points in the end, the gap. So it just started to grow suddenly. So yeah, I think that My Insanity played it really well. They had a strategy all the way from the 2 minutes before the game ended, they had a clear plan how they will end the game.
Right.
Because they had so slow build, and then I think that Valtra was maybe trusting a little bit the fact that we can play a bit more ad hoc, a bit more loose, and it just didn't give the results this time. Who knows? Maybe someday, and I'm really hoping that day will come that we actually get a player for an English interview.
Yeah, that would be great. I get asked all the time, like, when are we getting this in the U.S., being one of the guys in the U.S. office. But I think that elsewhere, too, there's interest for it. Brazil already, there's been some unofficial tournaments that went on last year as well. So, and I have all the time universities reaching out, interested in using the Farming Simulator League as a way to get, just have a little fun activity to mix in with like an agricultural curriculum. If you're at an agricultural school, or maybe even if you're not, adding this esport in, it's family friendly. It's not a shooter esport. It's definitely different than most esports you see out there.
Could add guns.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be family friendly as much anymore.
I mean, farmers, they usually have like a shotgun or something.
You're right.
At least with the salt ammunition, non-lethal.
Yeah, you're right. They do, but I doubt that we'll ever see that in Farming Simulator.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding.
We've had people ask for it, though, of course, because, you're right.
Course.
Farmers have to. Wildlife getting onto their property or whatever it may be, causing havoc. So you have to be prepared for those types of situations. Here comes Surin in with the first bail, and going to just kind of calmly and methodically pick up 138 points. Where is My Insanity? There is Jan coming in now, so this shouldn't be too huge of a gap, maybe about 10 points or so.
I guess that gives some kind of an idea that we have the first bales coming in, and we are talking about shotguns in 14, the vehicle, so we're going to lose that topic for now. I guess that just somehow reflects about the length of today when you have been sitting in the studio for almost 8 hours or something. So yeah, it's a long day to be talking about Farming Simulator. Meanwhile, bridge is lowered and direct delivery, and the direct delivery has been the, not going to say the fan favorite, but the player favorite. And there we go. It's going to be picked by My Insanity. The same is going to happen for Valtra pretty soon as well. And then we'll see how the grain is going to be starting to be collected, and how what kind of setup is going to be building out of this one? What I'm expecting once again that the first 6 or maybe even 7 minutes going to be pretty, I would say, even for the teams, and then we'll maybe start seeing some kind of a differences about that time. Maybe when the super drop comes in or something like that.
Having a look at Jan and Hannes now for My Insanity. 138 to 124. And now looking at Luca and Søren.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the normal business channel with the trailer, PB is got to be just moving with the combine, got to be closing to a 7-minute mark, so we're going to be getting a trailer moving towards the silo pretty soon. And then we'll see, will they decide to go for the early delivery? I mean, no big haul in place, so I would say that, oops, what's going on there? Oh, just the camera. I would say that the early delivery could be a thing here, so maybe Søren, yeah, he's going to start delivering. Because when you don't have the big haul, then the teams tend to go more for the early deliveries, especially when they are approaching that earlier 7-minute mark, because sometimes they're then waiting for a longer if they actually want to just collect as much as they can and then deliver that later. So Jan is going to be going to deliver as well. So both teams are actually currently pouring the grains in the silo. And what's the case there? So yeah, 2.4 for Valtra for the time being, but they're still unloading it. They're actually doing a quite big deliveries, and it's going to stay with 2.4 for Valtra. I mean, there were some, of course, some direct deliveries happening earlier as well, so it's not only about just delivering it to the silo, but the direct delivery did the job earlier as well, and that's kind of like, of course, yeah, it shipped into the same pile. So there we have it. So let's see. Just 20 seconds actually, then we have the second wave of the drops. And what will be coming out of this one? I mean, from the drops, that's got to be a question, of course, and how that will affect, because we have no bale deliveries so far at all. So we have been just only having the first bales, then some grain game, bale multiplier, speed up, so bale multiplier's got to be something, and now it would be handy to have some bales. Valtra has a 1 bale, but they have a problem with the well, actually, they don't have a problem. They have 2.4 multiplier, but the belt speed is like super slow. So yeah, timing the bale in might be complicated, especially if My Insanity will start playing with the grain multiplier at the same time.
Yep, 5 minutes to go. Lots to be determined here, Maddie. Will My Insanity advance? Will Valtra go out? Will they stay alive? We're about to find out. If you're hanging out with us, thanks for sticking with us. It's been, we've been at it now for, quite a while.
Yep.
Since 10 a.m. It's now 5:30 p.m., so 7.5 hours already. We still have Helm and Trellborg coming up to close off today's broadcast, and then tomorrow at 4 p.m., Maddie and Virtual Farmer will be back. So it'll be Virtual Farmer and Cast by Copter back again for the final matches tomorrow, and we'll be crowning a winner of Season 5 who will walk away with 40,000 euros.
Yep, tomorrow will be definitely something interesting, so you better be here at 4 p.m. tomorrow when we have the last final 3 matches. So in a way, the semi-finals and then the grand final, if you can say it, if you can put it like that. So that's the thing. Anyways, 4 minutes to go. And no deliveries. We can see some bales coming on the side of Valtra. The grain game is still going on as well. So these teams are really stretching the game. And they are leaving all the decisions for later. As we can see, 2.2 multiplier. And based on what I see, the multipliers in the end, they will be pretty even. Maybe 2.1 for Valtra actually is doable, but I'm not completely sure. It all depends from so many factors. Søren's going to be trying to do something, but we'll be missing that out in the end. We have some bales actually scored by My Insanity, and now we have the final grain actually coming from the My Insanity side as well, so we'll see something about the multipliers, where they're going to be ending up. 2,000 still remaining. So yeah, it can be 2.1 for Valtra. Maybe it's going to be so close. I don't know what they will do. or will they just leave it like this because they have like couple thousand leaders remaining for both of the teams? I don't think it's going to change the setup, so it's going to end up like this 2.0 for both of the teams. Mindsanity doesn't have the fastest speed on the belt, but Valtra not having the slowest either, so it's going to be pretty straightforward. Mindsanity has taken the lead, and the bottom boost is here, and Valtra actually having 9 bales currently being pressed, so maybe they can do something about it, but the yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Valtra's going to be actually claiming that as well. So we can see that they're immediately unloading it from the baler. They're going to be reversing that in. So they're going to be getting 260 points for now. Mindset needs to do something about it. We still have 2.5 minutes to go. They don't have the bales for the time being. So this is not the end of the world, but Mindset will need some more bales. And Valtra will be definitely still getting these bales in to the bottom. And they have 6 out of 10, so there's a chance for Mindset to get a counter actually, if they time it right, or for Valtra to get a combine as well. And that's going to be now. Oh, that's going to be that's going to be countered. It's going to be countered by Mindset. They're going to be spot on with the timing, and they will do it. So they will get the counter in place, and they will deny Valtra from getting the combo.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, the bottom boost was still helpful for Valtra, but it could have been a lot worse for Mindsanity if they allowed them to score the 50 bonus points. Instead, they pick up the 30 for the counter. That kind of keeps them in the hunt here, but it's not looking too great for them at the moment. They need to get these bales in. They've got 1.5 minutes as well. At least their belt is almost at the max speed, so that's in their favor, but yeah, they got to start scoring these.
I think they should have more bales now. So it's all about the final minute. No, it's just 1 bale more. So they need to be very efficient. So the bottom boost actually worked really nice for Valtra, and at the same time they did manage to press some more bales, which then helped, of course. Sören will be trying to find a bridge that he can actually use. Does he actually need to wait for the bridge? This is not optimal at all. And there we can see that the bridge is getting down. What's happening on the Mindsanity side? That's something that I want to see, as we are now just seeing what is happening at Valtra. The final minute has started already. The gap is going to be 100 points. And all the players from Valtra, they are circling here around the belt. Sören is getting all these bales very nicely next to him, so he shouldn't have much of an issue to actually stack them. Does he have the time to get all of them on the second floor? That is the question, because I don't think that he does. And Mindsanity has been scoring some points at the same time. So you can see PP putting those bales on the belt. That's going to be 1 more bale. They're going to be getting close. They have the same multiplier. Final 30 seconds are starting up, and the bales are there. Valtra, they have 4 bales on the belt as well. This is going to be getting awfully close. And Valtra maybe has a slight advantage here, but the belt speed is going to be doing these tricks. And the Mindsanity, they will get close, but those 3 bales that we can see on the X-ray, they will be the problem for Mindsanity. Sören going to be flipping out. What's going to be happening with the Mindsanity? Valtra will be scoring those points, 422, and the gap is going to be 60 points. Lennox will be coming with the final bales, and Valtra will take the second game and will force it to the third game. The action just keeps on going.
It does. Valtra pulling it out. You can see the stress on their faces right now. Maybe a little bit of relief, but also some stress as well. Look, even the players are fighting the flies. You're right. It's not just us.
Yep.
So they're having to fight the elements too while they're playing out there.
I mean, it's realistic.
4 extra bales for Valtra scored in that one. That's definitely the difference in the scoreline. That bottom boost helped them, I think, get more in. Mindsanity left 3 out on the field undelivered. So this one will go to the third of the best of 3.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll have the third game of the series, and, well, soon we'll know what's going to happen. I mean, the excitement is definitely there. And, yeah, Valtra. I mean, you can see how happy these guys are currently. I think they were clearly a little bit stressed about the situation if they're going to lose it at this point. And, of course, then going to be missing the second day of the tournament completely. But, yeah, at least now they have stretched it as far as they can.
Yep, we're going to another, I think almost every single match in the loser's bracket has gone to the third round. So that just shows how closely, rated these teams are. The quality is very similar. So again, it's going to be unfortunate to see one of these teams' journeys end here after this third one. But one of them will have to be eliminated here. They're trying to swat flies in between rounds. Maybe we can get them to come back here and help out too.
Yep. I think it would be a thing
We're
definitely.
we're right behind this wall that they're in, so there's something about in between this wall, you know. Flies are loving this area of the Fent Forum.
Yep. It is what it is. We can see the Valtra logo. And we can see the third game of the series is finally starting up as well. So let's see how this goes. We're going to be entering to the pick and the ban phase once again.
Here we go. Let's set the stage for this one. I wouldn't imagine there's going to be too much crazy as far as the player picks go. The telehandlers are going to be gone. Probably the John Deere 8R is going to be gone as well. I wouldn't imagine much deviation from that. Actually, the Case Magnum 400's going out. Oh, nope, switching it at the last minute to the Fent 942. Let's see what the other machine My Insanity is going to pick is. It's going to be the Class Axion. That one's out now. And then, of course, it's going to be the New Holland. Telehandler, goodbye. The telehandlers are so fun. I get why they're banned, though, but it's fun when we get to see them come out every once in a while.
Yep. Well, there we had it. Big Hole versus Bottleneck at the same time as well. So Big Hole on the side of Valtra, and then the Bottleneck on the side of My Insanity. And yeah, under pressure, I think that's a pretty spot-on choice for the time being. Under pressure.
There's definitely a lot of pressure on both teams. Surin is the captain and has not picked a player perk, so they're going to spend the points most likely on the machine. They have Archimedes Plus picked by Linux. I would imagine it's going to be either runner or under pressure, maybe head start. It's going to be runner, and so they've gone and picked two of the bigger machines.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, yeah, I think that's an interesting choice. We've seen some teams do that today, bypassing the third player having a player perk, and then instead spending the points on the machines itself. So could be a good strategy. We'll find out. All right, 10 minutes to go, Copter. My Insanity or Valtra. One of these teams will move on to play Just Attracta tomorrow.
Yeah.
One of these teams is going out, though. So here we go. Let's figure out who it's going to be.
Yep, this game is going to set it for sure. So we'll see who's going to be the fourth team on the top four and which team is going to be, of course, sent back home. And then still after this one, we have the final game of the upper bracket. So we'll see who's going to be going straight to the grand final from the upper bracket and who's going to be dropping to battle tomorrow from the final spot to the grand final with the other teams on the lower bracket. But that's the next game. Jan is going to be catching up that one baler. We can see Sören already with Luca building up the first bale, and that's going to be pretty close as well. So we can see that they are not that far away from the barn. It's not going to be 150 for sure, but it's not going to be less than 140, of course, pending from the delivery method as well. Will they be swinging that in? Will they be reversing that in? And how that's going to go? But I would say that if they're going to swing that in, it's going to be about 144 or 43 maybe, but instead of reversing, so maybe a 140, 139-ish. And that 139 is because they're going to be having a small issue with getting it to fit from the barn doors. Jan is going to reverse that in as well, and that's going to be a gap of 7 points for them for the time being. So that is completely fine. A pretty even situation. And well, we should be getting the first line of drops coming in, and we will see what they will be containing in a matter of seconds.
Here we go. Bale drop and herbicide. Nothing too exciting there.
Yay!
But hey, them showing up in the first drop window means they won't show up at all later on. So at least they remove some. Maybe we'll get something exciting in the next drop window, which really has more of an impact more often than not anyways. So here's Sören now with the big haul trailer, going to collect some grain. Meanwhile, we see My Insanity as well with the grain cart.
Yep. There we go. So we do have the usual pattern here. So we'll see how the grain situation is going to be played. I think there will be no decisions or anything crucial happening for the next 2 minutes. So how was the pancake soup?
It was delicious. You didn't get you didn't have some? I thought you did. You didn't try it?
No, I didn't. I didn't try it.
That's right. That's quite sad that you didn't try it. It was delicious.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, now I need to tell the story. So I did order it, but the waiter forgot my order and I didn't deliver it. So that's the thing. I did order it, but they never delivered it to me. So I guess the poor Finnish guy is not going to be worth of the pancakes, unfortunately.
Bummer. Yeah, it was quite good. I've had it before, though. If I had known that, I would have passed mine over.
Nah, it's okay. I don't like to make a fuss about these. I mean, I survived. I got the main food. I got myself fed.
That's the main.
And I was happy to leave from. I was happy when I was leaving from the restaurant. That's what I meant to say. Not happy to leave, but happy when I was leaving. So it's all good. So I try to keep the things on the positives and not to worry about the. I mean, I can order it today,
You could.
for example, or tomorrow even.
The night
So
is
there's
young.
yeah, the night is young, and I did promise to the guys that if I actually find an oven, I will do pancakes. I can do, but I just need that oven if I want to do the Finnish pancake.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to make this happen in the future.
I think we need to
have
find like a
stovetop. We need to have you an oven. We need to have you
Portable oven.
Yeah, we need to just have a little spot. You could have had your own food truck.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I could also try to figure out if I could find some kind of like a recipe for the pancake to do it with the open fire.
Ooh,
I mean, then we wouldn't need the oven.
right.
That would be something. And yeah, let's see. I mean, of course, I'm not gonna do it inside of the hall.
Yeah.
Can I put an open fire on the Fen
We already
factory?
had the fire alarm go off at our hotel.
Oh
last
yeah,
night
yeah,
as
we
well.
had
don't
the
need
fire
that again.
alarm. What, like a 5 o'clock in the morning, and we were walking outside. We have the pictures and everything. We have the proof.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah, it was a heck of a way to meet some of the people we hadn't seen yet at 5 a.m.
Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, but it was fun. I mean, we had like a meet up in the morning. So
yeah, an unplanned.
Bail
an unscheduled
multiplier
meetup.
and the speed up. And let's see the situation meanwhile in the game. So some grain has been delivered, or yeah, there was no direct delivery, so something has been delivered by Valtra. Bail multiplier is going to be one thing on there. And we have actually seen the bail multiplier quite a bit today.
Yeah, we have.
I mean,
It's been dropping quite a bit,
yeah.
for sure. So, not to distract from the action again, but Felden, great suggestion. He says you could use the Fendt tractor engine heat maybe to try. You want.
I mean,
Might get a little bit of like, oil or grease mixed in with the pancake.
yeah, but if you do it, I mean, there is a trick which the Finnish people on the countryside use. You know, in Finland, when you come there during the winter, and then if you live in one of these northern cities and the people, let's say, live 20, 30 kilometers from the city. So they have a driver, they have a car, and usually the people on that area of Lapland, for example, they don't have the fanciest car. So they have something, from the 80s or 90s or, a bit oldish, not the latest tech. So they go to the bar, and then, when they get back home, like at 3 a.m. or something, so they will go to this, what is it, like a kiosk to buy a burger or something like that. And they want to eat that at home. So they will actually put that under the hood, on top of the engine, on the folio.
Yeah.
And then it will stay warm on top of the
it.
engine all the way when they drive back home during the winter when it's like minus some degrees.
Right. That's great.
So we can try to do the pancakes that way as well. We are also doing sausages on the stove of sauna.
Yeah.
So we put that on the
surprise me.
folio and on top of the rocks.
Nice.
So we could do pancakes that way as well.
Awesome. We should try it. Both teams picked up bail multiplier 1.5 times. My Insanity has scored some points with it. Valtra bringing some in now. 3.5 to go to decide this one. 205 to 139. That's going to be closed a little bit, the gap. Only 4 bails at the moment for My Insanity hanging out there. And not sure how many Valtra have pressed at the moment. We'll know that when we see their view here in a moment. We're spectating currently Hannes from My Insanity, who's going to get a second bailer.
Yeah.
I don't think they lost theirs. They're just going to try to press more. Lord Baylor for 2 bails is the super drop. Valtra has snagged it. It's now 250 to 227. Under 250 to go. Too close to call. Valtra does have the multiplier in their favor, 4 extra points per bail. That'll help them close the gap a little bit as we go towards the end of the round here.
Yeah, it's going to be just 2.5 minutes to go, so we'll see how it's going to play out. The score is pretty even, and then the multiplier advantage towards Valtra, so they are out of grain. And that 2.2 is going to stay for Valtra for sure. Sören has so many bales, doesn't know what to do with all of those, so just, of course, we'll put one by one on the belt. That's a good idea, actually. That's the place where they need to go. So Valtra will be starting to score some points more. The same has been happening on the Mind Sanity side as well. 2 minutes to go. We are completely even with the bales and not that far away from each other with the points as well. So this can definitely go either way. But I would say that the Valtra's 2.2 advantage it's tricky because there is about 20 points of a difference currently, the same amount of bales, and if they will deliver about those 10 bales which they have, it's going to be close exactly the amount of score that they have as a gap. So we'll see how that's going to go. It's going to be definitely very, very wild. And then now Valtra has taken the lead, but the Mindset at the same time has been getting some more bales, and now they need to start delivering. So PB is going to be starting to put them one by one on the belt. That's going to be 3 of them. That's going to be less than 60 points, but still a decent amount of points because if Valtra climbing all the way to 381, Sören, and these are moving very, very nicely. Mindset having a slightly faster belt, so they are catching up a little bit. Sören will be crossing that safer route. Not going to be a problem at all. Will not make any kind of mistakes. And we actually haven't had much of any victims on the safer route today. Only couple in the earlier games when they were kind of missing those traffic lights, which we spoke on the broadcast as well. But the score situation is definitely heating up, and Valtra has been doing a great job by producing more bales all the time. They do have 8.
Yeah, it was them that went and got, no, it was Hannes that went and got the extra baler for My Insanity when we were watching. And now it's 425 to 412. Valtra in the lead. One of these teams will remain in the tournament and actually go into the semifinal stage tomorrow. The other team goes home. My Insanity in the lead now, and 2 have fallen off for Valtra at the wrong time. And My Insanity is in the lead now, 448 to 447, a 1-point lead. This is going to be a wild finish. You can't afford bales to fall off. Now, My Insanity is ahead, but then the next bale is going to be scored by Valtra. It's 504 to 469. 504 to 469 now, 504 to 491, 522 to 511, and it's My Insanity!
My Insanity! That's
what a performance!
So close, and Valtra, those 2 bales dropping down from the belt. That was unbelievable, and these guys, look how happy they are.
I mean, with a minute to go, I'm sitting there like, okay, Valtra, they're going to get this. Like, they've got the multiplier advantage. They've got, the bales are similar. And then those 3 fell off for Valtra, and that opened the door.
It opened the
My
door.
Insanity. I mean, you have to say, credit to My Insanity, but unfortunately for Valtra, those falling off at the crucial moment is going to cost them. An 11-point victory is the difference between My Insanity advancing to the semifinal and Valtra going out. Congratulations to My Insanity. Tough luck, honestly, for Valtra. Well fought by them today.
Yeah, they had the 2.3 multiplier, so even just one of those bales out of those 2 on the second floor would have been enough, because that would have been plus 13 points. So it's very, very unlucky, but that's, I mean, we talk about the importance of having a great stacker. And I don't say anything against Valtra here, but I just say it once again, PB 400 is a great stacker.
He is.
And I didn't notice him before last FarmCon, like a year ago. We were actually here and we had the bale stacking challenge.
Okay.
And there were 3 pieces in a row. People can go and try to do their times. And we had the scoreboard, on a whiteboard. And he was going to play. He was playing, but I didn't know who he was. Right. I was looking at this guy, it's amazing. And then they were just doing, and then he got something like a time of 1 minute and 10 seconds. And then the other came, JK and the others, they played. And I think the final time, the winning time was something 47. So they just improved a half a minute.
It's insane.
And PB was all the time there. All the stackers from the FSL were there. And he was, I think, second after, I don't remember who won it, but he was definitely the second.
Right.
And that's how I know that he's very good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was probably Martin. I mean, Martin and him are are 2 of the best in the league. Martin from Helm as well. So, so we're gonna have just a slight little break here. I think we're just figuring out the rest of the broadcast and figuring out a few things. So, luckily for us, you get to hang out with us a little bit more.
Yeah.
Everyone. It's been a crazy day. So I mean, we have Helm and Trellborg who haven't lost yet, right? Like they're sitting really good. Just Attracta, the bottom seed, is still alive. All right, so I believe there's going to be a slight change, and it's going to be Just Attracta against My Insanity, even though Helm is coming out on stage here. Because Helm and Trellborg are at the top of the bracket, and they haven't lost yet. So really, the semifinals would be set after the loser's bracket is confirmed. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to sort this out, and we'll be right back and let you know what's happening. Ooh, man, Matty, what a day it's been. And we just saw My Insanity pull off a crazy one. We're going to see the highlights coming up for that one in a moment. It's been an exciting day. We have one more matchup to come up. And, yeah, we'll be ready in just a moment for that. We'll have the highlights for you. And then we've had a slight change in the schedule as well, so we'll get you all squared away here in a moment with what's going on with that. We briefly filled you in on that during the break. So, Maddie,
Tell me.
We're almost there, man. We're almost
there.
We almost have it set for the semifinal stage tomorrow. It's going to be you and Virtual Farmer on the call for that one. That'll start at 4 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow. So if you want to tune in for that, that's the time. This is the place you're at currently. Tune back in for that. But before that, we're going to have one more match today, and I think some highlights to show you too. As we see a shot now of what it's starting to look like inside the Fendt Forum. There's the stage and a shot at one of the Fendt tractors. If you missed it earlier, you missed them switching the tractors. I guess someone put them in the wrong location. They had to switch where they were sitting. You're having a look now at Just Attracta, who are on stage. And I believe My Insanity now have to jump right back into the action here in a moment. We're going to have the replays in a few seconds now coming up. And Maddie, tell us what you thought about this matchup as we see these highlights.
I mean, it was an interesting one. I mean, like I said, I didn't know how it's going to end up. Is it going to be My Insanity or Valtra who's going to be coming on top of it? And in the end, I was maybe during the game, during the second game, I was thinking that, I think My Insanity actually would kind of like make more sense based on the season.
Right.
But it was so close; it could have been either one, to be honest. So it's so hard to predict this. And only thing I can say is that the better team, I guess, won in the end. So My Insanity now took this one, and of course now they are playing versus Just Attracta. So we changed the final game. We were supposed to have the game number 11 from the upper bracket, but we changed to the game number 12 from the lower bracket, which means My Insanity gets to play again, and they're playing versus Just Attracta, and it will be also an elimination match, meaning that the losing team will be dropping, and that's going to leave us only the top 3 actually for tomorrow.
Yeah, and the thing that's wild to me is that these teams, you're talking about 2 of the teams from the bottom part of the bracket. Just Attracta, the 8th seed coming in, the last team to secure their spot in the World Championship. So it's wild to continue to see these teams are so close in how they compete. Like the quality is, the gap is not that significant. And we're just getting warmed up really here as you see Just Attracta on the left side. They'll be the blue team. My Insanity. I mean, how do you've been around the esports team for a while. Like, how do you now, as a team like My Insanity, they just had this crazy moment. They were fighting for their lives. They had this really stressful but exciting win. And now they have to bring themselves back down, calm the nerves, and get right back to it in another elimination game.
I think they're actually having a better situation here because they can continue straight where they left. They don't have to take the they can keep the momentum. They had just amazing series. They were so relieved after they won it, and now they can just continue to play. They don't have to have that suspension moment.
Right.
Yeah, they're between, so they can just continue. I think that Just Attracta might be. I mean, they had a break. They might be more, let's say, nervous about the game because
they too long.
And they were not supposed to play today anymore.
Right.
I mean, they were first thinking that this is the final game. We're gonna survive till tomorrow.
Right.
And they will play tomorrow in the morning. That was, well, not in the morning, but at the start of the broadcast, that was the plan. And now they suddenly need to climb back to the stage.
Right.
So I think that, definitely, I guess this change and the timing, at least how I feel it, I think it's maybe a slightly favoring My Insanity. I mean, not favoring in a way, but it's better situation for them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
But of course, you just need to do the gaming, and then we'll see where we are. So I'm very eager to see how this is going to go. But for sure, I don't think that it's going to be a problem for either of the teams to jump back on the stage suddenly with this kind of a warning. Because, of course, My Insanity was also, they had the relief moment that, they were also thinking that we will end today here and then we'll come back tomorrow. But they suddenly need to play again. So
yeah,
I think that's the biggest thing.
Basically what happens now is one of these teams will advance, and then they'll sit and wait tomorrow and see who is going to lose between Helm and Trellborg, who have not yet lost so far today in this tournament. So the loser of that one will then play the winner of this one now. And then they'll be playing basically for a right to play in the final against whoever wins between Helm or Trellborg. So we could potentially see Helm and Trellborg play each other twice tomorrow. That could happen. And it's wild. It's starting to take shape. But imagine if Just Attracta, the bottom seed, makes it in here into the semifinal. That would be huge for them.
Yeah, I really like to see how they play. They have their ups and downs, but now they're having their ups. And let's see if that momentum can still follow. But I gotta say, my Insanity has been strong. Yeah, like said before, they have their good days, they have their bad days. I would say that what we are seeing now is here is definitely the good My Insanity. I would imagine that if we would have had the let's say the more lower side My Insanity, they wouldn't be here anymore. It's also one thing that I was thinking during the game is that there's a fundamental difference between My Insanity and the other teams, because My Insanity is actually an esports organization, Right. They do have teams on the other games as well, even like mobile games and stuff like that. So, and everybody else is just more or less something regarding farming. So we do have Helm, we do have Trellborg, and so on. And of course, Just Attracta doesn't have an organization at all, so they are just a team. Just a team. so we have basically 4 teams who are still more or less remaining here. 2 of them are presenting the agricultural companies, more or less. Then we have one which is an esports organization, and then one team which doesn't have an organization at all.
Right.
So it is interesting mixture of teams, and also I guess in a way that also might have an effect for the stress levels. Because you asked about, for example, how My Insanity will be taking this. So as an esports organization, they are looking for prize pool money.
Right.
I mean, they are basically earning, and they are presenting an organization for the money. And then, but for example, My Insanity being part of the farming scene or farming simulator scene, it's not really adding any kind of an advertising value to the organization. But then when you go to Trellborg or Helm, they basically live in this landscape. So they, of course, value the money which they will make from the prize pool, but then also they do have, let's say, synergies with the marketing and all these kind of things, which doesn't exist for the other teams. So that's what I'm trying to say, that the pressure might be different because the targets of the organizations are different as well.
Maybe for Just, which we're having a sneak peek now at
the
snacks from Just Attracta.
I saw that.
Some chocolate chip cookies or something.
Yeah, he had it on his hand earlier when he was walking, and I was like, why does he have his breakfast with him? But the chocolate chips.
Yeah.
So maybe we can go and get some as well.
Nice. Just toss some over the wall. They're right behind us, you know. Toss a handful back here. But going back to what you were saying, like for Just Attracta, maybe, you know, they're sitting here an independent team, but if they make it into tomorrow, like, who knows? That might drop some interest from a brand out there to sponsor them for next season. You know, we've seen it before in the past where teams come in independent and they perform so well that they do end up getting picked up. Maybe they're the next ones on the list.
I mean, that was the thing for the not for John Deere, but the New Holland.
Yeah.
I mean, they basically
Vermeer's Flamboyance. Right? And then they played so well. Finished runners-up in that season, and well, even halfway through the season, got picked up by New Holland. And I love that they're just like focusing the camera on this guy now as he eats a snack. As we're kind of just waiting to get things set up here, making sure everything is good to go, and then we'll have our last matchup of the day. My Insanity and Just Attracta. I mean, just calmly sitting there eating his Choco chips with so much on the line when he's done. You know? He's going to get that nice boost of energy, though, for these final rounds.
Oh,
I love it.
I don't know, maybe it's a special brand that he can only get from Germany and he's like finally enjoying from them. Or did he actually brought those all the way from France? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Choco is like definitely German, though, right? Like, yeah. So here we go. We'll be capping things off. It's a best of 3, so at the minimum we'll have 2 matches coming up, and we're going to figure out which one of these teams will be moving on to tomorrow, and where Helm and Trelleborg are currently waiting. Both of those teams won their first 2 rounds this matchup, this tournament, and so yes, here we go. Set the stage.
Ugh. They did ban the telehandler.
You were hoping,
I was really hoping that we finally get a game with the telehandler.
We haven't had it since, like, I don't think we've had it since the third match of the day. Just Attracta is not going to be fine with it, I was so much waiting for it because I said it that I have a feeling that Helm and Trelleborg are going to play with the telehandlers, and I was expecting that game to come. But okay, it'll be fine for sure. There's going to be some fun entertainment anyway. So we have the board of the telehandlers that's going to be banned.
We do have the large tractors, which are also banned. And the perks, we have Big Haul versus Big Haul. So we're going to be going perk against the perk. And just as a reminder, the losing team will be out of the tournament. They will claim the fourth spot on the tournament. And then the winning team will be staying on the lower bracket, waiting what's going to be dropping from the game versus Trellborg and Helm tomorrow in the morning. And then they will have to face that enemy, and then they can actually battle from the spot on the grand final as well. So it's an interesting game. So yeah, I'm very eager to see how this is going to play out in the end. We haven't seen Just Attracta and Mindsanity face off for I don't remember when. Not on the last tournament, or maybe it hasn't been streamed. That's another thing as well. But yeah, I don't really remember. And now when we talk about this team, so I have spoken about Mindsanity, I have spoken about Just Attracta as well. I think there's a lot of similarities between these teams. So it's an maybe even more even pair up than the Mindsanity and the Valtra. So we'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, PB is going to be going towards the pads. It's going to claim the class Lexion, which we haven't really seen that much today at all, because people have been very busy banning it all the time at the start. We can see Janka getting a baler. We can see that these guys, let's go to the fields, let's claim some bales, and let's start delivering them. Give me your forks and knives, and I will just do everything I can with these bales. And PB will take a nice position, not that far away, not that close. It's not the greatest location, but it's the, I would say, definitely a one that's going to work. We can see already
Janka
John, yeah, he's going to be getting away. We can see Janka getting away as well. And this is looking to be 140 range.
Ooh,
but Janka's having a bit of a problem there. Not going to be a huge problem though, but it's going to slow down the speed quite a bit. And yeah, I would say that 140 is still doable if he's going to flip that down, but he's going to reverse that in actually. And we can see Mindsanity coming at the same time. He's going to flip that in. I know he's going to reverse it. They will do 136 and 134.
Wow.
It's going to be just 2 points of a difference. So they will come exactly at the same time, and they will not take those risks. They want to play it safe because they know what's at stake.
There's a lot at stake for sure, and definitely no separating them really here in the first round with the first bail points. This 8.5 minutes will tell the story here in the first round.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake. And talking about stakes, I'm hungry. But that's a different story. I mean, you can be one of the stakeholders of this discussion.
Well done. Well done. Indeed.
Okay, so we have silo closed and bridges raised. And those will be on the first wave of the drops. So silo closed is definitely something. You can play that if you want to. We do have the big hauls in play. So usually the early deliveries are not that big of a deal with the big haul, to be honest. So they are not tending to go for it that often. But, you know, everything can change. Strategies can change. We have seen that to happen as well. So it's not that easy that, oh, it's going to be a big haul. For sure they will not do an early delivery. So who knows? Who knows if they're going to use it? I guess it depends from a lot of factors how they will see it. But the yeah, we'll just have to wait it all the way down. And we're going to be getting already to 7.5 minutes. So I think it's going to be too late to pick anything anymore anyway. So they will not take them at all. And now they will just focus on collecting the grain. They are going somewhere around 45,000-ish. We can see John heading next to the teammate as well. That's going to be Hannes. Also collecting some grain here from the combine. They're going to be loading it to the big haul. And yeah, just business as usual.
Yep, just keep it on at this stage of the game. That's exactly what you want to be doing, emptying the grain. Not sure what was going on there for Just Attracta, now hooking up to the baler and heading out, presumably, yep, heading towards the barn with the baler. 6:40 to go as we see PB harvesting away. These are the moments like where you put the work in that'll pay off later. Like all the points are scored really with the bales, but what you do out on the field in these early moments impacts how many bales you're going to be able to bring in, kind of sets the stage for how the rest of the round will go.
Yeah, 3 bales for Just Attracta, so they are preparing for something, which is good. I mean, sometimes we see that at this 5.5 when we have, let's say, bale points or bale multiplier coming up, we see that the teams, they haven't done any bales, so they're not ready to handle any kind of a bale-based benefits or advantage. So Just Attracta at least are going to be putting themselves in a place. Also, My Insanity now with 3 bales that they can do it when needed. Yep, Jan is going to be coming to at least to drop some bales next to the belt. Maybe if there would be, let's say, bale multiplier, having the bales right there ready next to it, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
It would be quite nice for them. It's the risk you try to take, but I like to see these teams try to take that risk because you never know. We're going to find out here in a moment what's going to pop up in just 3 seconds. What's it going to be? The drops are out there now. They look like they're near the barn area, too far away to see. We have speed up and grain multiplier, so grain multiplier will definitely be picked up here.
Yeah, that will be the one. So we spoke about the bale multiplier on the last game, that it has been popping up quite a bit. And the grain multiplier from time to time as well. I think that the amount, how much we have seen grain multiplier has been, let's say, I would say fair. Enough, but not too much and not too less. I think it has been pretty good. Okay, Justicon is going to be heading towards the silo. For sure they want to be, they have a meetup here. So Hapax will be there as well. So they have some kind of like a community meetup. Okay. Yeah, we have this.
Kind of like we're having this
Just Attracta community. We're going to be just seeing each other next to the silo casually, not crashing, I hope. And so on. So it's all good, and they're going to be starting to unload immediately. They took the multiplier, 1.5-ish. For Just Attracta, and also My Insanity with the multiplier going to be unloading, so they're going to be just speeding this up, and we'll see where they're going to be ending up when they finally end. It's going to be 2.3 for My Insanity, but there's going to be more grain still on the side of the Just Attracta. So yeah, they will just pour that down to the Optimus Prime, and then they will just finally fully pour it completely down. And yeah, let's see where it's going to end up. So My Insanity has more as well, 2.9 to 1.1. And this is actually looking pretty good for My Insanity, because I don't think that amount is going to be taking it back fully. It's going to be 1.5, 1.6 for Just Attracta only.
Brutal.
So My Insanity did this very well. I really thought first that the Just Attracta is going to pull that 15,000. They're going to be pretty even with the multiplier, but nope, I was wrong. My Insanity actually had collected more, which was not visible for the time being, and yep, they will have a huge advantage here with the 2.4.
Yeah, they also had a 1.6 against a 1.5 on the grain multiplier drop itself. So that's gone in the favor of My Insanity, just adding that extra little bit. But I mean, 8 extra points per bale is a huge advantage for My Insanity.
Yeah, meanwhile, Just Attracta did manage to score some bales though. So they did make a bit of a gap there, but it's not going to be enough for My Insanity at the same time. PB is like, okay, I'm just going to start putting these bales on the belt. Not a problem at all. 24 points per bale. I'll take them happily. You know, just like a salesman next to the gas station who's going to be taking your money straight with the cash. Just give me those bills. $1 bills are going to be just as good as the 50-cent coins.
Bale Withering was picked up by JDT, so that one's gone in their favor. It's now only an 8-point lead for them, though, over My Insanity. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with us on all the chats today. Thank you for the people who are helping those with questions in chat as well. Because we're casting, we're not always able to answer immediately, so thanks for all the help. That's part of what makes this community so awesome. We appreciate you so much, everyone. All right, Janka now with a couple of bales, and he's going to load them up onto the belt. Just over 2 minutes to go, and like My Insanity are in a good spot right now, but they need to not make any mistakes. Just kind of keep doing what they've been doing. But anything can happen in these 2 minutes, Maddie. That's for sure.
Anything can happen. You're completely right. So the final 2 minutes are just about to start, and I think that there should be some kind of a reward for the people who actually have watched the whole broadcast right from the morning. It's been a long day, and we have people helping on the chat, but the people who have been there all the way starting from the morning, that's, I would say, a very respectable accomplishment if you have actually done it. But that's going to be a different discussion. 1.5 minutes to go. PB still very actively. We're actually completely fully tied with the points. Now we can see 374 for My Insanity. So going to be gaining 24 more points. And on the Just Attracta side, they have 7 bales. So yeah, everything is now, let's say, leaning towards My Insanity. The scores, the multipliers, the amount of bales as well. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be more flies on the Just Attracta side as well, on the player side as well. So Mind Sanity, everything is currently looking very, very good for them. And the more points are going to follow. They are almost having 4,500 points as the final minute will be starting. And the 16 points per bale for Just Attracta, it's just not going to be enough. I mean, yes, they still have a chance, but they're having only 4 bales, so basically it means that they can make 64 points in total. Yeah, 64 points with those bales. And Mind Sanity having still 5 more bales, so soon they're going to be out of reach from the 64 points. So I would say the 2 more bales in for Mind Sanity, and then Just Attracta, yeah, they can't do anything anymore about it. They have lost it. They're exactly 64 points away, and if they're not pressing any more bales, as we can see from the X-ray, that they are not. So Mind Sanity has already won this. We have 20 seconds to go, but there's no way for Just Attracta to come back out of this situation, not even if they would score all those 3 bales on the second floor.
Yeah, Mind Sanity really set the foundations early in this one, and having that grain advantage is just absolutely huge. 8 points extra per bale is massive, and that might be, it's definitely close to our largest gap of victory today that we've seen. So Mind Sanity starting off strong here. And what is the final elimination game of today and the final match overall for today. Tomorrow we'll have the semifinals and final starting at 4 p.m. right here on these channels, 4 p.m. Central European Summertime. So for Just Attracta, they now are 1 loss away from being eliminated. Mind Sanity really strong there. Look at this. Like JDT actually had 3 more bales.
Yep.
But take that, how many, they probably scored what, of their 22, Mind Sanity 19, 18 with 8 extra points. That's huge. Do the math on that. It is massive, and that's probably the difference in the score line. So JDT needs to avoid that this time. Of course, the team perks are going to have to change, so that could completely flip things and put it back in their favor, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I think what happened here was that the Just Attracta, they underestimated the power of the multiplier side.
Yes, yeah, you got to be careful with that. I mean, you know, a 2.2, like we've seen 4 points be like surmountable. You can get past that. 8 points though, no chance, I don't think. So, yeah, you don't want to have that happen again. Here goes the New Holland telehandler out from the get-go from JDT. So we're going to see no more telehandlers today unless we have a third of the best of 3, because I'm sure the other one's going to be banned. This is probably going to be the John Deere. No, it's the Fent 942. And then here comes the Manitou. Bye-bye, Manitou. See you soon, we hope.
Bye-bye.
I would like to see, like, I love the telehandlers, man. I really do. But
Tomorrow.
I don't want to see them all the time, but I want to see them more. So I don't know what the solution is to say, how do we get more without making it too unbalanced? I almost said, should we add a third one in so that then you couldn't ban them all, one team couldn't ban all 3, but I don't know if that's a solution, because then you see it too much.
Yeah, I'm wondering really that how it's going to be tomorrow, because telehandlers are fun. And teams like them as well, because they are fun. So I'm just wondering that does some of the teams think that the telehandlers, even though they are fun, they are, let's say, too dangerous to give away, that if they don't feel that they are confident enough with them, and we still have 80,000 euros on the prize pool.
Yeah.
So do I want to get 40,000 euros or do I want to have fun? That's the question that they're going to be asking.
Right.
So I'm wondering tomorrow how it's going to go. But yeah, let's hope for the best. And I mean, maybe they have. Does Fend actually manufacture telehandlers? Could we try like telehandler? We could try to do like a Helm hurdle.
Oh, they're definitely in the Agco family somewhere, that's for sure.
Yeah, we could try that.
Or I like Felden's suggestion.
Or we could try in real life how you actually get the fork stuck on the ground and how you flip it over.
I like Felden's suggestion. You could add a third one, but make it articulated or electric, so that it's not like as powerful. But hey, there'd be one left in there, because I mean, the way Trellborg won earlier today with the toss at the last second, that's the most exciting thing like you can see in the Farming Simulator League, in my opinion. That was the best moment of today, at least. I'm sure that we'll see some crazy stuff probably here and beyond tomorrow as well, and
But this is
also
not
next
looking good.
season.
I mean, the Mind Sanity is very close. The Baylor is missing though. So we'll see where the Baylor's going to be. Out there's Jan, not that far away. This is looking good. So let's see the first bales here. What's going to be happening at the Just Attracta side? That's a different thing. But Jan is going to go with that first bale. So he's looking once again to get somewhere on the 140 points or close to that, maybe just slightly above. And if he's going to swing that in, but he's not, he's going to reverse it. But it's going to be 140 still, I think, with the reverse of 139. 139, yeah. And here we can see that Just Attracta will be arriving as well. So Janka, he's going to swing that. It's going to be a 132. And there we go.
Okay.
So 7 points of a difference.
Still, they've been close in the first bale in each of the 2 rounds so far. Here we go. All right, JDT, you're up against it now. Bring your A game out. It's time to keep your hopes alive. We have the 8 seed Just Attracta against the 6 seed Mind Sanity. One of them goes on to the semifinal stage. The other one's eliminated here. Silo close and bale drop. Maybe Silo close, but the teams are just now starting to go in for the grain, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I doubt either one of these gets picked.
Yeah, let's have a look. I was wondering still about the third telehandler, the electric one. So would it mean that the electric would have like the huge acceleration which the electric cars have as well?
That would be crazy. That would be interesting, but not as much power or something, but quick off the line. I think the articulated one would be better because they're tougher to handle because the front and back end move separately of each other instead of, at least in Farming Simulator, I prefer a non-articulating one because I find them easier to handle. I know that like in real life, articulated ones have their practical usage, but in the game, me personally, I try to avoid them at all costs. I love a telehandler in Farming Simulator, but the articulated ones, I try to avoid.
Okay, well, that's the end of that discussion, at least for the moment. We'll see if there's going to be any great ideas. I can maybe ask from Alex tomorrow what he thinks actually about the idea, and then we'll see if he has any mind-blowing ideas regarding the telehandlers, how to fix that. Anyways, 7 minutes to go, so yeah, well, 1.5 minutes to the next line of the drops, the last line of the drops as well, and yeah, we can see no grain has been delivered, grain has been collected, no bales have been pressed, so it's pretty static for the time being. Janka is going to go for, I would imagine, for the early delivery. And it's, by the way, unstoppable versus unstoppable, so it's completely the same perks. And as we had the same with the big hole, so if this is going to go for the third one, then we'll actually have the also the bottleneck versus bottleneck as the last one, if it's going to go all the way down there. So that's going to be a different story if that's going to happen, but just to let you know that that's what we are looking at here. Meanwhile, just the work as usual, and yeah, that's all. So nothing is really happening as we speak. So yeah, grain is being collected. Bale pressing is going to be starting any second now if it hasn't already started, and the gap is going to be just 7 points. So Mind Sanity, of course, if they will win this one, they will proceed all the way to the top 3, and Just Attracta will be then, of course, out of the tournament, will be claiming the 4th place. But yeah, of course, if it will go vice versa, well, then it will go vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, even if that does happen, if Just Attracta lose this round, like being the 8th seed and coming in and finishing top 4 is quite impressive. So credit to them no matter what happens in this matchup. And I think that these two teams really have shown that like just getting to the World Championship is the most important thing. And then once you're here, you can string a few good performances together and go pretty far.
Yeah, okay, there we have the drops. Bale multiplier and bridges race. So Bale multiplier for sure is going to be the one, and Mind Sanity have pressed 5 bales. We have 3 bales on the side of the Just Attracta. So they are once again prepared for the situation. Yeah, the grain is going to go down now.
Mind Sanity has more again as well. They have about 10 to 11,000 more. I saw
a lot.
A second ago. So JDT needs to be careful because that's what cost them last time, and it might be happening to them again here.
Yeah, if it's 10,000 more, though, then they should be having like 0.3 more multiplier. I think that's about it. If that's the case, let's see where it's going to end. So yeah, we have 36,000 on both sides and a slight. Okay, it's not that bad. I think somebody has been collecting more because now it's pretty even.
Yeah.
35, 36,000, 2.1 from Mind Sanity. I think it's going to stay with the 2.1. I think that's the case here. So slight advantage still to My Insanity. We can see that the Bale multiplier is going to be picked by My Insanity, also by Just Attracta. We can see some deliveries are starting to happen, and probably just before that Bale goes in, we can expect that the unloading of the grain starts at the same time to take the maximum out of the whole situation. And the 2.2, 2.3 maybe just before the Bale goes in. And exactly 37 points. Nice. That's going to be some great points, and we can see My Insanity starting to unload the grain at the same time as well. They will try to do the same trick, and let's see how these will end up at 37 points per Bale. I don't think it's going to be doable for My Insanity. They have 1.5 multiplier anyways, and they're going to be getting it back to 2.0 in a matter of seconds, and then just barely, I think, on a 2.1, that's going to be doable. Yes, so it will be 2.1 for My Insanity for the rest of the game, 32. And they're going to be tied with the points 201 versus 201. That's going to be some very close action.
Here we go. 3.5 minutes to go. I think it helped JDT a little bit that their Bale multiplier was 0.1 higher, so it's kept things kind of even though they lost out on the grain multiplier, but that's about to go away now, the Bale multiplier. My Insanity scores another one at 32 points. They have the lead now, 297 to 231. The Bale multipliers are going off the board, and now for the rest of the way, it's going to come down to execution. Like a 0.2 difference in the Bale multiplier, yeah, you're losing those points per Bale, but it's not that significant. You can make that up.
Yeah.
Getting bottom boost would help, and Just Attracta do grab it right before PB can get it. So not only have they gotten the bottom boost, but they made PB waste some time. PB was working on bringing a Bale in. 297 now to 231.
Yeah, I think that the thing is that they don't have that many Bales to actually utilize it. They have 37 seconds to use it, so let's see. They have some, of course. It's going to help them out. Not going to say that, but yeah, I would say that they cannot take the maximum out of it.
Yeah, just what he has here.
But they're going to be Just Attracta is going to be reversing that in, so it's going to help out quite a bit here. 19 points per Bale. Also, when we think about the scores and the difference on the Bale counts as well, so I would say that My Insanity still has a slight advantage there because they had about 60 points more and also a couple Bales more, so this is going to be getting pretty tight. And I would say at this point, even though Just Attracta got the bottom boost, but I think that there's a slight advantage on the side of My Insanity. One is going to fall down.
That's not
but
good.
That's something. But they still have 2 minutes to go, and they don't have the huge amount of Bales, so they should still have the time to fix that on the second floor. Janka will be placing here. Meanwhile, for the Just Attracta.
What's up with Janka?
Yeah, he's going to be just statically there. Something is going on here. We could have a technical break coming up. Let's see what's going to happen there. And yes, he's going to be back in the game. I don't know what happened there, but he's definitely back in the action. Meanwhile, My Insanity is currently on the lead. They have 10 Bales waiting there.
Yeah, maybe that was intentional, just sitting there waiting. Maybe, I don't know why. There weren't any other Bales sitting there for him anyway.
Something like that. I don't know.
But this is looking good for My Insanity. It's 40 points at the moment.
Yep.
And they have the multiplier. They have the Bales at the barn. Well, they don't, but they're bringing more in now. But JDT don't have any at the barn either with a minute to go. So, I mean, it could go either way still. 1 minute to go. My Insanity, if they win, they move on to tomorrow's top 3. They go into the semifinal. The loser goes out. If Just Attracta loses this one, it's done. If they can somehow pull it out here in the final 50 seconds, we'll go to the third of the best of 3. These Bales on the belt will help. It's going to come down to the stacking now, and you've said it time and time again. It's probably not highly likely that PB is going to make a mistake, but it is possible with 35 to go. 423 to 421 is just 2 points. My Insanity to lead, now 23 points as some more Bales go in. And now 4 points again. Briefly, JDT was in the lead, and now it's a 6-point lead for My Insanity. 20 seconds to go. Back and forth we go. 507 to 478. 17 to go. 10-point lead for My Insanity. PB's going to push them into the bottom. 527, 548, 569 to 497. I think My Insanity are just about going to do this one. It looks too far to come back now for JDT. And My Insanity, the 6th seed, is moving in to the top 3 and moving on to tomorrow. They will await to see who the loser of Helm against Trellborg is, and they'll face off in the bottom part of the bracket for the right to go into the final. Goodness me, what a day it's been. credit to both of these teams. I mean, JDT, the bottom seed coming in,
Yeah.
and they end up top 4. So nothing really to be ashamed of for them.
Yeah, really well played by the both of the teams. But my Insanity, I mean, when you think about the previous game they won, they were really on the edge. They were just about on the verge of dropping from the tournament,
Right.
and they somehow magically pulled it back all the way, won the previous series, and now they won this as well. So they have been doing some great job. And we spoke about the controlling the mental elements and turning this whole thing as a victory, and I think that you can see that the mindset, they had that good momentum going on. No mistakes, happy guys, smiling, even though the opponent was trying to eat those chocolate chips and everything, but they still didn't budge at all.
Oh man, what a day it's been. My Insanity takes it 2-0. And we'll be wrapping things up here briefly. Just a reminder, though, 4 p.m. Central European Summertime tomorrow, right here on the same place you're watching. You'll have Maddie next to me, Cast by Copter, being joined by Virtual Farmer, who is, I think, on his way via train, hopefully soon, to Oktoberdorf. They've landed in Munich a few hours ago, but it's been a heck of a travel day for them. So yes, FarmCon kicks off tomorrow officially, the in-person event, the community meetup. There'll be some stuff shown for Farming Simulator 25, so if you're interested in that stuff, make sure you follow our social channels. You'll see more information. We're going to have the replays now, and let's take a look now. My Insanity, they played 2 really strong games.
Yeah. I mean, if I would be Alex, and you know what I would do if I would come from Munich, I would take a copter. Ha ha. Okay, anyways, so yeah, we have the replays. Let's see what we can find. We didn't have a huge amount of mistakes, so in the smallest ones when they're having a small minor contact, that's going to be counting as 1. And we don't have much because Ihan is doing a bit of a jump here, but that's pretty much it. So that's what we have to offer from the replays. It's been an amazing day today, and of course still tomorrow, just like Terminator said, tomorrow 4 p.m. Central European Summertime, because it's not winter, and the winter is not coming for a while. So 4 p.m. tomorrow on the same channel, we're going to be continuing with the final 3 matches of the tournament, and then we'll know who's going to be claiming the World Championship this season, who's going to be getting those 40,000 euros for the winners, and there's 80,000 in total, so the second and the third and the other place is going to be getting a fair chunk of money as well.
Yeah.
So it's not only about that, so it's going to be a great broadcast tomorrow, and of course, if you fancy to know more about the Farming Simulator 25, as everybody has been asking about it, you won't find it from the stream, but you'll find it from the content creators. Have a look on YouTube, have a look on DJ Goham, Farmer Cup, and the others. Yeah. And of course, make sure to follow the social medias of FSL and Giant Software and Farming Simulator in global.
Thanks so much, Maddie, for being here, man.
Kermit.
It was a pleasure to be back with you again, man, doing FSL. It was an absolute blast. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll see you very, very soon.